Secondly, he needed to know where to go for his next target. Based on the recommended level of 70 for the first of the new quests he'd been assigned, it certainly wasn't the Forest's Wrath dungeon that he had been planning on going to next. That one had a level range of 45 to 55 for the medial difficulty, according to the information he had been given by Veronia at the Forgestone Adventurer Coalition. He didn't even bother thinking about the second dungeon related to these quests yet, which had a minimum recommended level of 100, as he was thoroughly unprepared to tackle that one yet. Even if he discovered which two dungeons these quests were referencing, he needed to advance his own level to the point where he might be able to handle them, which brought him to the first of the things he needed to do.
Should I level up now or wait? This was the decision he had to make, and it was harder than he expected it would be. There were arguments either way, but in the end, what it came down to was time. There were still over 160 days to complete the first of the quests, and in that time he could visit a number of strong dungeons with higher-level monsters and try to complete them. If he managed to finish them, he would end up gaining a lot of extra pick because all the monsters would be stronger than him. He was more than aware that the bonus for killing higher-level monsters was significant, and with the recent tripling of his pick accumulated by all sources, it could be astronomical. But if he did level up now, he would gain additional stat points and new spells, which might make a difference in how he approached the dungeons in the quests, as well as whatever catastrophic event would come afterwards. The drawback for doing this would obviously be less pick from monsters he killed that were closer to his level, and he would be forced to tackle extremely strong dungeons when he wasn't even sure he could beat them at this point. The Magma Colossus was a bit of a wake-up call, given how he wasn't able to kill it using his normal methods. He couldn't rely on luck to provide him with the perfect item to use every time he happened to enter a new dungeon, such as that failed necklace that allowed him to freeze the boss in the Magma dungeon. While he had managed to win, if he hadn't managed to find that necklace, it would have been Dungeons 1, Thaden 0, if he was considering everything after the mausoleum, of course. That was a special case, and while he was contemplating visiting another dungeon that had undead types of monsters in it, he again knew from the information he had about the dungeons in the region that it wasn't one of the anchoring dungeons.
With that decision looming on the horizon, there was something else he needed to do, which was visit the nearest coalition branch that could upgrade his badge rank to gold. If he was going to be heading to harder dungeons, then he would need a harder set of quests to go with them. He could always delve through them without a quest, of course, but he wasn't prepared to give up the rewards that came with completing them, especially the pick rewards. Unfortunately, the one place he knew of that could upgrade them past bronze was now lying in ruins, as he was told that none of the town branches had that capability. In other words, he would have to visit one of the other two cities in the region in order to do that, and they were weeks of travel away. That fact was weighing heavily in favor of his decision on whether to wait to level up. If he did it too early, he might end up missing out on great rewards because he couldn't access them without the proper rank. And as much as he didn't care about the gold and even rank progress he might miss out on, the same couldn't be said for pick. Because pick was the only thing that was going to allow him to be able to take down those two dungeons and the subsequent aftermath. At least, that's what he felt was the correct solution. He had no other methods he could think of at this point that could work, or none that might work in the time limit he had. There was always the possibility that he could find a party of low-level contenders that would be willing to work with him, and by power leveling them as best he could, raise them up to the point where they might help defeat the extremely powerful monsters the dungeons were likely to have in a display of amazing teamwork and magical prowess. Yeah, like that would work. He didn't have the time to do all of that, and trying to keep other contenders alive in a situation like he'd experienced in the Magma dungeon would be near impossible. It hadn't been very difficult in the mausoleum with Sarah and her party, But that was also because he had the advantage that his healing spells damaged the undead and subsequently took them down relatively quickly. That being said, they almost did die in the final boss room, and it was only through luck that he had been able to defeat Nehetmo. Besides, sharing pick and loot with other people didn't exactly sit right with him at this moment in time, as he was fairly confident that he could solo whatever he came across. Unless there was another incident with a boss that healed itself, of course. That was the only reason he thought it might be beneficial to have another person in his party that could do damage, or else discover a way to do that on his own, like the failed necklace had done for him. Théoden walked for hours, his mind still edging toward one decision or the other regarding his accumulated pick. But before long he began to pass people on the road. There were a few parties of contenders, all of whom looked weary and shell-shocked, but the majority of them were large groups of low-level Chari, with small wagons or carts that they were using to carry their belongings, pulled by themselves or occasionally a beast of burden. It wasn't until a bit later that he saw single or small groups of Chari walking along with just a backpack, or nothing at all, as they spread out toward the south, southeast, and southwest, though the majority of them went directly south. Which was what decided his own direction. If he wanted a fairly good approximation of how many people made it out of the city, he had to go to where most of them seemed to be heading. By the time he arrived at a town, North Bend, if his memory of the local maps served him well, he'd passed thousands of Chari refugees and hundreds of contenders, with none of them sparing him more than a glance that was quickly sent somewhere else. At first he thought that this was a bad sign, as if they had somehow recognized him. But it only took a few minutes of watching everyone to see that this wasn't the case. The Chari didn't look at any of the contenders for more than a second or two, and it didn't take a genius to realize it was because they likely blamed the contenders, and not just Théoden, for their current plight. Even given that they had been displaced from their homes, very few of them appeared genuinely upset or heartbroken, as if they had expected this to happen at some point, and it had simply been earlier than they thought it would be. It was strange, but then again, everything he'd experienced thus far in Tarth had been at least a little bit strange. As for the contenders, they didn't look at other contender parties or solo individuals, because it was clear that some had lost members in the attack. Staring at or even talking to someone on the road was a bit much for what was likely to be a raw wound, and most of them avoided doing so like plague. The town of North Bend was as opposite of the nearly silent trek across the land as could be. He heard the town before he saw it, which he thought was strange because there was usually a sound-dampening bubble or something around every other town he'd seen that didn't allow noise to escape. But the reason for that became obvious as soon as he was able to set his sights on North Bend. The walled town had overflowed with people, both Chari and earthen contenders, and he thought that there were at least 10,000 locals camped outside the walls. More were arriving every minute, but in the distance he could see an almost equal number leaving, likely filtering out to other towns so as not to overwhelm North Bend too much. It was a prime example of a refugee camp if he ever did see one. Directly outside the gates, and therefore exempt from the noise-dampening effect of the town, were hundreds of contenders commingling with each other, shouting to be heard over their neighbors as they practically accosted anyone trying to enter the town. "You seen Geraldo? He should have been here by now. And I'm telling you, I saw Flora eaten by one of those damn worms right before my very eyes. Can't afford to stay here, so if you'd be kind enough to buy some of my... Left it in my room back in Forgestone, and now it's lost. Can't go back, so what do they expect us to do?" He heard all of this and more as he got closer, coming from panicked and confused contenders who were looking for lost party members, questioning what they should be doing, or lamenting the loss of something tangible back in Forgestone. He stopped at the edge of the crowd to listen in, gaining a little information about what had happened in the city after the attack started, but most of what he learned wasn't necessarily useful for what he needed to know.
He slowly pushed through the crowd, only to be stopped multiple times by a hand on the sleeve of his dirty, blood-stained, and slightly scorched robe. "Have you seen a short guy with a goatee named Hector? Did you pass anyone named Mariposa along the road? Garrett was wearing a light red robe. Did you happen to see him?" He felt horrible for what they were going through, looking for their party members, similar to loved ones searching for family members after a natural disaster. But he could only shake his head and say no. He supposed he should have been paying more attention to those he passed by on the road to North Bend, but he had been wrapped up in his head for most of the trip, which went by easily with his new traveler's boots.
He had already decided to maintain his current name of Angelo and his apparent level of 20 instead of switching back to Christopher again, just in case anyone else had been following him like Camille had. Angelo was fairly clean, he supposed, though he would likely change back to Christopher in the future once he distanced himself a bit from the local contender population. He had also declined to change out of his attire because he thought it gave him a bit of authenticity. He hoped it looked like he had barely escaped the city with his life. It was technically true, he supposed, but not exactly in the way he wished it to appear. Inside the town of North Bend was just as stuffed to the walls as the refugee camp outside indicated, and there were a lot more contenders than he expected there to be, which was a very good sign. He walked around for a while, attempting to listen in on any conversations to gain more information, but most of those outside were simply trying to purchase or sell items, or looking for a place to stay, which seemed to be at a premium with so many people inside the town. It was already edging toward evening by this point, the day having flown by, and it was something that concerned Théden as well, but he was more than capable of sleeping outside if it came down to it. He visited the Adventurer Coalition, which was easy enough to find despite never visiting this town before, as it was the largest building inside the walls. But he almost immediately turned around and left as soon as he walked in. He wasn't sure how they managed to stuff so many people inside, but he could barely move or hear himself think with so many people talking or demanding things all at once. The only thing he got from the crowd inside was that while there were more people speaking about missing party members, more of them were focused on what came next. They were already moving past the disaster that occurred in Forgestone and planning out their next steps. He also heard his name bandied about a few times, or at least his number 325-99999-E name. After hearing him being blamed for everything approximately a half-dozen times in the few seconds he was inside the building, he decided to leave rather than hear any more from them. But with so many contenders inside the coalition building, running around town or congregating outside the gates, he was encouraged. Many more Earthen representatives had survived the attack than he had originally surmised, at least from what he could tell. He didn't have any hard numbers, of course, but judging by what he saw here and estimating who might have traveled to other nearby towns, he guessed that perhaps 3/4 or more of the contenders that had been inside Forgestone at the start of the attack had managed to escape. It lightened the load just a little bit more on his mind. He spent another hour or so wandering around town before the sun went down, and he eventually decided to try one more place to get the information he needed. The Pickled Wagon was a tavern with no inn attached to it, but it turned out to be exactly what he needed. He had to wait a little bit to get a seat at the end of the bar, where he ordered some food and had to wait nearly an hour for it to come out. While he was waiting, he listened to the conversations around him with much more success than any of his previous attempts around the town. Théden learned that an estimated 2,000 or so contenders had died in the city before they could escape, with most of them being inside the dungeon tunnel. He also discovered that anyone that had been in the lower-level dungeons in Forgestone had essentially been kicked out prior to the attack, which was why at least half of the casualties had been where the magma worms had originally emerged from below. It was something that he had to keep in mind for when he completed the next anchor dungeon, as he would have to somehow get the word out for everyone nearby to put off going into any dungeons before an imminent attack. For the Chari, the general consensus was that less than 1% of the population had died in the attack. As he had suspected from his travel to North Bend, the locals had apparently been ready for such an occurrence and were quick to respond, escaping with as many of their belongings as they could before they could fall victim to the worms. That fact eased his heart somewhat, even if 1% of the city's population was still likely over 1,000 people. He also discovered that any of the service posts on the contender market based in Forgestone were taken down automatically upon the city's destruction, meaning that he didn't have to worry about anyone looking to hire him anytime soon. He hadn't even known that this was a thing, as he thought that the posting was a one-time deal, but apparently it stayed up until he removed it. Lastly, there was speculation as to what the next anchoring dungeon could be, even if none of the contenders talking thought that they would ever be a high enough level to even attempt it. The rewards were enough of a draw to call attention to it, however, so there was at least some conversation around it, which was exactly what he needed to hear. According to what he remembered of the information regarding dungeons in Region 1, there were a total of 21 dungeons that fell in the range between level 60 and level 80. No one, not even Thaden, who had completed the first anchoring dungeon, knew exactly what the quest meant by the minimum recommended level being 70. Did that mean that the dungeon had a minimum recommended level between levels 70 and 80? Or did it reflect the first chance that a party might be able to actually complete it? If the latter was the case, then would the dungeon have recommended levels between levels 60 and 70? As it was most likely that a party around level 70 could actually kill the boss? Thinking about the magma dungeon, he was fairly confident that a normal party would have had to be at the higher end of the level 40 to 50 minimum recommended level range to actually defeat the magma colossus. But he could be wrong. Unfortunately, the answer to which dungeon could be the anchoring one wasn't easy. He had been hoping that it might be near another of the cities, with the thought that they were all near cities like the magma dungeon had been, but that wasn't the case. Of the options, the closest to a city was a dozen miles away, which wasn't exactly a good sign that it was the one that he'd have to seek out. Soon after his food came, he picked at it as his mind was consumed by thoughts of where he needed to go next. He debated about going to the Adventurer Coalition and asking if they knew, which he might still do, but he had a feeling that if they had kept the first anchoring dungeon a secret, they were likely to do the same for the subsequent ones. It was the contenders' job to figure it out, after all, so they likely couldn't interfere. Perhaps I can figure it out by observing some of the towns I travel through, and see which ones are prepared to flee at the first sign of an incoming disaster. But how would I even know? What if every town has an escape plan just in case something goes wrong? He wasn't sure of the answer to that, but it was still an avenue to explore. The only other option he could think of was to visit every dungeon on the list and see if he could figure it out that way. But they were so scattered around that he might not be able to visit them all in time. Narrowing it down would be better, of course, but he wasn't sure how to do that quite yet. Perhaps when he figured out if he was going to spend all his pick soon or not, the answer might come to him. Someone sat down next to him after his previous neighbor had gotten up without a word to Thaden the entire time he was there, and the life warden could practically feel the sheer hunger pouring off the young man as he eyed his meal. This might be an opportunity to gain some additional information. Here, it looks like you need it, he said abruptly, ripping off some of his bread and handing it to the tall, blonde-haired man wearing the muted colors and tighter clothes he associated with the scout class. The arm brace thingy along his left arm told him that Kyler was likely an archer of some kind, though he didn't see any indication of a bow or quiver, because they were likely in the man's inventory. As he started a conversation with Kyler,
The other man seemed to loosen up a bit after he got some food in him, revealing that he had lost his entire party in Forgestone, but he didn't seem too cut up about it. Exchanging stories of their escape, with Thaden having to make something up on the spot that sounded both heroic and ridiculous at the same time, he began questioning the man about what he was going to do next. "Find a party, I suppose," he said dejectedly. The life warden could tell that he wasn't dejected because his party had died, but because he thought it was going to be a pain finding another one as a scout class, after explaining that more scouts escaped from Forgestone from fractured parties than anyone else. And then take advantage of this extra pick accumulation from that achievement.
At least there's one good thing that came out of all this.
But is it, suitable compensation for what you've gone through? Thaden asked, genuinely curious at the way Kyler, and from what he'd overheard other contenders, seemed to be excited over the achievement. The archer shook his head. Not quite, but it's probably going to do more in the long run than anything else I can imagine. Do you know how fast we're going to level now? It wouldn't surprise me if there are some of us pushing level 45 by the time the bonus pick wears off. Wow, it really does take a lot longer to level than I thought. I suppose you have a point. Still, though, what would you do if you ever saw the one responsible for all this? Thaden asked, waving around the full tavern to emphasize his question. As he finished up the last of his meal that finally arrived after about a half hour, the man hesitated before responding. Probably shake their hand, he said with a shrug. Don't get me wrong. At first I was pissed off that someone had done all this, but it's also a chance for us to get ahead faster than any other region, which, as you can imagine, will lead to higher rankings for all of us here. Even with the greater danger? Yes, even with the greater danger. A bonus to pick accumulation is a boon that you can't pay for, and it was never mentioned in training, so it has to be pretty rare. Sure, it sucks right now, and will probably suck for the next week as everyone recovers from the change, but I think we'll also see the contenders of this region grabbing the bull by the horns and advancing much faster than ever before.
I was already seeing some parties slacking off in their development as they chose to only delve through the easier, safer difficulties once they reached a certain level. Now, though, they'll have to push themselves in order not to be left behind. Because soon enough, all of the dungeons will require them to be a much higher level just so that they don't die. All of the complaining and griping you're hearing right now is going to go away once everyone figures this out. Thaden hadn't really thought of that. He was considering the consequences of his action as only a punishment, not a boon. Well, the deaths and relocation of the local population were certainly punishments. But for the survivors? Yes, it could certainly be considered a benefit if they took advantage of it. He didn't believe that anyone would be coming out and publicly thanking him and throwing celebrations in his honor, but perhaps it wasn't all as bad as he thought it was. And with that one conversation, the guilt that had been stabbing into his mind since the attack occurred loosened its grip on his mental state almost entirely. It wasn't gone, but he didn't feel the need to spam his major cure mental affliction over and over to function properly anymore. It also cleared up his thoughts enough to finally make a decision about his pick, and he smiled to himself as he wished the young Kyler a good night once their conversation wound down. Chapter 23. Securing himself in the crook of the tree he managed to lift himself into, despite the enveloping darkness of the nighttime forest, Thaden sat back and sighed deeply. Getting out of North Bend at night was somehow harder than getting in during the daytime, as more and more people, both contenders and Chari, arrived and clogged the streets of the town regardless of the late hour. It took him twice as long to flow against the current of the crowd to leave than it did when he arrived earlier, and it was probably a little after midnight by the time he made it to the nearby forest and climbed up a tree to find a secure place to sleep for the night. Because there was no way he was going to find somewhere to sleep in North Bend.
It was possible that he might be able to secure a special room in the coalition by flashing his badge, but that brought with it problems with being even semi-recognized by other contenders, or being accidentally called out by careless coalition employees. No, a tree was much safer at the moment. When he was further away from the vicinity of Forgestone, he might chance it, along with questions about the next anchoring dungeon. For the moment, though, he was unprepared for the fallout that might occur if there was even the slightest suspicion about his true identity amongst the nearby contenders. If some of them wanted to kill him before all this happened, he couldn't imagine how they would react to knowing the one that caused the deaths of thousands of them recently was nearby, especially as most of them were probably still simply angry with him. Exhausted from the previous day and a half, it didn't take long for him to get to sleep, even as he spotted some carnivorous deer roaming through the forest below his perch. Given that they were only level 8, he didn't really have much to fear from them, though they weren't as much of a deterrent to other contenders as they would have been weeks ago. He slept late the next morning, the foliage above blocking out most of the morning light as the day awakened around him, and he stretched and yawned for a good 5 minutes before he scarfed down another meat pie from his inventory. He was beginning to dislike them since he'd eaten so many of them lately, but he only had a few of them left before he wanted to dig into all of his other stored food. It was a good energy boost for the morning, at least. Instead of untying himself and getting on the road with the intention to get as far away from the Forgestone area as possible, Thaden opened up his character report and looked at his pick total. He'd made the decision last night after talking to Kyler and listening to all the conversations around him in the tavern, and it was time to implement it. He was going to use his pick now to level up. It would mean losing out on potential pick from some of the dungeons he would delve in the future, but he felt like he needed to be as prepared as possible for the stronger monsters he would end up facing. His inability to finish off the Magma Colossus without what was essentially a gimmick item made him realize he needed to be as strong as he could be, which included new spells. He doubted he would suddenly receive a spell that he could blast into his targets and utterly destroy all of his opposition, but he also wasn't discounting it. At best, he was at least hoping that something new would give him the edge he needed to be able to handle even those monsters who could heal themselves. Pick requirements met. 13,300. Over 13,300. Increase personal level. Y/N. Note: this can only be completed while not currently in combat and while not in a dungeon. Level up. You are now a level 46 Life Warden.
As part of the leveling process, you have received the following: Mentality plus 5 free stat points, 3. The feeling of additional mentality flowing into him as his store of pick shrunk slightly as it was consumed in his level up was a familiar and welcome sensation. It felt like it had been years since he'd last leveled up, and he realized that he had missed it, even if it had only been a little less than 3 weeks since he'd achieved level 45. Of course, he wasn't done, so more of his pick went toward level 47 and then level 48, gaining him another 10 points in mentality and 3 more free stat points, but also another spell selection. With the 4 that he had coming to him from recent quests and achievements, he could select a total of 5 spells from the updated list. Please select 5 spells from the following selections: Major Resurrection, single cast. Major Aura of Life, reserved. Major Regrowth, channeled. Major Protective Barrier, single cast. Major Healing Circle, channeled. Major Mana Rejuvenation, single cast. Major Damage Shield, single cast. Weak Healing Wave, channeled. Minor Healing Wave, channeled. Lesser Healing Wave, channeled. Major Healing Wave, channeled. Weak Lifelink, reserved. Minor Lifelink, reserved. Lesser Lifelink, reserved. Major Lifelink, reserved. Weak ward link, reserved. Minor ward link, reserved. Lesser ward link, reserved. Major ward link, reserved. Spells not selected will be available during your next spell choice selection. Théoden looked at the spell list with disappointment when he didn't see any new ones added. The same thing had happened at levels 39 and 45, where the only spells available to him were upgrades of previous ones or ones that he had never selected, and it seemed as though level 48 was the same.
Is this class out of spells or something? While it sucked, there wasn't anything he could do about the lack of new spells right now. Instead, he thought about what he could choose as he looked over the list, especially as he had 5 spell selections at this point. He immediately disregarded the lifelink and wardlink spells, as they simply tied the health or damage protection between 2 allies and made it one big pool, which he could see the benefit of if he were in a party. Since he was still going it solo, they were basically useless right now. If he got the chance to select them later and there wasn't anything better, he might pick them up, but for now they were being ignored. The first one he picked up was Major Healing Wave, as it was a healing spell that filled a gap that he'd been missing. Major Healing Wave, channeled, heals every ally within a certain targeted radius for a large amount. Healing amount, 270 health per second. Range, 70-foot radius of target within 90 feet of caster. Casting time, 2 seconds. Mana cost, 210 per second. What Healing Wave represented was a way to greatly heal himself with something other than his basic major healing spell. It was channeled, which was a bummer, but it also only affected himself and any allies instead of healing monsters like Mass Healing or Healing Circle. That benefit was actually the reason he hadn't selected it before when he had been fighting at the mausoleum, because it didn't affect the undead, which was important because he needed to cast healing spells on them to damage them. Now, though, it would be more useful as a strong, channeled heal that might just save his life without healing the opposition. Next, he chose to upgrade 4 of his existing spells: Major Aura of Life, Major Healing Circle, Major Protective Barrier, and Major Damage Shield. While all of them would only really be beneficial when he was with other contenders, his thought process for his selections went back to the horrifying incident with the magma worms. If he had been more prepared, he might have been able to save some of the people in the tunnel when they first appeared. His major negation zone helped immensely, but once that was up, the rest of the people there had been at the mercy of the worms. He still might not have saved anyone, given how panicked he and everyone else was. But he was sure there would be more incidents in the future where having the proper spells at the ready would be imperative to saving lives. Major Aura of Life, reserved. A persistent aura surrounds the caster that sends out healing energy to anyone nearby. Healing amount, 18 health per 5 seconds. Range, 50-foot radius of caster. Casting time, instant. Mana cost, reserved, 22.5% of mana pool. Major Healing Circle, channeled, heals everyone within a certain targeted radius for a moderate amount. Healing amount, 18 health per second. Range, 15-foot radius of target within 75 feet of caster. Casting time, 3 seconds. Mana cost, 90 per second. Major Protective Barrier, single cast. Creates a full-body protective barrier around a single target that prevents 4 instances of all types of damage and afflictions from up to level 80 sources. Once damage is prevented, Major Protective Barrier disappears. Cannot target self. Number of targets, 1. Range, 50 feet. Duration, 5 minutes. Casting time, 5 seconds. Mana cost, 360. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Major Damage Shield, single cast. Creates a full-body protective barrier around a single target that prevents all types of damage. Once damage is prevented,
Major damage shield disappears. Cannot target self. Number of targets, 1. Range, 50 feet. Duration, not. A damage mitigation, 500 damage. Casting time, 2 seconds. Mana cost, 270. Cooldown, 2 seconds. There was another reason he chose these spells over the other options, and that was because he didn't want the major resurrection upgrade because it was already quite expensive, and the potential that he might not have enough mana to cast it was still a concern. Rejuvenation did absolutely nothing for him, since he didn't really have any mana regen to bother with, and regrowth was used for regrowing missing limbs. He had enough mana to get the job done without a stronger spell, though he hoped he never had to do that to himself. With the spell selections done, Théoden kept going. Levels 49 and 50 gave him plus 11 to mentality and 7 free stat points, as when he hit level 50, he apparently now received plus 6 per level and 4 free stat points when he got them. Level 51 gave him another plus 6 to mentality and a pair of spell selection choices, but this time he had 2 new spells to choose from. Major Wild Health. Leech, single cast. Affects a single target. Whenever a healing spell is cast upon a target with Major Wild Health Leech applied, the healing amount is increased, while a percentage of the extra healing is leached in the form of health from a random target within range of the caster, including the caster themselves. Cannot target self. Extra healing amount, 120%. Leached health amount, 15%. Duration, 60 seconds. Range, can be cast on targets up to 90 feet away. Leeching affects random target within a 20-foot radius of caster. Casting time, 4 seconds. Mana cost, 90. Major Sacrifice, single cast. Sacrifices the protective spell on a single ally, inflicting major damage to anyone within range. Once protective spell is sacrificed, ally is fully healed but cannot be protected or healed again for a short time. Cannot target self. Number of targets, 1. Range, 90 feet. Duration, NA. Area damage, 1000% of caster's mentality. Area damage radius, 20 feet. Target protection/healing. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Casting time, instant. Mana cost, 550. Spell cooldown, 10 minutes. The first of the new spells was confusing because it didn't make much sense until he read it a few times. He struggled to imagine it in a normal party, but thought that he understood what it was supposed to do after a few moments of thought. He supposed that if there was a fighter class out in front of the monsters and had the Major Wild Health Leech effect on them, then any time they were healed, they would be healed by another 120% of the healing amount. That was great. What wasn't so great was the fact that 15% of that bonus healing amount would be leached from a target around the caster, including the caster themselves. It was a way of boosting the healing of a specific person at the expense of health damage to what was essentially the back line of the party. It seemed moderately useful in a normal setting, though he wasn't sure how often he would use it, until he read it again and didn't see a single instance where it said it could only target or affect allies. He snatched it up immediately. With this new spell, if he was reading it correctly, Théoden could cast it on a monster and then heal it, and then the spell would leech from another target near him. It could leech it from him, of course, but he could easily heal himself, or it might be prevented with a field, though it almost sounded like it would be self-inflicted and not subjected to being blocked. Ideally, it would leech away health from a monster nearby. Of course, it would only really work if he was facing more than one monster at a time, which he usually was, and as soon as there was only one left, he would have to rely on the tried and true damage reflection from his fields. Regardless, it was another way to do damage, and he was eager to try it out.
He ended up selecting the other new spell, Major Sacrifice, because it was technically a spell that could do damage, but it wasn't something he could use himself. He read it twice to see if it also could be used on anyone, as thoughts of adding protective spells to monsters and then blowing them up flitted through his mind, but unfortunately it said it was only for allies. Still, if he was ever in a party and needed something to do that final amount of damage to a boss or something, this was the spell to do it, especially as it seemed to be based on 1000% of his mentality. So, with a mentality of 200, he figured it would do 2000 damage to anything within range, which he thought was a lot. With an eager grin on his face at trying out the new leech spell, but knowing that he wasn't quite done yet, he kept going. He was far from running out of his accumulated pick, after all.
Chapter 24. Unfortunately for Théoden, there were no new spells waiting for him when he reached level 54, nor at level 57. He still received a spell selection for each of those levels, as well as another plus 36 in mentality and 16 free stat points. He ended up finally taking Major Lifelink and Major Wardlink because he had the spare spell selections, but he didn't know if he'd ever use them. After those were chosen, he only had Resurrection, Regrowth, and Mana Rejuvenation at lesser quality, as everything else was now at Major, with no other spells he didn't have access to. His accumulated pick was still going strong as he pushed it all the way up to 60, when he received 2 more spell selections and saw brand new spells that he was able to pick from. Major Healing Burst, single cast. Greatly replenishes the health of a single target. Healing amount, 360. Duration, instant. Range, 90 feet. Casting time, 2 seconds. Mana cost, 210. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Major Stacking Buffers, single cast. When cast on an ally, they will begin to accumulate stacks of protective buffers for each instance of damage against an enemy. These buffers will be consumed upon taking damage and can negate all damage types up to a set amount. Number of targets, 1. Range, 20 feet. Duration, 10 minutes. Buffer stack limit, 300. Buffer damage protection, 9. Casting time, 10 seconds. Mana cost, 800. Seeing the description of both spells, there was no reason not to pick them up. First, the Major Healing Burst was the single-target, single-cast spell he'd hoped to have acquired long ago, as he didn't have one that wasn't channeled. It had a cooldown of 10 seconds, which was similar to Major Mass Healing, but it was better for the fact that he didn't have to worry about healing any monsters around him when he cast it. Major Stacking Buffers was unique as far as his protection spells went, because it was the only one that wasn't his channeled fields that he could cast on himself. From what you could tell, every time he, or whoever he cast it on, did damage to an enemy, he would start to accumulate up to 300 stacking buffers, which were consumed to prevent damage upon himself. He could only assume that it was designed for those who could actually do a bit of damage, which was likely why he wasn't excluded from casting it upon himself, and it was an extremely powerful spell. On him, it wasn't as effective because he had his fields to rely upon for damage prevention, but it could come in handy if he had to switch out one of his fields to cast another channeled spell at some point, giving him some extra insurance to make sure he didn't die. With Pick still burning a hole in his figurative pocket, he kept on leveling. Levels 61 and 62 gave him plus 7 mentality each, as well as 5 free stat points, which wasn't anything surprising by this point. What did surprise him was that at level 63 he received another pair of spell selection choices, and there were more spells to choose from. Pick requirements met, 18,400 over 18,400. Increase personal level? Y/N. Note, this can only be completed while not currently in combat and while not in a dungeon. Level up. You are now a level 63 Life Warden.
As part of the leveling process, you have received the following: Mentality +7, 2. Spell selection choices. It was shocking, because he expected there to not be anything, as had been the theme for the last 20 or so levels. But something was different about this level. The new spells he had a chance to choose from reflected that.
Major Health Transformation, single cast. Allows the target of Major Health Transformation to temporarily transform a portion of their current health into a boost to a single stat of their choice to natural limits. Any health transformed in this manner cannot be healed or regenerated until this effect is cancelled. After a transformation is cancelled, a cooldown will be in effect that prevents another such health transformation for a limited time. Health to Stat Boost Ratio, 20:1. Boost Duration, until cancelled or major health transformation expires. Transformation Cancellation, cooldown, 30 seconds. Spell Range, 10 feet. Spell Casting Time, 1 second. Spell Duration, 30 minutes. Mana Cost, 480. Spell Cooldown, none. Major Mana Transformation, single cast. Allows the target of Major Mana Transformation to temporarily transform a portion of their current mana into a boost to a single stat of their choice to natural limits. Any mana transformed in this manner cannot be regenerated until this effect is cancelled. After a transformation is cancelled, a cooldown will be in effect that prevents another such mana transformation for a limited time. Mana to Stat Boost Ratio, 20:1. Boost Duration, until cancelled or Major Mana Transformation expires. Transformation Cancellation, cooldown, 30 seconds. Spell Range, 10 feet. Spell Casting Time, 1 second. Spell Duration, 30 minutes. Mana Cost, 480. Spell Cooldown, none. Both transformation spells were interesting and unique compared to what he already had access to, because they had nothing to do with either healing or protection. From what he understood of them, anyone with the spells cast on them could essentially sacrifice a portion of their current health or mana pool in order to boost a stat, such as physicality or celerity, at a 20:1 ratio. So if he were to transform 200 of his health, he could boost celerity by 10 points. Boosting physicality by 10 would bring his health back up by 100 points, making a net loss of 100 health, but it would make him stronger. He looked at the lesser versions of the spell and saw that they simply had worse conversion rates, which he supposed made sense in how they gradually got better. The same could be done with mana, which was something of which he had a lot to spare. But whether it was health or mana transformed in this way, it couldn't be healed or regenerated. That was bad enough with health, but if he couldn't regenerate mana... Wait a minute. Is my mana actually regenerating? Ever since he arrived on Tarth and began casting spells, Théoden had quickly discovered that he couldn't run out of mana. Although his mana pool got larger, even his earliest tests showed not even a blip in his current mana available when he cast spells. So he didn't think that it was as if he was spending it and then, faster than thought, it was regenerating. It simply wasn't being consumed at all, as if he had an unlimited supply. Would this work to consume some of my unlimited mana and boost myself indefinitely? It was something he couldn't wait to try, as thoughts of having 1,000,000 physicality flowed through his mind, where he could simply punch a monster and have them explode in a spray of blood from his immense strength. Since he wasn't planning on upgrading anything else, he quickly picked both spells and closed the windows in his mind's eye, eager to try it out. But he was interrupted by another message. Congratulations for reaching the pinnacle of your current class. Current class, Life Warden. Achievement received, Class Act 2. Bonus reward, additional classes unlocked. Contender World First achievement, 1 additional class option.
Please see a support class representative to receive your support class evolution assignment.
Until you complete your support class evolution assignment, and then select your new class, your accumulated pick up to your current limit, 103,542 over 540,000, will be held in reserve. You will not be able to increase your level until you receive your new class.
What?
He yelled, nearly throwing himself from the tree in his shock at the notification.
A new class already? And what is this about an evolution assignment?
There was no more information available as to what that would entail, no matter how much he concentrated on the message, so he was left without an answer. The only good thing, he supposed, was that it also told him that he wasn't anywhere near hitting his pick limit, which seemed to be 3 times his previous pick limit back at level 21. In fact, level 63 is 3 times the previous class evolution. I'm guessing that's the theme? If it stays the same, does that mean I'll get the next one at level 189? Thaden wondered if this had all been covered in the training that he missed. If so, then he might have to find another person willing to talk to him about such commonly known information. Regardless of whether they knew this or not, that didn't stop the fact that he had hit his level cap for the moment, at least until he found out what the new evolution assignment thingy was all about. Based on how much additional pick it seemed he'd already accumulated, he thought he had another 5 levels or so that he could tack on to his current level, so it wasn't a huge loss, but it was nevertheless disappointing. The only thing that salved that disappointment was the fact that he would acquire a new class once he finally got to that point, because his current class was a huge step up from his original one. He could only assume that the next one would also be a major change as well. Before he started testing his new spells, Thaden looked at his current stats. Physicality, 36. Celerity, 21. Mentality, 279. Personality, 16. Fortuity, 116, 72. Free stat points. He had 72 free stat points to distribute how he wanted them, but he held off for a moment on putting them anywhere. Normally, he would have simply shoved them all into Fortuity to help with his chances of activating his bonus traits, such as the 5% damage reflection for his fields. But he had to think about what he was doing for a change. Given that he was going to be doing a lot of traveling, raising his celerity would allow him to run faster, and physicality would allow him to run longer, both of which would be highly beneficial. But what if his new spell worked in the way he hoped it would? There was only one way to find out. Casting major mana transformation on himself, he didn't feel any different, but there was a subtle sense of anticipation in his body, as if it was waiting for something to happen. Instinctually knowing that it was waiting for him to transform some of his mana, he mentally commanded 20 of his current mana pool of 2,790 to convert into celerity. As he watched his celerity immediately tick up from 21 to 22, he looked at his mana pool again with excitement. Mana, 2,790 over 2,790. It didn't change. With excitement, he transformed another 200 mana into celerity, giving him another 10 points in the stat, and his heart nervously thudded in his chest as his mana pool didn't even twitch. I'm unstoppable now, he crowed, giggling uncontrollably as he pumped 2,000 more mana into the transformation, converting it into 100 more points of He grunted in consternation as his celerity stopped at 63 without budging. He attempted to pump more mana into the transformation, but nothing worked to raise it up higher. What happened? He whined. His dreams of being the fastest and strongest person in the world dashed as his stat hit an invisible ceiling. Looking over the spell descriptions again for an answer, he groaned when he found it. Boost to a single stat of their choice to natural limits. He wasn't sure if he was supposed to know what it meant by natural limits, but apparently it was something like 3 times his base celerity of 21. He briefly put on some of his items that gave him some extra celerity, which he'd taken off while around other contenders so as not to draw attention to himself, and the result stayed the same at 63. Thaden quickly tried to affect another stat, but he discovered that he could only boost a single stat at a time. With that in mind, he canceled the transformation of mana to celerity, waited the 30-second cooldown required for him to affect another stat, and then started pumping mana into physicality. The sudden addition of 72 physicality to his body made him scream out in pain, as it felt like his muscles were about to explode. He found that he had actually hurt himself for a 20-point loss in his health, but a quick major regeneration fixed him up swiftly. The pain at least went toward proving his theory that he could only boost each of his stats by 3 times its natural base score, at least as far as his new mana transformation spell went. He could add more physicality with items after he'd been boosted, but they didn't affect the actual boosting process. To verify that this was the same for everything, he raised his mentality to over 800, which made him feel lightheaded and extremely sharp-minded at the same time. It was actually uncomfortable even after a few seconds, so he canceled that transformation as quickly as he could. Personality only increased by 32, bringing him to 48, but he couldn't really feel any difference there. Something odd happened when he increased his fortuity by 232 points, bringing it to 348 in total.
He looked at his character report because he was wondering if his chance to reflect 5% damage with his fields would go past 100%, potentially for bonus damage or something. But the chance hadn't been brought up to the 104% that it should have been, or even 100%. On the contrary, it was stuck at 50%. 50.0% chance to double-cast support spells, from Life Warden. 50.0% chance to reflect 5% of prevented damage from defensive spells, from Life Warden. A few minutes of experimentation showed that as he went from 166 to 167 in fortuity, his chances went from 49.8% to 50.0%, instead of increasing to 50.1% like it was supposed to. In other words, he'd found a cap on his fortuity, meaning he wouldn't be getting to a 100% chance for either of the bonus traits from his Life Warden class. The stat was supposedly good for other things, of course, such as getting better loot drops or being in the right place at the right time, to which he attributed him finding that failed chilling necklace in the first place. But it really wouldn't help him in a more concrete way past 167. Thaden played around with a major health transformation spell as well, and found something that wasn't noted on either of the spell's descriptions. The same stat couldn't be boosted by separate spells to pass the natural limit. In other words, even if he had enough health to boost celerity to 63, he couldn't also boost it another 42 points using his mana. He supposed it made sense, even if it didn't explicitly say that in the descriptions. He also found out something that hurt his head a little, thinking about the interactions between the two spells, and which gave him a scare because he nearly died. Using mana to boost his physicality, the Life Warden then used his extra health to boost his celerity. When he canceled his mana transformation boost on his physicality, the loss of health that was spent to boost celerity might have killed him, because it was less than his current health pool. Fortunately, there seemed to be a failsafe that wouldn't allow someone to kill themselves, and he dropped down to 20 health as his celerity boost was reduced to the point where he wasn't using all of his health anymore. All of his experimentation wasn't just for fun, because it also helped him decide where to put his free stat points. Remembering how he had been nearly at a 50% chance to reflect damage in the Magma Dungeon when all of his achievement bonuses kicked in, he didn't need to shove all his points into fortuity. Instead,
Thaden didn't add any to fortuity because at its current 116, which was slightly more than it had been at the time, all of his bonuses would now bring it to 170, more than enough to max out his chances at 50%, which left his other stats, and one in particular, as the beneficiaries of the free stat points. First, because it was always nice to be stronger and have higher health, he stuck 14 of his 72 points into physicality to bring it to 50. If he used his mana transformation spell on it, he could bring it, gradually, next time, to 150, which was insane for any type of healer to have. The rest, totaling 58, he threw into celerity, bringing it to 79. When tripled, it would be at 237, which was likely going to make him quite fast. He wasn't sure how fast, and he was slightly worried about testing it in case he hurt himself, but if it worked out, he would be able to get around much, much faster than he had been.
When he added in the few additional points of celerity from his items, especially his traveler's boots, which added 2 celerity and an additional 15% increase in traveling speed outside of combat, he was nearly at 250 for the stat. When he was done playing around, he looked at a portion of his new character report without any items equipped or bonuses applied, and he was pleased at what he saw. Number 325-99999-E, Life Warden, Level 63, Progressive Internal Combat Knowledge, Pick, 18,700 over 18,700. Adventurer Coalition Rank, Silver, 540 over 540. RP Health, 500 over 500. Mana, 2,790 over 2,790. Physicality, 50. Celerity, 79. Mentality, 279. Personality, 16. Fortuity, 116. Done with all his preparations, Thaden descended from his temporary tree bed and got ready to leave. In the end, it should have been obvious that Thaden was in no way prepared for the sudden increase in his speed of movement, and as soon as he attempted to run with his celerity boosted to its maximum, he ran into a massive tree and took off half of his 500 health in the process. Thankfully, he was easily able to push the ribs that cracked upon impact with the arboreal giant back together and heal himself before trying again. With only a slight boost to his celerity, which brought it to only 100, even that was quite quick, and he found himself dashing through the forest with agile steps, moving at a clip that he estimated to be somewhere around 25 miles per hour if he was a car. He was able to boost it a little more while in the forest without hurting himself, up to the equivalent of about 35 miles per hour, at 125 celerity. But once he passed out of the trees and onto the open plain, he was able to gradually increase the boost until the force was practically flying over the ground like some sort of superpowered anime protagonist.
Hitting his limit at a celerity of 200, at which point his body had difficulty keeping itself together without a higher physicality to maintain it, he still found that it was plenty fast enough for his purposes. That, and he wasn't used to moving that fast, and was having trouble thinking about where to put his feet with each step. He figured that, in time, he would become accustomed to it and perform better, but for the moment it was all he could do to not trip over himself. Just in case, he always made sure to cast Death Ward on himself. With his travel capabilities increased nearly tenfold, things were looking up. He knew which dungeons he needed to visit to find the anchoring dungeon among them. But there was a stop he wanted to make first. Before, it had been a bit of an unnecessary journey because it would take him some time to get there. But with his newfound speed, what would have been a couple of weeks of travel time, he thought that he could cut it down to only a couple of days. It was time to visit another city, and the Adventurer Coalition there so that he could upgrade his badge, visit one of the support class representatives to see about this mysterious support class evolution assignment, and hopefully unlock his new class,
and to speak with the leadership there, to see if they had any hints on where it might benefit him to look for the next anchoring dungeon. He just hoped he didn't end up destroying the place this time. Chapter 25. While he didn't have a physical map on him, Thaden's mentality had allowed him to essentially memorize the maps he had been allowed to study at the Adventurer Coalition in Fordstone. Using his approximate starting location around North Bend, he knew that he needed to head far to the southeast toward the city of Rage Harbor, which was situated along the coast of a turbulent sea. Of course, the maps he memorized weren't filled with all the little details concerning the terrain and the exact nature of the landscape he was running through. It was for that reason that he stopped just outside what appeared to be a massive forest spread out in front of him, which he hadn't known about beforehand. Every other forest he'd traveled through, from when he ran from Ash Cleft to Fordstone, and just recently when he took off from North Bend, had been relatively small, numbering only 1,000 trees or less spread out over a half-mile to a mile of area. A few of them were a little larger, but none of them could match what was in front of him. It spread out from the northeast to the southwest in a relatively straight dividing line between him and his destination, and he tried to recall exactly how large it was, because he'd rather go around than through it. For one, he could run faster over flat, open terrain than through a bunch of trees. Second, trying to orient himself without being able to easily see the sun, which could be iffy inside a forest like he was seeing, with giant 150-foot-tall trees with enough foliage up top to darken the ground below, could end up with him getting lost or running in circles. He wasn't the best with directions as it was, and he'd been using the sun to navigate his way to the southeast as well as he could over the last day of running. Digging through his memories again, he recalled briefly looking at a map with a little more detail of the terrain where he thought he was in the region, though he hadn't studied it too greatly. There weren't any dungeons nearby that he had been interested in at the time, so he had passed over it with just a few glances. If he remembered correctly, this forest was a long strip of trees that stretched to the northeast and southwest for over 100 miles, but it was much narrower than that. He couldn't remember the exact width, but it was only a fraction of that length. With his legs already tired from all the running he was doing, and a short mental calculation based on his top speed along open ground and in the forest, he decided that he would probably save at least a few hours by just passing through the trees instead of going around. What made his decision even easier was the fact that he was following a well-used pathway that led straight into the forest. It wasn't a road, such as one that would indicate that it was used by wagons or other types of merchant-type caravans, but more of a route that many people traveled through to get to something inside. Given that he had just passed a town about 5 miles back, and that this pathway seemed to originate from it, he searched through his map knowledge and determined that the town was likely Galacton, and the pathway he was following led to a dungeon called simply the Den. The only things that he recalled from it were the facts that it had a recommended level of 15 to 20 for its minimal difficulty, and that it hadn't been cleared by that time, so any other information about what was inside was unknown. He hadn't seen anyone traveling down the pathway as he left the vicinity of Galacton, but it was more than possible that he might meet a party or two of contenders inside the forest if he kept to the path. Even with the increase of the monster's minimum level due to Development Phase 2, it had only been about 2 days since the announcement, and this dungeon was sure to be a prime leveling spot for most contenders. His first instinct was to venture off the pathway and make it through the forest to the other side, so as to avoid people. But he had an almost insatiable desire to test out his new spells, and to attempt another dungeon. He might not have a quest specifically for it, and he'd been avoiding smaller towns over the last few hours because flashing around his badge at the Adventurer Coalition in such a tighter-knit community would only raise some red flags. So obtaining one just for this specific dungeon wasn't worth the risk. But that didn't mean he wouldn't get anything out of it. On minimal difficulty, of course, it wouldn't be worth it, because he wouldn't get much out of it. But a harder difficulty, with higher-level monsters, would at least allow him to add to his reserve of pick and increase his competencies simultaneously. More than that, he would find out if he was going to have more problems with completing dungeons by himself in the future, like he had with the Magma dungeon. In addition, he wanted to test himself against a boss that was a bit higher level than him, and see how he fared against its level compression, the phenomenon he experienced back in the mausoleum against Nehetmo because of their vast level difference. It had been extremely oppressive, and he had barely managed to fight through the pressure it exerted upon him. In other words, it was a win-win for him no matter how he looked at it. He wasn't planning on attempting it more than once, after all, and while it would delay his travel a little bit, he thought it would be worth it.
If he was able to complete it, or get to a point where he couldn't progress any further, in a few hours, then the timing would be about the equivalent of going around the entire forest. Whatever justification he needed, he'd made his decision. Canceling his current celerity boost, and then replacing it with a much smaller one after the cooldown expired, Théoden made his way into the forest along the pathway. Almost immediately, he noticed something off to his left about 50 feet away, and he spotted the name above the large four-legged figure that gave him his first indication of what this dungeon might be about. Mauler Bear, minimal level 16. The brown-haired bear was at least 8 feet long and 5 feet tall at its shoulder, and it had massive paws tipped with vicious-looking 6-inch-long claws that seemed capable of mauling a fully grown adult person within seconds. Given that it was nearly 50 levels weaker than Théoden, it simply glanced at the Life Warden and then walked away. But it was interesting to note that it didn't seem to roam in packs like many other monsters he saw throughout his journey. As he jogged down the pathway, keeping to a reasonable speed so that he didn't run into a tree or even a group of contenders coming back the other way, he saw another few dozen of the Mauler bears in the distance, and the further he traveled, the higher their level became. Just as he saw one that was at level 19 far to his right, he heard and felt a deep roar coming from up ahead in the direction he was traveling, followed by the high-pitched scream of a woman. Uh-oh. Get involved or mind my own business? As another scream reached him, he instinctively sped up along the pathway, the decision taken from him by his traitorous feet. It only took about 20 seconds for him to reach a clearing in the forest, and he felt refreshed stepping out into the sunlight after being in the darkened environment beneath the leaves of the massive trees. He quickly stopped at the edge of the clearing as he took in everything going on in front of him. First, the clearing wasn't so much a break in the trees as it was a cleared area around what appeared to be a large dirt and stone hill that emerged from the ground like a cresting whale. On one side of the hill was an opening that led into darkness, and he recognized the shimmery distortion across the entrance that indicated that it was likely the dungeon named the Den. He didn't think that the hill was large enough to house the entire dungeon, as it was only the size of a large house, but a gradual decline of the ground just past the visible portion of the entrance hinted that most of the dungeon was likely under his feet. Théoden took all of that in within the first second of his observation, before it was pulled away to the fight going on in front of the dungeon's entrance. 4 contenders, all at level 18, were facing off against a level 19 Mauler bear that was absolutely tearing into their fighter, tearing strips out of her. Wait, that's not a her. That's a man. The high-pitched scream that came out of the fighter as his knee was practically torn apart by a powerful swipe of the bear's claws would have been humorous at any other time he heard it. But when it was accompanied by the violent and bloody attack of the bear, he was able to resist the urge to giggle. That was because the fighter, Armus by his name tag, was a 6.5-foot-tall behemoth of a man, with a bald head that was spattered with blood, making him look like some sort of medieval Viking as he wore leather and chainmail armor and wielded twin axes in his hands. The incongruity of his voice and his appearance was so profound
that it took Thaden a few seconds to comprehend the rest of the events going on. Armus wasn't fighting alone, and he also hadn't been just fighting the single level 19 Mauler bear, because Thaden could see the corpses of two others nearby.
He wasn't able to determine if they had all attacked the party simultaneously or one right after another, but it was obvious that the entire party of contenders was exhausted, which was what was leading to mistakes that allowed the fighter to be hurt. An arrow released by what appeared to be the scout-class archer of the party missed its intended target, as it impaled itself into the bear's upper back, not near anything vital. The shaking in the man's arms as he lifted his bow again after knocking another arrow from his quiver indicated how tired and out of energy the scout was, which was reflected in the faces of the other two party members. The mage class member was wearing a light blue robe, which Thaden thought was fitting considering the shard of ice that materialized in front of his hands and then shot out to embed itself into the side of the bear. And just like the archer's arrow, it missed anything vital. The other member, which he assumed was a control class, wore garb that was relatively normal-looking, if a bit fancy for traveling through a forest, and he was singing. The song was apparently in a language Thaden didn't know, though it seemed infused with power to his ears. But the man's voice was cracking every few words. Still, it was enough to do something, which was when Thaden saw the dirt underneath the bear's front paws suddenly seem to liquefy and flow over the appendages, solidifying within a second to keep them trapped. The effect only lasted a few seconds before the monster's strength managed to free one of its paws. But that was enough for the fighter to push through the pain in his knee and fling himself at the bear, bringing his axes down on its head. The blows weren't enough to kill it immediately, but as the monster broke free, it reared its freed paw back to swipe at the fighter, only to find that it was blind in one eye from the axe blows. It couldn't see Armus move to its blind spot and throw himself under its head before chopping into its unprotected neck with a very unmanly, high-pitched yell of exertion. As the blood gushed out from its opened neck, the fighter was barely able to roll out of the way before he was squished by the rapidly dying bear, who couldn't stay upright anymore from the loss of blood. "Would you like a heal?" Thaden loudly asked, breaking the silence as the bear collapsed into stillness and the others simply stood, or in the case of the fighter, stayed on his back, there breathing heavily. At his question, all four of them whipped their heads around toward him, their weapons raised as if to ward off an attack. When they saw Thaden, now wearing his bloodletter's robe and having changed his name back to Christopher with a level of 20 because he was far enough away from Forgestone that he figured he would be fine risking it, they immediately put their arms down, seeing that he was alone. "Yes, please," the fighter said almost immediately, his normal, as in not screaming voice, actually quite deep. "Waiting for my health to regenerate with these wounds is literally a pain." Armus groaned as he sat up, and the life warden could see that he'd been cut deeply across his chest, practically shredding his armor. Switching out one of his access slots for his major healing spell, as that was the most common spell that all healing support classes likely had access to, he channeled healing energy into the sitting fighter, and his health shot up to full within seconds. While he couldn't tell exactly how much health Armus had, his dimmed name tag had been enough evidence that he'd been hurt pretty badly, but now it shone brightly, just like the others. He wasn't surprised to see that the back line of contenders weren't hurt, just exhausted, because it seemed like the fighter normally had a good handle on keeping attention away from them and could handle himself fairly well even without a shield to block attacks. "That's a lot faster than I expected," Armus remarked, immediately getting to his feet once he was fully healed. Thaden could still see some exhaustion in his stance, but it was less pronounced than it was. "And what is this glow around me?" The life warden had forgotten that most of the contenders probably hadn't seen his afterglow effect trigger after healing someone, or perhaps didn't even know about it.
It's just an extra healing over time effect that occurs after one of my healing spells. It won't hurt you." "Nice," Armus said with a grin, before frowning at his party members. "See, this is why I said we should get a support member for our party. Can you imagine how quickly we could tear through the den if there was someone who could heal me?" The ice-chucking mage spoke a bit condescendingly, which didn't seem like it was directed especially toward the fighter. Théoden could tell that it was his natural disposition, and immediately didn't like the man. Or it might have been the douchey mustache he seemed to be proud of sporting on his face. But the Life Warden preferred to think his own judgment of character was based on personality, not looks. "We've already discussed this, Arm. We'd lose out on pick and loot if we had a fifth member. Besides, you rarely ever get hit, so it isn't needed. This was just us getting unlucky when we emerged from the dungeon and aggroed 3 of these bastards when we were already low on mana." "Exactly," the singer quickly agreed, with a clearing of his throat. "And even if we wanted one, there aren't any available support classes within 50 miles of Galecton."
Unfortunately, Armas turned toward Théoden, and he immediately knew what was coming. "Speaking of that, I haven't seen you around here before. Where's your party? Or are you in between parties right now and want to join us?" The Life Warden held his hands up. No. I'm actually meeting my party here. Thank you for the invite, though." He might have partied with Armas, but the other 3 gave him a bad vibe for some reason. Well, it was worth a shot," the fighter remarked. "Come on, let's get moving. I want to get back before dark." Théoden breathed a sigh of relief as the party left the clearing, after extracting their loot from the 3 bear corpses. Even in that short time, all 4 of them appeared a little less tired than they had been, and he figured they would be fine getting back to town now that they didn't have to wait for their main frontline member to heal up. When he was sure that the party was long gone, Théoden stretched and limbered himself up dramatically, psyching himself up for the dungeon. His last visit to a dungeon hadn't gone so well, but he was determined not to let that affect his next experience. When he felt like he'd delayed long enough, he walked up to the den's entrance and walked through the shimmery distortion. The Den Dungeon. Please select dungeon difficulty: minimal, medial, maximal. Dungeon Slayer. World First Achievement Override. Please select dungeon difficulty: minimal, medial, maximal. Given that the minimal recommended level was between 15 and 20, he didn't think medial would do what he wanted. From what he could determine, the level ranges increased by about 10 to 20 from the minimum level for each step up in difficulty, so he estimated that the monsters in medial's difficulty would be in a range around levels 25 to 45, the highest being the boss. For maximal, he estimated that it would be around levels 45 to 75, as this dungeon had a slightly higher minimal level range than the mausoleum, with the bosses in the medial and maximal difficulties being at 40 and 70 respectively. At level 63, he might not get pick for everything he killed inside, but he thought it would still be a decent test of his new spells. You have entered the Den Dungeon, maximal difficulty. The Den Dungeon. Current difficulty: minimal, medial, maximal. Recommended party size: 5. Recommended party levels: 60 to 70. I guess my calculations were wrong. Maybe this will be a better test than I thought. With a deep breath that smelled of dirt and a musty smell that reminded him of a wet dog, Théoden took his first step down the ramp into the unknown dungeon, his fields already around him to protect him from whatever he might find down there. Chapter 26. Walking down the dirt tunnel entranceway, Théoden was expecting some more magical torches along the walls similar to the Vogmite Tunnel's dungeon, but that didn't seem to be the case in the den. Instead, lights seemed to shine in from random holes in the ceiling, creating spotlights of illumination that seemed to make the shadows in between darker somehow. Thankfully, His continuous use of his glowing protective fields was enough to shed some light on these areas, especially once he was close enough, so there wasn't too much that was hidden from his sight. The tunnel eventually opened into an ovoid-shaped cave that had natural protrusions along the ceiling and walls, indicating that it wasn't carved from the rock or otherwise man-made. The uneven floor was only made slightly more level because it was filled with dry dirt. In that dirt could be seen many, many different prints of multiple sizes, as if thousands of beasts had passed along there. They crossed over each other so much that he wouldn't be able to tell what kind of animal produced them, even if he was skilled enough to tell the difference. The only thing he could tell was that, at least with some of them, whatever had made them had extremely large paws. Looking around the cave, there were two things that he immediately noted. The first, which he assumed was some sort of environmental decoration, were piles of bones scattered around, either pushed up against the walls or standing freely. Most of the bones were from smaller mammals, but he definitely thought he recognized a few fractured human skulls here and there. The second thing he noticed were large, dark recesses along the walls that no light seemed to penetrate. And since he didn't see any monsters visible, he could only assume that these obscured holes were where they were hiding.
Before he passed over the threshold from the tunnel to the actual cave, Thaden rechecked his access slots to ensure that he was fully prepared for this. While he traveled, the Life Warden had spent some time considering all of his available spells, which now numbered 33, and had adjusted his normal repertoire to accommodate some of his newer ones. Available spells. You currently have 0/9 access slots available. Major Repulsion Field, channeled, 1 access slot. Major Absorption Field, channeled, 1 access slot. Major Cure Physical Affliction, single cast, 1 access slot. Major Cure Mental Affliction, single cast, 1 access slot. Major Regeneration, single cast, 1 access slot. Major Healing Burst, single cast, 1 access slot. Major Stacking Buffers, single cast, 1 access slot. Major Wild Health Leech, single cast, 1 access slot. Major Mana Transformation, single cast, 1 access slot. The biggest change was switching out Major Death Ward for Major Stacking Buffers, even though it was a slight risk. The main reason for the change was because the Death Ward spell required 2 access slots, as opposed to the buffers at 1, and he needed the extra slots for his new spells. The other change to what he normally used was adding to his healing repertoire Major Regeneration with Major Healing Burst, as the instantaneous healing was something that he'd been lacking for a while, and while the cooldown was annoying even at only 5 seconds thanks to his ready-to-go advancement, it would pair really well with Major Wild Health Leech. He had to get rid of Major Health Reduction for the moment, because he didn't want to be without his cure spells, especially when he didn't know what he might face. Lastly, he also had Major Mana Transformation up, as he wanted to be able to change it if it was necessary. Right now, since he wasn't running across the region, he boosted his physicality to 150, giving him 1,500 health and a buttload of strength and damage resistance. Though how that stacked up against monsters that were likely level 60 plus, he wasn't quite sure. He was fairly certain he could probably kill one of the Vogmites from the dungeon he started in with a single punch with those kinds of stats, but how that translated to something much stronger, he didn't necessarily want to find out. Of course, he could always change some of these spells if it were needed, but he thought that this setup should be able to handle just about anything he came across. Before he did anything else, he cast Major Stacking Buffers on himself, and he felt the spell take hold. It was strange how it worked, because he could feel the protection of the spell take hold under his fields, like a final layer of defense, similar to how Death Ward worked.
It was good to know that it was likely to function even if his fields failed him for some reason. With all his preparations out of the way, he stepped inside the room, and he immediately heard a low-pitched growling coming from the recesses in the walls. Expecting to be attacked by bears, as that was what he had seen outside the dungeon, he was curious when they weren't bears that emerged from the darkness, but a half-dozen sets of glowing eyes that blinked when they stared at him, before disappearing completely. The next moment he was surrounded by 6 giant raccoon-looking monsters with all black fur, each of which were taller than him even on all fours. He blinked in surprise as they swiped at him with long, sharp claws that seemed to exude shadowy bubbles like some sort of cartoonish disease. Each of the claw attacks were repulsed by his major repulsion field, of course, but the dark bubbles floated through as if there was no barrier at all.
When they touched him, his vision went dark and then disappeared altogether. In other words, he was blind. Before he lost sight of the raccoons, he managed to catch the name of the monsters trying to kill him. Shadowcoon. Maximal level 60. The Shadowcoons kept beating on him with no effect, but they were also being hurt by his 50% chance of reflecting 5% of the damage they inflicted by his field. He only knew this because there was a small icon at the far right corner of his blinded vision that looked like a shield with a number on it, and that number was rapidly increasing even as he watched. It jumped from 10 to over 100 within a few seconds, and it looked to keep increasing as more and more damage was applied to the monsters attacking him. But Thaden couldn't see anything. A few casts of Major Cure Physical Affliction was all it took to get rid of the blindness affecting him, though he found that he had to cast it again every other second as the blinding effect accumulated upon him. But if he kept at it, he was able to see again. With his vision now basically restored, he used his Major Wild Health Leech spell for the first time on the Shadowcoon in front of him. It glowed very subtly, indicating that it was affected by the leech spell. And then he cast a Major Regeneration upon it. The green glow it took on was also relatively dim, at least compared to how it normally looked, but it was also enhanced by the golden illumination of Afterglow. When Regeneration and Afterglow ticked and healed the Shadowcoon, he saw the slightly dimmer appearance of its name, indicating that it had taken a little bit of reflected damage so far, brightened considerably, healing it back to full health. At the same time, he sensed the leeching taking effect as it attempted to steal health from himself, and it was prevented by a single stacking buffer. Nice.
I wasn't sure if that would count as damage or not. I was afraid it would simply be a loss of health that I'd have to end up healing. It was an even better spell than he thought. Thaden cast Major Healing Burst on the Shadowcoon affected by the leech spell next, and this time it randomly leached health from a different monster, which he indirectly sensed just like before. Smiling at how well it was working, the Life Warden got to work. In between casts of Major Cure Physical Affliction to cure the constant darkness effect, he cast Major Healing Burst whenever it was off cooldown, and made sure to refresh Regeneration and Wild Health Leech whenever they started to run out. After 2 minutes, nearly all of the Shadowcoons, other than the one he was healing, were a little past half health, and he decided to try something risky. With his stacking buffers maxed out at 300, he thought it was worth trying something that could speed it up even faster. Canceling his Major Absorption field, as it didn't seem like any actual magical effects were trying to damage him, he breathed a sigh of relief when he didn't start taking any damage that his buffers were nullifying. He then switched out Major Mana Transformation for the moment and inserted Major Support Sprite in its place. Major Support Sprite, single cast, summons a small, invulnerable support sprite that hovers around a living target. For each single target support spell cast upon the recipient of the support sprite, the effectiveness of that spell is increased by 75%. Range, 90 feet. Duration, 10 minutes. Casting time, 5 seconds. Mana cost, 400.
Thaden had never had the need or even the chance to use it before, but now there was a reason to do so. Since the support sprite didn't need to be cast upon an ally, he was able to target the same Shadow Kun he'd been healing, and suddenly it had an additional 75% increase in the healing done to it.
Switching the support sprite out for Major Healing, the channeled spell, he then started healing the monster when a connection appeared between his hand and the Shadow Kun. Major Healing, channeled, creates a connection between the caster and a target that continuously channels healing energy. Healing rate, 15 health per second. Number of targets, 1. Range, 50 feet. Casting time, 2 seconds. Mana cost, 15 per second. Needless to say, the amount of healing he was doing to the monster jumped dramatically, as he was now healing through the Major Healing channeled spell. Regeneration and Afterglow were periodically healing, with Afterglow doing quite a bit since it was healing 1% of the Shadow Kun's max health every 5 seconds. And whenever the cooldown for Major Healing burst was up, he was hitting it with even more. There was so much extra healing with the support sprite, and subsequently the leech effect, that his own stacking buffers were taking large hits to their numbers every once in a while, as a large amount of health was leached from him, but it quickly replenished as he did more damage. The number of buffers yo-yoed up and down, but never really dipped below 200, so there wasn't too much risk that he'd actually be hurt by what he was doing, at least until the first of the attacking monsters started to drop, making it much more likely that he would be targeted by the leeching effect. By the time there was only one left beside the one he was healing, he stopped any additional healing spells and let the ones already active expire. His buffers got low at one point, as he was taking more leeching damage than adding to the stack of buffers, but he never got to the point where he was actually being hurt. In a short 4 minutes, every Shadow Kun but the one he was healing was dead, and the heal over time effects on the monster were wearing off.
Toward the end of the regeneration and afterglow effect, his buffers were actually all used up, and he ended up taking a little over 200 damage, which he was able to heal immediately with Major Healing Burst. He took note to be more cognizant of the lingering healing in the future once monsters started dying. It might end up taking a little longer to kill everything, but it would be much safer. By the time all the healing was done with, he was left with a fully healed Shadow Kun that continued to attack and blind him, though it took nearly 5 seconds before he became blinded by the little shadow bubbles on its claws. At this point, he had 2 choices. First, he could wait until the monster killed itself with the reflected damage from his fields. Based on how strong it was and what kind of damage he was already seeing, he thought that it would take at least 15 or 20 minutes for it to die, even if he switched out a spell to reduce its maximum health. Or, what he ultimately decided to do was to take the Shadow Kun with him. Now, he wasn't going to do anything too dangerous, such as running through the entire dungeon like he did the first time he ran through the magma dungeon. But he also didn't want to spend hours upon hours fighting his way through. As such, he figured that it might be worth it to progress to the next cave and potentially drag all of those monsters with him to the third, where he would begin the healing and leeching process again. Besides, with more targets around him to be randomly affected by the leeching process, the less that Thaden would be hit by it. But he wasn't just going to bring the Shadow Kun with him. No, he was going to double down and allow it to do even more damage as it leached from other monsters. How? Well, with Major Health Augmentation, of course. Major Health Augmentation, single cast, increases a target's maximum health. Number of targets, 1. Range, 50 feet. Duration, 30 minutes. Magnitude, 15% of maximum. Health. Casting time, 10 seconds. Mana cost, 180. It wasn't something that he'd ever contemplated before, increasing a monster's health, but when he paired it with Afterglow, the difference could be significant. Already, with the stronger healing advancement, he could increase its health by 22.5%.
when it was surrounded by a support sprite, which he tested on himself to get an accurate number, he would be able to increase it by an additional 75% of its base health augmentation, which equaled another 11.25%. In other words, if the monster had 1,000 maximum health to start with, he could increase it by 337.5, or 338 rounded up, totaling 1,338. With Afterglow's 1% of maximum health as its healing effect, it would go from 10 health healed every 5 seconds to 13. That might not sound like a lot, but when the Shadow Coon likely had 10,000 health or more, those numbers changed a lot more dramatically. In fact, the major support sprite had proven so successful that he took another look at its counterpart, Major Defensive Sprite. Major Defensive Sprite, single cast, summons a small, invulnerable defensive sprite that hovers around a living target. For each single target defensive spell cast upon the recipient of the defensive sprite, the duration of that spell doubles. Any charges are increased by 2, and any damage mitigation is increased by 50%. Range 90 feet. Duration 10 minutes. Casting time 5 seconds. Mana cost 400. It had never really been a factor in his defense before, but now that he was using stacking buffers for extra protection, having a doubled spell duration and an increase of stacks from 300 to 302 still wasn't excellent, but the 50% damage mitigation increase certainly was.
Each buffer would now protect against 14 damage instead of 9, which boosted their efficiency significantly, as it would mean he would be able to be hit by a random leeching and not have it affect him as much. It was a lot to juggle, especially considering that he still had to keep himself from becoming blind every other second, but if he managed to keep everything straight, he could make a ton more progress in a shorter time frame. Before he went anywhere, though, he extracted the loot from corpses of the 5 Shadow Coons that had died. Extraction complete. Loot obtained: 60 silver, 25 copper coins, reduced reward for level discrepancy. 5 shadow-touched fur, uncommon, reduced reward for level discrepancy. 10 Shadow Coon claws, common, reduced reward for level discrepancy. After that was done, he turned to the Shadow Coon still clawing ineffectually away at him and waved for it to follow him. "Come on, little guy. Let's go see what else this place has got." With the giant raccoon following him, Théoden proceeded down the tunnel, which he checked to make sure was large enough for the Shadow Coon to fit through, while ensuring that both his fields were both active. He was still venturing into the unknown, after all, but he was feeling better and better about his abilities with every step he took.
Chapter 27. As Théoden made his way deeper into the den, he encountered more than just Shadow Coons, though the theme of the dungeon quickly made itself clear. Ebon Vixen, maximal level 62. Molermerk, maximal level 65. Bringing his portable healing target along, the Life Warden faced greater numbers of Shadow Coons at first, but then began to see what were essentially large black foxes that were only half the size of the raccoons, but were much faster and could teleport through shadows as part of their normal movements. While the Shadow Coons could do that as well, he only saw it happen when they first attacked. Otherwise, they simply stood there and swiped at him incessantly. The Vixens also didn't have any sort of blinding effect to their attacks, but their tails acted like solid, shadowy extensions of their bodies that allowed them to attack from up to 10 feet away. Unfortunately for them, his major wild health leech could reach up to 20 feet away, so they were unable to prevent being randomly targeted by the leeching effect. Eventually, the Shadow Coons were no longer seen, only to be replaced by the Molermerks. These particular underground monsters didn't come out of recesses in the walls, but instead burrowed up from below in a shadowy maelstrom of dirt and stone that was magical in nature, which necessitated his use of his major absorption field once again, cutting down on the healing and therefore damage he could inflict.
Still, they proved not to be much of a challenge and didn't inflict any afflictions, so he didn't have to worry about curing his blindness over and over again. The only annoying thing about them was that they would burrow away after they hit 50% health, as if retreating to regroup for the next attack, but then would come back a few minutes later and attack at double their previous speed.
It was the weight that was annoying, not the extra attack speed, because that actually helped to kill them even faster from the reflected damage off his fields. Up to that point, nothing had really threatened him, as even the burrowing from underneath simply made his footing unstable. He fell a few times, but he was never sucked under the ground like he was worried about after seeing the mole mercs the first time. Even the traps that he encountered and inadvertently or deliberately triggered did nothing but blind him and attempt to damage him with spears of darkness. Or, in one case, he fell into a 15-foot-deep hole in the ground, landing on sharp spikes made of shadows. Thanks to his high physicality, he was literally able to jump out of the hole and grab the edge, pulling himself up without any harm. It was only when he reached what he felt was the last portion of the den that he had a slight bit of trouble with the newest monster he encountered. Deerkin Gloomwielder, maximal level 68. The Deerkin Gloomwielder, when he first saw it, made him chuckle at its appearance, because it looked just like a cute deer with dense black hair instead of a gentle brown color, except that it was standing on two legs. It was also wearing what looked to be a black turban wrapped around its antlers, and a ragged, hole-filled black tunic covered its torso. What made encountering the Deerkin a bit more trouble was that it was a magic-wielding caster, meaning that it stayed as far away from Théoden as was possible in the large caves in which they appeared. That meant that his leeching was unable to reach them, as the spell only affected monsters within 20 feet of himself, so he had to rely on his absorption field to reflect their damage. The secondary problem he had with them was the fact that as soon as he caught a glimpse of them, they shrouded the entire cave in darkness, with a spell that his own spell's glows barely penetrated. As he made his way further into the dungeon, the illumination from the holes in the ceiling grew more sparse, until only a few areas had light with which to see, but the Deerkin eliminated even that much. Now that would have been bad enough, not being able to see, but the darkness apparently did two things for the magical, upright deer monsters. First, the darkness apparently boosted their damage output, as if being bathed in the gloomy atmosphere enhanced the solidified bolts of shadows that were sent at him with the intent to tear him apart. This was actually a good thing, as it increased the amount of damage being reflected back toward the strange casters. In addition, the extra damage barely counteracted the darkness's other effect on the Deerkin, which was to heal them. It was a gradual health increase, as if being fully submerged in the lack of illumination was enough to soothe their wounds. Thankfully, it wasn't enough to outpace their own damage output, though it did make their eventual deaths take at least 10 times longer than any of the others. He estimated that it would take about an hour for them to finally receive enough reflected damage to push past their gradual healing, but he didn't wait around to find out, because he took the first batch with him into the next cave, where they were joined by even more. That was the hardest part, out of everything that he had to face, finding the exit. When everything was covered in darkness, he stumbled over the uneven floor of the caves, and it was only when he was a foot or so away from the walls that he was able to follow them around to where he thought the exit could be found, triggering shadow and darkness-based traps along the way that simply delayed him further without actually harming him. As he passed through multiple caves, the Deerkin were joined by some of the previous monsters he'd fought, all with higher levels than before. Soon enough, at least an hour later, he was constantly being blinded by shadow coons that he was barely able to see before they were swallowed up by the ever-present darkness. His feet stumbled as they were tripped up by merkmole attacks, and he was constantly stabbed at by black fox tails that he only barely saw as they struck him, only to be stopped by his fields.
He lost track of his original Shadow Coon that he had buffed with increased health, so he was forced to grab onto the paw of a different one as it attacked him, barely avoiding its claws, and his strength was just barely enough to pull it forward as it became unbalanced. Gripping its fur along the neck, he swung himself up to its back, where he began to ride it like a very grumpy and insane horse. Even as it literally turned its head all the way around in an attempt to bite him like some sort of demon-possessed victim, he was already casting spells on it one after another. A support sprite, health augmentation, and wild health leech all landed upon it one after another, followed by a plethora of healing spells that started to leech health from the monsters around him. The Shadow Coon tried to buck him off, even rolling on the floor to scrape him off. But his physicality was high enough to hold on. Any damage that would have been done to him by being literally rolled over by something that outweighed him by at least 1,000 pounds was negated by his repulsion field. Unfortunately, he had to maintain his raccoon-back position because as soon as he let go, he would likely lose sight of his healing target. He wasn't sure how long he stayed on its back, as his entire focus was in maintaining the spells on himself for protection, the spells on the Shadow Coon, and the healing that was doling out more and more leeching health damage to the monsters around him.
In complete darkness, unable to see more than a foot or two around himself, his world consisted of smelly black raccoon fur and the oily feeling that surrounded his fingers as he held onto the monster with a death grip. It wasn't until he felt pain that his focus snapped, and he realized that he'd been taking an inordinate amount of leeching health damage over the last few seconds. He immediately stopped any healing he was doing to the Shadow Coon under him, and instead worked on maintaining his own health as it continued to take hits every few seconds. Once all of the health leeching stopped, he threw himself off his impromptu mount and collapsed to the dirt below, his legs and hands strained from holding on to the monster for an unknown amount of time. He sat there for a few minutes, recovering from the exertion, before he realized that the only sounds he could hear were the growls of the only remaining Shadow Coon in the cave. He cast Major Cure Physical Affliction a few times in rapid succession, something he hadn't bothered with too much while riding on the back of the monster, as he couldn't see much anyway, and he saw light for the first time in what felt like days. As he stood up and looked around the cave, which only had a single spotlight of illumination shining in from the center of it, he saw the shadowy forms of monster corpses piled up around him, while further away were dozens of bodies of the deerkin that had been attacking him from afar. He wasn't sure how many he saw, as it was still dark where the only light shining into the room couldn't reach, but he estimated that there were at least 150 corpses, perhaps more. My impatience is going to be the death of me one day. Still, he couldn't help but be satisfied with what happened, even if he hadn't planned on accumulating so many monsters all at once again, like he did in the magma dungeon. Something about being plunged into complete darkness and having to wait for an hour or more for the deerkin to die made him extremely impatient, as he realized that if he didn't do something drastic, he could be inside the dungeon for many hours, if not days, while he waited for them to kill themselves, room by room. While Thaden began to extract the loot from the bodies as he consistently cured his blindness, the remaining Shadow Coon started to whittle away its own health. Because it still had a health augmentation on it, it took longer than usual for it to die from reflected damage, but it was still only about 12 minutes of time, which gave him more than enough opportunity to finish extracting all of the loot from the bodies. Along with every monster he had killed before he decided to forge ahead and gather them all up again, he whistled in appreciation as he took in his haul. Extractions complete. Loot obtained: 138 gold, 13 silver, 52 copper coins, 9 lesser shadow resistance rings, uncommon, 2 leather jerkin of dusk, uncommon, 2 leather pants of dusk, uncommon, 2 leather gloves of dusk, uncommon, 1 leather boots of dusk, uncommon, 1 leather hood of dusk, uncommon, 1 Shadow Silk Cape of Dusk, rare. 1 Gloom Dirk, rare. 1 Staff of Night, rare. 1 Harp of Twilight Dreams, epic. 1 Stiletto of Dark Agony, epic. 1 Muffled Boots of Stifled Silence, epic. 1 Shadow Silk Robe of Darkness's Embrace, epic. 147 Shadow-Touched Furs, uncommon. 72 Eyes of the Unseen, uncommon. 35 Shadow Silk Remnants, uncommon. 168 Shadow Coon Claws, common. 105 Ebon Vixen Tails, common. 96 Molamurk Teeth, common. 60 Deerkin Antlers, common. The first thing he noticed was that he had gained a lot more loot from this dungeon than he did from the Magma dungeon, at least with just a single run through it. He wasn't sure if the higher rarity loot was due to his higher fortuity or the fact that this was a maximal difficulty dungeon. Regardless of the reason, it didn't really matter in the end. Ignoring all the crafting components, he obtained a total of 9 lesser shadow resistance rings, which were similar to the heat resistance rings he obtained in the Magma dungeon, but instead of only 15% resistance, they were 20%, and they required someone to be level 50 instead of 40. He also received what appeared to be a full set of leather armor that was only usable by scout classes, including a shadow silk cap, a gloom dirk, a stiletto of dark agony, and muffled boots of stifled silence, the latter two of which were epic rarity. There was also a Staff of Night, which only mages and control classes could wield, as well as, strangely, a Harp of Twilight Dreams that was only for control classes and heavily boosted their personality stat and the effectiveness of any sleep-type control spells by 75%. He hadn't really looked into what exactly control classes could do, but he could only assume this type of boost was good. The one thing he could actually use, other than the lesser shadow resistance ring, was the Shadow Silk Robe of Darkness's Embrace, which was, amazingly, only for support classes. Shadow Silk Robe of Darkness's Embrace rarity, epic. Class restrictions, support. Level restriction, 60. Physical damage resistance, 5. Magical damage resistance, 10. Plus 70. Mentality plus 9. Celerity plus. 100% increase in effectiveness of all support spells if target is in a low-light environment, plus 10% shadow resistance overall. It was a much better robe than the Dark Abyss Robe of the Dead he received in the Mausoleum of Despair, as it gave 55 more mentality and 7 more celerity, while taking away the 2 in physicality. The main benefit, though, was that it didn't have a personality penalty. Even though it was all black and practically screamed dark, evil wizard, it didn't have the same kind of negative connotation associated with one that was made for people of a necromantic persuasion. It was also extremely comfortable, as it felt like wearing a soft hug. Thinking about the 3 dungeons he'd spent any considerable time in and their loot, he started to form a picture of how their loot breakdown seemed to work. The mausoleum seemed to have items that were primarily geared toward mages and scouts, such as necromancers and assassins. The Magma dungeon appeared to be focused on fighters and perhaps some mages, while the den was again focused on scouts. That didn't mean that items usable by other classes didn't drop, but that wasn't as common. For instance, out of everything that dropped in the last 2 dungeons, he was only able to use 2 things that weren't resistance rings usable by all classes: the Wolfen Magma Cap, and now the Shadow Silk Robe of Darkness's Embrace. What he needed to find was a dungeon that catered towards support classes, though that might be difficult going by just the name. He hadn't been looking into the types of loot that could be gained from any of the dungeons while he had been studying the maps and dungeon listings back in Forgestone. But the next opportunity he got to do such a thing, he would certainly devote some time to it.
There had to be a dungeon out there somewhere that would be good for him to visit for more class-appropriate gear. Now that he was done with his looting, it was time to move on. The tunnel leading from the current cave was larger than the others he'd seen, by at least twice the size, which he figured could only mean he was getting close to the end of the dungeon, or was there already. With his protection prepared and his spells ready to go for whatever awaited him, he walked through the tunnel as an oppressive feeling immediately enveloped him.
This should be interesting. Chapter 28. Expecting to see something similar to the Mausoleum of Despair, which was a massive arena where he was confronted by multiple mini-bosses and capped off by the extremely powerful Monarch of the Dead boss, Thaden was in for a completely different experience when he started walking through the tunnel to the boss cave. The first thing that happened was that there was an abrupt turn to the tunnel that, once he started walking down it, he realized cut off any lingering light from the previous room. In other words, he was walking through complete darkness that even his glowing fields couldn't penetrate deeply through. And it wasn't even due to being blinded or because of some sort of magical effect, or at least not one that he could sense anyway. The second was that the feeling of pressure ramped up to a higher potency with each step. Back in the mausoleum, Thaden, along with Sarah's party, had been forced into a confrontation with the Monarch of the Dead and its mini-bosses. But here it felt like there was a warning that was giving him the opportunity to turn back. He almost did, too, as the level compression that Sarah had mentioned made his knees buckle to the point where he could barely keep walking. Using Major Cure Mental Affliction was just enough to push past the worst of the oppression, allowing him to move again. But it was a struggle. He was slightly worried at this point because it somehow felt worse than when Nehetmo had suppressed him. But the Monarch had been 40 levels higher than him at the time. If this boss was the same, or more, then he was in trouble. Before he went any further, he switched out some of his healing spells for Death Ward once again, and waited for the cooldown to end before using it on himself. If the boss was over level 100, which seemed impossible for a dungeon that had monsters thus far only up to level 75, and that was just in the last few caves, then he couldn't see it being that much higher than them. Once he was as prepared as possible, he shuffled ahead, keeping his right hand brushed up against the tunnel wall to orient himself. When he felt the wall come to an end, he looked out into the thick darkness and couldn't see a single thing. Roar. The roar of some sort of beast was literally deafening as it reverberated throughout the cave, passing through his fields as if they weren't there, and he experienced the complete lack of sound coming in through his ears, but he could feel it in his chest as his knees collapsed underneath him. He rapidly cast Major Cure Physical Affliction on himself, and his hearing came back, only to hear what might have been the same or even a second roar that deafened him once again. So he decided to ignore his lack of hearing and concentrate on what he could sense before bringing his hearing back again. The ground under his knees literally shook as he felt something come toward him, but he couldn't see a thing. As he strained his eyes to make anything out in the feeble glow of his ongoing protection spells, the face of a bear suddenly loomed in front of him, causing him to elicit a tiny, but manly, of course, squeak of fear as he fell backwards. It wasn't the sight of what appeared to be a black bear that scared him, because he was still halfway expecting it, but the sheer size of the face and head. It was the size of a bus. Not the entire bear's body, just its head. He couldn't see the whole thing in the darkness, but extrapolating it based on the size of the head, the boss was enormous. A clawed paw came slamming down on him as he lay on the floor of the cave, and he winced as it bounced off his field. He wasn't entirely sure he would survive the attack because he hadn't gotten a chance to see what it was that he was fighting. But he breathed a sigh of relief when his field prevented all the damage. He felt even better when he managed to finally get a glimpse of the boss's name and level, as it was almost impossible to see in the darkness. Den Mother Direbear of Supreme Darkness, Boss. Maximal level 95. Den Mother? What is that supposed to mean? His question was answered a second later. You destroyed all of those within my care. Suffer their wrath before I rip you to pieces for your sacrilege. It can talk? And what does it mean by suffer their wrath? Oh. The answer to that made itself known as Théoden was suddenly surrounded by shadowy forms that he could barely see in the oppressive darkness around him. But he recognized their shape well enough. Shadow coons, ebon vixens, and mole mercs. He imagined that there were probably some deerkin gloom wielders out there somewhere he couldn't see, but that wasn't important at the moment. He was suddenly surrounded by dozens of shadowy figures, all attempting to sink their inky appendages into him. Are they undead now? He thought that they might be the ghosts of the monsters he'd slain on his way through the dungeon, but a quick experiment with Major Healing Burst proved that his guess was incorrect. Instead, they were simply shadowy vessels that just looked like the previous monsters, not a spiritual reincarnation of them. So, just like he did against those monsters through the dungeon, he set up a major wild health leech process with which to start leeching health from them. But it didn't take long before something became apparent. Any damage that he did to them, or that they did to themselves from reflected damage, was almost immediately healed. He could only guess that because they were literally made of shadows, the darkness in the cave was complete enough that it acted as a perpetual source of healing. After about a minute of watching this, however, he also discovered that something was different concerning the Den Mother. The fact that he could see something different was proof enough that something was happening, because he could see more and more of the boss with every passing second as the darkness that pervaded the cave began to thin. Unfortunately, it too was being healed automatically of any damage it was doing, but unlike the magma colossus, it seemed as though the darkness had an end to it, unlike the river of magma that had healed the other boss. It took another 10 minutes of constantly healing his designated target and allowing the leeching of health to continue, but the gloom that had once completely filled the cave was now thin enough for Théoden to see more than 10 feet away at a time. Another 30 minutes allowed him to see the distant walls of the cave, which seemed to be about 300 feet away at its widest and 200 feet at its narrowest. The most distant portions were still a bit vague, but they were still somewhat visible. The massive Den Mother was also completely visible by this point, though the Life Warden wished it had stayed hidden in darkness because it was so impossibly large that it barely seemed to fit inside the cave. There was technically more than enough room for it to move around, but perhaps it was because he felt completely dwarfed by its sheer size that it seemed like it could barely fit. At an hour, the ceiling was finally visible, as the last of the darkness was consumed from the room to power the constant healing of the shadowy monsters, who were looking more and more transparent as time went on. It was only a short few minutes later that the entire boss room was free of any shadows. The light that was trying to break through from multiple holes in the ceiling was finally allowed to shine freely inside. That proved to be the final straw for the shadow figures, as they all immediately dissolved into thin air. From the vibrations he felt on his body when they were vanquished, he assumed they probably growled and roared as they were killed. But he hadn't brought his hearing back for a while. Whenever he did, it was like the Den Mother could tell and subsequently roared, interrupting its attack to do so. This was counterproductive for Théoden, as more attacks against his fields meant more reflected damage, so he had left himself death for the moment. And then it was just him versus the Den Mother, who didn't seem to have anything other than a big paw that swiped at or smashed into him, and an occasional bite that made him gag from the rancid breath it breathed on him. It took another 30 minutes for the big bear to get itself down to 10%, looking ragged and bleeding inky blood from numerous wounds. But then it suddenly backed off,
both startling and worrying him. His alarm only increased when it opened its mouth and roared again, which he could feel but not hear, and a huge black cloud streamed out of its throat. Oh no! Is it bringing back all the darkness to heal itself? This is just like the magma colossus. His worry was unfounded as the dark cloud suddenly contracted into a dense sphere as it floated toward Thaden, almost throbbing with concentrated power that was looking to be released. As it touched his absorption field, it exploded with such force that he could feel the wind blowing at his robe, and he took a step back as thousands of sharp spears of darkness shot out in all directions, which would have impaled anything in the cave with deadly impartiality. "Phew," he said, wiping the faux sweat from his brow.
You had me worried there for a second, my scary little teddy friend. Incredibly powerful spells designed to absolutely devastate the back line of a contender party are something I can handle, he joked with a little chuckle. The Den Mother then created another, and then another condensed sphere of shadowy death spears, one right after another. But that was fine with Thaden, because it was still being damaged from the reflected damage of his field. If anything, there was even more damage being done to it with each explosion of darkness, as the spell was apparently quite powerful, which was surprising when he thought of the paws that were the size of an SUV slamming into him, or the claws that were each the size of a claymore sword attempted to cut him in half. After 5 minutes of condensed darkness spheres, the Den Mother finally fell, defeated essentially by its own attacks. It took longer than he would have liked, but at least he didn't have to retreat like he did at the magma dungeon. He was genuinely worried when he saw that everything was healing, but all it took was outlasting the darkness in the cave for him to achieve victory. That and patience, which wasn't always his strong suit, but when facing such overwhelming odds, he was just glad that he was able to hold on long enough to see it through. As the Den Mother fell, the pressure of its level compression, which he had slowly gotten used to over time, disappeared, and he was able to get up without any difficulty. He still wasn't sure why the compression felt even worse than it did from the Hetmo, despite there being less of a level gap, but it was something that he would have to keep in mind in the future. If the dungeon from his quest had an even stronger boss, then he wouldn't just have to worry about his fields not being able to prevent damage from them, but the compression could incapacitate him to the point where he couldn't even think. In other words, Thaden badly needed to get his new class so he could increase his level to prevent something like that happening. With that in mind, he hurried to extract the boss without looking at what he received from it yet, and then quickly moved toward a glowing spot on the far wall of the cave. Once there, he found a cleverly hidden passageway that he could squeeze through, and he found himself in a relatively small, natural-looking cave. Inside it weren't chests and armor stands, but instead what appeared to be the staged remains of adventurers that the Den Mother had killed over the years, and where it threw all the useless junk it couldn't eat, as if it were all trash. Of course, that trash, even piled up haphazardly, was anything but garbage, and almost entirely unusable by Thaden. He found a full 4-piece legendary set of mage-class cloth armor, similar to the Royal Assassin set he'd found in the Mausoleum of Despair. Shadow Mage Robe of Illusion. Rarity, Legendary class. Restrictions, Mage. Level restriction, 80. Physical damage resistance, 10. Magical damage resistance, 50. Plus 120 mentality plus 30. Celerity plus 15. Personality plus 50% increase in effectiveness to all shadow spells and effects. 20% decrease in all shadow spell costs. Set bonus, 2. Plus 33% shadow spell damage, plus 90 mentality. Set bonus, 4. All previous set bonuses, the wearer is covered by an illusionary camouflage when casting any spell, plus 66% shadow spell damage, plus 120 mentality,
and plus 25 fortuity. Each piece was similar in their bonuses, and it was composed of a robe, a familiar turban that he'd seen on the deerkin, a pair of cloth and leather boots, and a belt, which wasn't something that he had even considered as a clothing item until then. He would have to look into purchasing one in the future if he didn't find one that he could use.
There was also a plethora of weapons for scouts, mages, and control classes in the rare to epic range, as well as another full set of leather dusk armor for a scout and a jumble of necklaces and rings that he couldn't use. They all went into his inventory anyway, as he figured he might be able to sell them later if he needed money. But with the additional 200 gold coins he found in the treasure room, he didn't think that was going to be necessary anytime soon. There were, however, 2 items that he could technically use, though only one was designed for a support class. Major Supportive Focus Stone of Darkness, Rarity, Epic. Class restrictions, Support. Level restriction, 75. Physical damage modifier, +0 +90. Mentality, plus. 33% decrease in casting time for all support spells, plus 9% decrease in support spell mana cost. Spells cast through the Major Supportive Focus Stone of Darkness have a 10% chance to cause a blindness affliction. Unfortunately, Théoden couldn't yet use the Major Supportive Focus Stone of Darkness because it had a level restriction of 75. The other item, though, was something that anyone could wear, and it only had a level restriction of 60. Hood of Obscurity. Rarity, Epic. Class restrictions, all. Level restriction, 60. Physical damage resistance, 0. When worn, obscures the wearer's name tag and level and face from most determined inspections by other contenders. At first, he wasn't exactly sure what use obscuring his name tag and level would be, considering that he had the ability to change it to show whatever he wanted. But only a few seconds of thought revealed how powerful it could be, at least to someone wanting to sneak around somewhere. It would certainly be ideal for an assassin class that was determined to kill contenders that were a higher level than them. But it could also be useful to Théoden when he simply wanted to pass through an area where he didn't want his name tag to shout out his presence. For instance, just thinking about the situation he encountered before he had entered the den, if he had wanted to hang back and observe without being spotted, it would have been much easier without visible words pinpointing his location from the forest. And by hiding his face, at least from all but the most intense of inspections, he could gain another measure of anonymity. Sadly, the hood didn't have any other stats that it boosted or spells it improved, but he thought it actually looked a lot better than the Wolfen magma cap he had been wearing. That, and it matched his new shadow silk robe of darkness's embrace fairly well, as if they were a matching set. Sure, he was going to lose 9 mentality, a 9% increase in casting speed, and an extra 9% heat resistance, but the anonymity was worth it all by itself. He could theoretically help people he passed by without revealing exactly who he was, or even complete quests in a coalition branch without gaining too much notoriety. Then again, if I saw someone that didn't have a name tag and I couldn't see their face, that might give them even more notoriety. Better scratch that last idea. But the first is certainly doable. While he was storing all the loot from the treasure room, he also took a look at what he'd extracted from the Den Mother boss. He found that it was another single item, similar to what he'd extracted from the Magma Colossus. Major Onyx Gem of Twisting Shadows. Rarity, Legendary Crafting Reagent. Another crafting reagent. Woohoo! The Life Warden was sure that something awesome could be created from it, as well as from the weak heart of the mountain he gained from the Colossus, but he never did get a chance to find out more about local crafters specializing in such things in Forge Stone. If he had time, Théoden would look into it more in Rage Harbor when he got there, but for now, it wasn't too important to him. When he was done with the treasure cave and equipping the one item he could actually use, he followed another glowing spot on the cave's wall and found his way out of the den. A long tunnel led toward the side of the entrance, and he emerged, wary of another party being nearby. When the stony wall closed behind him without a sound, he stood there, listening for any hint that someone was nearby for nearly a minute, before deciding that it was clear. He was tempted to check his notifications immediately to see how well he'd done, but he decided to wait until he found a place to sleep for the night. It was getting dark already, and he didn't want to camp out in a tree anywhere near the dungeon, so he took off after a slight boost to his celerity, heading northeast to try to get through the large strip of forest before it became too dark to see.
Chapter 29. Théoden didn't get a chance to check his notifications after traveling through the rest of the forest and finding a place to sleep for the night up in a tree, but he certainly checked them in the morning once he wasn't tired enough to fall asleep while reading. He skipped over the monster slain messages as a matter of course, and only concentrated on any competency increases and possible achievements. Support spellcasting. Competency has increased to level 710. Support spellcasting. Competency has increased to level 729. You may now select an advancement for your support spellcasting competency. Support spellcasting competency has increased to level 743. Defensive spellcasting competency has increased to level 764. Defensive spellcasting competency has increased to level 798. Natural regeneration competency has increased to level 39. Natural regeneration competency has increased to level 42. Congratulations for completing the Den dungeon on maximal difficulty. Achievement received. The Den now has a vacancy. Bonus reward: 10,000 pick, plus 20,000 from achievements. Contender World First achievement: 40,000 pick, plus 80,000 from achievements. Congratulations for solo completing the Den dungeon on maximal difficulty. Achievement received. Shadow's End. Bonus reward: plus 20% shadow resistance. Contender World First achievement: plus 10% shadow resistance, plus 10 to all stats. 1. Spell selection choice. Congratulations for solo completing your first maximal difficulty dungeon. Achievement received. Lone Wolf. Bonus reward: 20,000 pick, plus 40,000 from achievements. Contender World First achievement. When inside a dungeon while solo, you receive plus 20 to physicality, celerity, and mentality, as well as plus 30 to fortuity. There weren't a lot of achievements that he gained from completing the Den on maximal difficulty, but they were still welcome. 30% shadow resistance, another plus 10 in each of his stats, and another spell selection choice, whenever he got the chance to choose one again, was nothing to scoff at. The extra stats while he was solo in a dungeon was also incredible, as he was fairly sure it stacked with his other achievements that had the same bonuses. In addition, from all the monster deaths and the rewards from his newest achievements, he had gained a little under 250,000 pick, bringing his total above 350,000 of his 540,000 limit. Please see a support class representative to receive your support class evolution assignment. Until you complete your support class evolution assignment and then select your new class, your accumulated pick up to your current limit, 352,127 over 540,000, will be held in reserve. You will not be able to increase your level until you receive your new class. What that essentially told him was that, while not necessarily a waste, his time would now be better served getting his new class than delving through any additional dungeons on his way there. Still, he didn't regret completing the Den, as it allowed him to experiment with his new spell, and the rewards he received were decent enough to make it worthwhile. Before he got up and resumed his journey,
Théden selected his newest competency advancement for support spellcasting, which would likely be one of his last advancements he'd be able to choose for quite a while. Faster healing. All support spells now have a 66% permanent casting time decrease. Longer healing. All support spells now have a 66% permanent duration increase. Even stronger healing. All support spells now heal or reduce 133% more health. Group healing. All multi-target support spells now have a 66% range increase. Self-healing. All single-target support spells now heal or reduce 133% more health. Radiant Afterglow. All support spells now heal an extra 3% of max health every 5 seconds for 60 seconds. Extracurricular toys. An additional channeled support spell can be cast through the use of a focus stone. All existing mana costs or other limitations that apply to all channeled spells will still apply. Just like what had happened with his defensive spellcasting competency at this level, the advancements were slightly better than he remembered from his last selection. But what really caught his eye was the newest advancement to the list, extracurricular toys. If Théden was reading it correctly, then just by holding a focus stone in his hand, which he was already used to doing, he would be able to cast a third channeling spell, though it would have to be a support spell. As he concentrated on the new advancement a little more, the information he instinctively got from the option was that it would absolutely stack with his double-team advancement from his defensive spellcasting competency, which already gave him the ability to use 2 channeled spells simultaneously at the cost of double the mana cost per second. From what he understood, the third channeled spell would also inherit this double cost. That was frankly amazing, as he had needed to juggle turning off some of his protective fields in order to cast a channeled healing spell at times.
The limitation that he had to be physically holding a focus stone and that it could only be a support-based spell was a trade-off similar to the doubled cost of the double-team advancement, but it wasn't that bad. Now he just had to decide if it was indeed better than the other options available. Afterglow had been extremely important when it came to utilizing his major wild health leech spell, as the constant healing had ended up doing a lot of damage to the other monsters around his healing target. Radiant Afterglow would bump the 1% of max health every 5 seconds up to 3%, essentially tripling the amount healed, which was a massive increase. Even stronger healing was also an option, as it would increase the amount he could heal, or reduce, in the case of health reduction, by 133%. The upgrade to his previous advancement was significant, and he'd already seen that it stacked with Afterglow, so it would essentially be boosting that by 2.66 times the healing at the current 50% increase from stronger healing. It wasn't quite the same tripling of healing that Radiant Afterglow provided, but it would strengthen all his healing overall. Then there was self-healing, which increased all single-target healing by the same 133%. The difference there was that the 50% increase in healing from stronger healing still applied, so single-target spells and effects would essentially be boosted by 188%. It really came down to whether he wanted to focus on area healing or single-target healing. Based on this last dungeon and his current spells, he was leaning toward the latter, but then again, having access to another channeled support spell in addition to his protection would give him more choices with which to heal. For the first time in a while, the decision of what to choose for his advancement was difficult. It was basically down to whether he thought extra healing was more important than having an extra channeled spell at his fingertips. In the end, what decided it for him was consideration of the close calls he'd had over the last few days, and what would work better to let him survive being nearly killed again. Yes, stronger healing spells would have helped significantly,
But what he'd been lacking was a powerful way to heal himself constantly while taking large amounts of damage that couldn't be prevented, such as when he had nearly melted into a puddle in the magma dungeon. And that healing was in the form of Major Healing Wave. When he had upgraded the spell earlier, he knew that it could potentially be just the thing to help heal him in a pinch, as it had a base healing amount of 270 health per second. But if it was something he could keep active all the time, then it would be very difficult for him to ever die. Not impossible, but just extremely difficult if he was constantly healing himself for what was essentially 405 health every second, with just his stronger healing advancement at work, plus any other healing, such as regeneration and afterglow at work. If he wasn't boosting himself with mana transformation, his max health was only 600, so he was restoring 2/3 of his base health every second. If he used the support sprite to increase the healing even further, that number jumped from 405 to 608, which was basically his entire base health pool. With the choice to also use his major healing spell against any leech targets without having to sacrifice his protection, the choice was obvious. Yes, stronger healing would undoubtedly work out to be more effective with leeching, but the added ability to keep himself alive with what was essentially going to be a 5th layer of defense after his 2 fields, stacking buffers, and death ward, he wanted that extra protection.
He privately acknowledged that he was a bit reckless and impatient at times, or most of the time, really, and this would hopefully help him stay alive when he did something extraordinarily stupid again. He tried not to regret the extra healing he was giving up as he chose extracurricular toys as his newest support spellcasting competency advancement. But it was hard. At least until he brought out his lesser defensive focus stone and cast Major Healing Wave on himself while maintaining both of his fields. When they were all running simultaneously with no problems, he felt nearly unstoppable by that point. With all of his notification review and choices done, Théoden got on the move. He was determined not to let anything distract him from reaching Rage Harbor, where he could see about whatever he had to do to obtain his newest class, as his development was currently stalled. Boosting his celerity and pleased with the outcome in the den, the Life Warden smiled as he ran extremely quickly across the landscape, only stopping every hour or so for a few minutes to rest and eat something, because he was expending a lot of energy to keep up his pace. He passed through grasslands dotted with random stands of trees, a large arid plain filled with scrub vegetation and random piles of stone that appeared out of place, and finally a stretch of gently rolling hills that had his calves burning as he ran up and down them at his swift pace. At the top of one of the larger hills, he was able to stop and look out ahead of his location, where he could spot a large splotch of white and blue in the far distance, between a large pass in between what appeared to be a ring of mountains. Based on his mental map, and how the landscape had largely matched what he remembered of the terrain, what he was seeing was the massive sea named after the turbulent waters inside of it, the Rage Water. The entire sea was ringed by a mountain range that had multiple passes leading through it. Théoden might have to search its shores for Rage Harbor, the city that was his destination, but he hoped it wouldn't be too hard to find. If he'd stopped at any of the towns he'd made a wide circle around on his run there, he might have had a better idea of where exactly it was, but he wanted to avoid people for as long as possible. While he had his hood of obscurity on, he didn't have to worry about being recognized. But he'd still made sure his name had been changed to Christopher and set his level to 20. He didn't want to be targeted by other contenders yet, and it was inevitable that he'd run into them in the city. He just wanted to put off those kinds of confrontations until the last moment, if at all possible. His experiment with being a little more personable and attempting to blend in with the general population in Forgestone hadn't exactly worked out the way he had originally planned, so he was rethinking his strategy. If he could swing it, he would be in and out of the city in less than a day, and he planned to avoid as many of the obstacles that had impeded him in Forgestone, such as the vice leader of the coalition branch singling him out in front of everyone in the lobby. He would get inside the city, get his business done before anyone could question who he was or where he came from, and then be gone. The only hiccup he could foresee was if the support class evolution assignment thingy forced him to stay in the city for a longer time, but he would figure out how to deal with it at that point. For now, all that mattered was getting into the city, figuring out what he had to do to obtain his new class, do it, get his new class, and then go hunting for the specific anchoring dungeon from his main quest.
That should be simple enough, right? The gently rolling hills eventually gave way to grasslands once again, but Thaden barely looked at them as he was just glad for the flat ground that allowed him to run faster without tripping or running into anything. After a few more miles of that, the only thing stopping him was the mountains stretching to the east and west, where they would eventually curl around to encompass the entirety of the Ragewater Sea. The sea was apparently freshwater instead of saltwater, and dozens of large rivers flowed into and out of it at different points around its circumference, which was why there was a city situated along its banks. Despite the turbulent waters of the sea itself, it acted as a hub of trade for nearly the entire region, or at least that was what he remembered from the brief description he read about it in his studies back at Forgestone. How ships or boats of any kind could handle the aforementioned unsteady waters was something he didn't know, but he'd probably find out during his visit. Rushing toward the pass between the mountains, he found that it was largely filled with a river that cut in from the east somewhere as it flowed into the sea further ahead. While it took up about 2/3 of the passageway through, the other third, along either side of it, was relatively flat ground, and he headed for this portion at a slower pace so that he didn't accidentally fall into the rushing waters of the river. About a half-mile away from the pass, as he was moving at the speed of a jog instead of a flat-out sprint, he began to see signs of trampled grass, footprints in the dirt and mud along the banks of the river, and even what appeared to be cart tracks. He wasn't an expert, but he thought that they appeared relatively fresh. Whether it was from a few hours before or a week, though, he wasn't knowledgeable about it to be quite sure.
Must be a popular route for foot traffic, he muttered, looking around for any other signs that people were nearby. He didn't see anything specific other than the tracks, though he did see that they led to the southeast, away from the route he had traveled to get there. In the far, far distance he had seen a town somewhere out that way, which coincided with the map in his head, but there were also a number of dungeons out that way as well. The life warden figured that whoever had traveled this way could have been heading to or from either type of destination. If that was the case, then it was more than likely that there were contenders around, somewhere. He took his hood off in case he met anyone along the narrow pathway through the mountain pass, as it would be more suspicious at the moment if they couldn't see his name tag. Still keeping at a jog, he moved into the pass, which was partly shadowed because of the time of day and orientation of the mountainsides, but for the most part it was relatively open and clear. He was approximately 90% of the way through the pass where he could see it open up and the Ragewater Sea became much clearer to him ahead, when he heard shouting and the unmistakable sounds of pain off to the east. Nope, not getting involved. Thaden was about to turn on the jets again and take off toward the blurry shape of what could only be Rage Harbor far to the northwest, when his kryptonite burrowed into his ears.
No! Leave us alone! Help!
It was, of course, a woman screaming for help, and he didn't think it was a case like it was back in front of the den when he discovered Armas screaming like a little girl. He stopped, gritting his teeth as he tried to convince himself to ignore the plea for help, but it came again, followed by a blood-curdling scream of pain, and he closed his eyes and shook his head. Crap, this is stupid, and you know it. He did it anyway.
Flipping up his hood to keep his identity hidden, Thaden started running toward the ongoing commotion, which seemed to be coming from behind a large pile of shattered rocks that appeared to have come from a landslide at some point in the past. When he was close to the pile, he slowed down and crept up the side, his celerity high enough to help him agilely pull himself up the piles of rocks. He didn't want to go rushing into whatever was happening, which he thought at least showed that he'd gained at least a measure of restraint from all the stupid things he'd done in the past. Edging his head over the side, doing his best to blend into the environment, he looked over the edge of the rock pile to see what exactly he was planning on involving himself in. Chapter 30. The sight that Thaden caught as he looked over the edge of the rock pile wasn't a good one. It seemed as though he was a few seconds too late to help, as the commotion was wrapping up even as he peeked down at the scene unfolding in front of him. A total of 15 contenders of different races, genders, and classes, who all ranged from level 18 to level 20, had apparently surrounded 3 female contenders a short time ago and killed them. How? Because the corpses of the trio, who had either had their throats slit or had been stabbed through the heart, were all level 21. Caitlin, deceased, human level 21. Gabriella, deceased, human level 21. Basma, deceased, human level 21. While it was impossible to tell if they were originally a party or not, the 3 deceased contenders were at least varied enough in their appearance that they were likely a fighter, a mage, and a scout class. But any more information than that was hidden from him. Meanwhile, the 3 full parties of lower-level contenders were milling about, looking at the bodies. There were a few that were audibly celebrating with each other and giving out high fives, as if they had suddenly accomplished a great feat, while at least half of them had guilt written all over their faces and in their very demeanor, something that Thaden was intimately familiar with after Forgestone. This guilt, however, was the guilt of deliberately taking another contender's life for the sole purpose of removing them from the rankings and improving the killer's chances of coming out on top. It was the same thing that many of the contenders back in Ashcleft had tried to do to Thaden, but he had escaped because of his ability to avoid being hurt by anything. These unfortunate women, however, had not. "This doesn't feel right," he heard mentioned in a low tone by one of the guilty-looking murderers to another. "Are you sure that this is what we're supposed to be doing?" The speaker was answered with a headshake. "No, not at all. I know it was mentioned multiple times during training, but I don't remember the assimilators requiring it of us. It makes no sense anyway, because shouldn't the strongest of us survive to protect?" "That's because we're supposed to be strongest," said a different voice, and Thaden saw a woman swaggering over to the 2 guilty contenders as she cut them off. If there were a female version of a Chad, Thaden thought that this would be her to a T. "If they had been stronger, they would have been able to get away before we could surround them. That won't be happening to anyone in the Reapers Guild, obviously." Reapers Guild? There are more guilds here like the Harvest Guild? Must be common around the cities. Childishly stupid name, though. "Yes, but don't you think it's a little unfair how they can't fight back?" the original guilty individual that had spoken asked. "Not at all. It's survival of the fittest out here. And they should have known that they would have a target on their back as soon as they hit level 21 and obtained their new class. Only the stupidest contenders would do such a thing without a plan in place to avoid being taken out immediately. Without a guild backing them, they had no chance." Thaden listened to them talking and began to wonder if he was wrong about the reasoning behind the whole contender versus contender system that was put in place. Or is this simply where all the bloodshed I assumed would come is starting? He didn't know, but now that he was seeing what he had prophesied coming true before his very eyes, he didn't like it. His thoughts were running along the same lines as one of the guilty murderers, as he thought the entire thing was unfair, stupid, and destined to fail.
He had originally thought that it would simply weed out all of the psychotic murderers over time, But so much talent would be wasted just to avoid ending up with a contender who couldn't be trusted not to have murderous tendencies as soon as they left this development world. What made it even worse was that those of a higher level couldn't even fight back after being attacked, which was obvious by the fact that none of the murdering contenders appeared to have been hurt at any point. They might have been healed by the 3 support members of the parties he saw, of course, but there was usually some sort of blood or torn armor to show the damage they took, and there was nothing of the sort. What kind of asinine thinking led the assimilation system to do something like this? As he watched the lingering contenders eventually group up together and leave, unable to even loot the corpses of those they killed because it wasn't something the system allowed, yet another reason why the whole thing didn't make any sense to him, because then there might actually be a logical, if flawed, motive to kill other contenders. He had already switched out 2 of his access slots to fit in lesser resurrection. While he waited for the 10-minute cooldown to end, he contemplated what he was about to do. Obviously, his conscience wouldn't just let him walk away at this point without bringing them back to life with resurrection, but doing so would be complicated. The last time he'd done it, he'd brought the party he'd saved into a dungeon with him. At the time, the act had been motivated by a desire to learn more about what he didn't know that the other contenders did. He was the first to admit that he was still ignorant of quite a few things, but he'd learned enough from Sarah and the others that he didn't feel like he was floundering around anymore. In short, he had no desire to bring these contenders into a dungeon, nor did he want to inadvertently expose his identity. Fortunately, with his name tag and level hidden from them, as well as his face, even if they suspected that he was the individual at the top of the rankings, they wouldn't know what he looked like. He also couldn't really disguise his voice very well, and doing so would only be even more suspicious. Therefore, the only solution was to not talk at all. Perhaps I'll go the mysterious mute stranger route with this. It seemed like the ideal way to deal with the situation. As soon as he was done bringing them back and healing them, he would swiftly take his leave and make his way to Rage Harbor. He had no responsibility to them, after all, as after their resurrection he would leave them to figure things out on their own, even if doing so might eventually lead to their deaths at the hands of those who'd already done the deed once. Théoden waited another 10 minutes before he climbed over the rest of the stone pile and made his way down to the corpses. He immediately had to stop himself from throwing up as he looked at their slack faces frozen in expressions of pain and horror, and the blood that practically covered them was sickening. He'd seen dead people before, of course, such as the local Churi adventurers that had died near the mausoleum, as well as Sarah and her party. But somehow this was viscerally different than those times. Even if the damage that had been done to them by the undead had subjectively been worse, the scene in front of him was the result of murderous intent, perpetrated by his own people. The monsters of this world would and could kill a contender without a second thought, but humans from Earth should know better. It was as if the baser instincts of his kind had emerged from the illusion of civilization that kept them from simply killing each other like mindless beasts. He still didn't understand the thinking behind it, neither the act nor the system that put it in place. Are the lives of family members back home really worth the knowledge that they killed another person in cold blood? It was hard for him to answer that, given that he didn't have the same motivations that most of the others seemed to have. But logically, there had to be at least a small portion of the contenders that were in a similar position. He couldn't be the only one who didn't have anyone back home counting on him to succeed. He just shook his head, knowing that just standing there wouldn't answer those questions. Before he did anything else, he used his major mana transformation spell to increase his personality stat, boosting it from 26 to 78 in a few seconds. He didn't feel any different, but if he was going to be interacting with other people, even while staying relatively anonymous, he figured it couldn't hurt. Looking around one more time,
ensuring that none of the murderous contenders were still nearby, despite seeing them quite a distance down a pathway that he was fairly certain led to the city of Rage Harbor. Théoden raised his hands toward the nearest body, Caitlin. She was a fighter class, based on her chainmail and steel armor, battered shield stuck halfway into the ground, and wicked-looking warhammer lying next to her. In an instant, the magic left him and entered her battered body, immediately healing the wounds that had killed her, which included the slit throat that had basically painted her front side red. A few seconds later, he watched as her eyes snapped open with a scream on her lips, and she jumped to her feet.
Seeing a figure in a black robe and hood standing approximately 15 feet away, she seemed to instinctively lean down to grab her warhammer from where it lay, before immediately launching herself at him with a two-handed downward strike of her weapon that would have smashed his head open like a ripe watermelon if it had hit. Fortunately for him, he had already been prepared for such an attack after remembering what had happened when he'd resurrected Sarah's party, so he had both of his fields protecting him. The warhammer hit his major repulsion field and rebounded instantly, and the repulsion effect sent her flying backwards. Landing on her back, she groaned in pain, not because he did any damage to her, but because she was still wounded, with only a little more than half her wounds having been healed from the resurrection. "Filthy bastards! You'll get what's coming to you!" she shouted, even as she struggled to her feet. Théoden cast Major Regeneration on her, followed by Major Healing Burst, and then channeled Major Healing into her, making the healing energy connecting them together obvious what he was doing, since the others were instant cast. The step Caitlin was about to take toward him froze in the air as she registered that she was being healed and not attacked, and her mouth opened in a wide O of shock. She was completely healed in the first second, as Healing Burst did most of the work, but he figured it couldn't hurt to make it obvious what he was doing. He didn't want her attacking him again, after all. "What? Who?" she began to ask, before she seemed to register what had happened. All it took was a simple glance at her still deceased companions before she burst into tears, collapsing by the side of the one called Gabriella. "No, look what those sons of bitches did to you." Gabriella had been pierced through the heart, from the back it seemed like, and there was a gaping hole in the woman's robe where whatever weapon was used to do the deed had torn it apart. Caitlin whipped around after a few seconds of horror and anger, making her entire body shake in reaction to the scene, and she stared at Théoden with a determined and hopeful expression on her face. Can you resurrect her too? I'll do anything." Théoden held up his hand as he maintained his silence, as he didn't want her to continue whatever she was going to say. He simply nodded his head in response to her question, and she practically collapsed in relief. "Where did you come from? Who are you? How did you heal me so quickly?" The question started coming rapid fire a moment later, ending with an anger-filled query of, "Where are those murdering bastards from the Reapers Guild?" As tempting as it was to say something, Théoden kept his mouth shut and simply stood there silently, to the mounting frustration of the fighter. But she seemed to relent after a few minutes of assaulting him with questions, sighing heavily as she turned away. "Not very talkative, are you? That's fine. I'm just grateful that you happened along when you did. Or are you part of the assimilation system? You don't have a name tag, which is hella strange, but I guess I don't get to know. Whatever." She stayed kneeling by Gabriella's corpse, staring down at the mage with a distant expression on her face for a few minutes before looking back at Théoden. "How long until, well, you know." The Life Warden looked at the cooldown and saw that it was nearly up. He held up both hands with his palms facing out before he started to count down from 10 by ticking off his fingers one by one. She seemed to understand what he was saying and looked back at the woman on the ground, holding her cold hand in her own. The next resurrection went off without a hitch, and with Caitlin nearby, Théoden wasn't attacked again. He looked away at the reunion between the two formerly dead contenders to give them privacy, because it seemed as if there was more than just a professional relationship between the two. But he soon felt their gaze on him and turned back. What he saw in their eyes made him slightly uncomfortable, because there was something akin to adoration or hero worship that virtually sparkled in their eyes. With both of them still on their knees facing him, it was almost too much to bear. "You've done so much for us already, but would you be able to resurrect Bosma as well? We would be oh so grateful, and would be willing to repay you however we can," Caitlin said with a very obvious tone to her voice. But she was once again cut off by Thaden's raised hand. The Life Warden was glad that his hood hid the cringe she was sure was written all over his face as he nodded. He had no desire to ask for any favors that these women seemed eager to impart, which was extremely odd to him that they were doing in the first place. Sure, he could understand them being grateful, but to imply that they were willing to pay for such a service with... His thoughts froze as he came to a realization. Is this my personality at work? Thaden immediately felt disgusted at the whole basis behind the personality stat. He had thought that it would make him more friendly and likable, putting those he interacted with at ease. But it seemed to do more than that. Granted, he doubted that having a high personality would allow someone to simply walk up to someone and seduce them against their will. But in certain circumstances, such as being extremely grateful and thankful for being resurrected, it seems to tilt the scales in that direction. He nearly canceled the boost because it made him feel slimy and disingenuous, but he kept it on until he was done interacting with these women. He was worried that a sudden drop in his personality would alarm them, as they would no doubt feel the extreme difference, and that was the last thing he needed in this situation. He could handle their system-forced adoration for a short time longer. Thankfully, it didn't go so far as to make them act entirely out of their normal actions, so he didn't have to worry about them throwing themselves at him or demanding that he allow them to pay for the resurrections and healing. Instead, they took his denial in stride and moved over to their other party member, softly talking between themselves as they stole furtive glances in his direction. He did his best not to listen, but he could hear snippets of a conversation based on getting revenge upon those that had killed them. Thaden wanted to reach out and tell them that such an idea was stupid and that they should just move on from this. But he kept his silence. What they did after this was no business of his, and he had no desire to get involved in anything more than what he was already doing. The Life Warden gave them another warning when he was about to resurrect the last woman, and they were overjoyed as they spoke with Bosma about what happened, even as Thaden healed her to full as well. While he was doing that, he had canceled his personality boost and waited for the cooldown to end before boosting his celerity once again. Even as the three women spoke happily amongst themselves, tears flowing freely as they realized they had all been brought back to life, their miraculous and mysterious healer took off, not desiring to stick around any longer. He was a half-mile down the pathway the murderous contenders had taken earlier, before the three freshly resurrected women even noticed. Chapter 31. It wasn't long before Thaden was forced to make a wide turn to avoid the murdering contenders, walking along the pathway that led toward the city of Rage Harbor. He stayed as far away from them as he could, which only amounted to about 500 feet as he skirted the edge of the mountain range surrounding the Ragewater Sea, and he was running as fast as he could while still maintaining his balance. Even so, one of the scout classes from the group spotted him and called out to the others before giving chase. The Life Warden wasn't sure what point there was in chasing him down, but the woman persisted in following him. Unfortunately for her, she was only about a half to a third as fast as he was, and he lost her within a mile or so of running. Thaden maintained his pace as he kept to the edge of the mountain range, as he was seeing more and more people moving along what appeared to be a well-traveled road now, and they weren't all locals. Now that he wasn't involved in a situation where he was resurrecting murdered contenders, he was able to get a better look at the local environment.
and the first thing that caught his eye was the sea to his right as he ran along. The Ragewater Sea certainly lived up to its name, as the majority of it looked as if a terrible storm was currently ravaging its surface, as swells and whitecaps abounded, the rolling hills and valleys moving in seemingly random directions as they crashed against each other, sending up sprays of water that crashed back down with irregularity. It appeared almost impossible for anyone to navigate their way through it, and it turned out that no one tried. That was because a strip of about 200 feet near the shore of the sea was unnaturally calm, and this calm section seems to form a complete perimeter around the entire body of water.
Using that channel, ships and boats of different sizes were using it as a shipping lane, moving back and forth like a water-filled highway. And since the calm portion of the sea connected with the rivers flowing into it from beyond the mountains, he finally understood how the city of Rage Harbor was so important as a hub for trade. It was the central point of the entire region, as you could get nearly everywhere by following the rivers, which cut it up like a giant lopsided wheel. The only reason he hadn't been forced to cross over any major rivers on his journeys thus far was because he had spent most of his time in a wedge in between the closest rivers. There was a single river that he had to cross up ahead before he reached the city, but even at a distance he could see a hefty-looking wooden bridge that arched over its length. In fact, it was so well made and almost modern-looking that he thought it could have been transported from Earth. He wasn't exactly a bridge guy, but it certainly looked impressive. Over the next few minutes, as he got closer and closer to the bridge he was going to have to cross, he slowed down and found a spot to hide within the shadow of the mountain nearby, where he changed out of his new shadow silk robe and donned his red bloodletters robe he'd gotten from the Contender Market in Forgestone, and took off his hood without replacing it. Looking at all he was wearing, he didn't see anything too out of place other than the focus stone he was holding in his hand, but he was banking on the fact that no one could tell that it was level restricted to level 30 and above. As Christopher, level 20, he walked normally out to the road leading to the impressive wooden bridge, surreptitiously joining the growing crowd that was going the same direction. From what he could tell, no one marked his joining the spread-out line of pedestrians walking along, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The bridge was a marvel of magical engineering that would have had civil engineers going crazy at how the wooden construct, devoid of any supports in the river, was able to stay together without collapsing. Sure, he knew the basic principles of an arch like this, and how they spread the force imposed upon them all the way to their bases, and how the simple shape was extremely strong. But the sheer span of the bridge was over 500 feet over a rather large river. It wasn't even a high arching bridge, which would have spread the forces even better, but a relatively shallow one that, to his rather limited engineering expertise, should have collapsed under its own weight as soon as it was built. It did nothing of the sort, thankfully, as it seemed even sturdier than a steel bridge in concrete would have been. While he didn't know what exactly it was that made it so strong, he could only assume it was some sort of magical effect. Thaden took in even more sights as he crossed over the bridge, seeing many dozens of boats along the river and then the nearby traffic lanes on the Ragewater Sea, with all of them either coming or going from the city ahead. As he got to the apex of the wooden construct, he was able to see Rage Harbor clearly for the first time, and he was just as impressed as he was when he saw Forgestone for the first time. It was also built into the side of a mountain, though the mountain range here was much shorter and acted more as a backdrop than a major feature. Rage Harbor was larger in size than Forgestone, at least as far as what was visible outside of the mountain, but most of that was probably due to the docks he saw lined up next to the calm waters of the sea, which extended for miles and had thousands of boats and ships lined up, moving in or moving out in a logistical nightmare that he was glad he wasn't in charge of. Other than where the docks were situated, the entire city was enclosed by walls, which weren't quite as tall as the ones around Forgestone, but they were close. Down near the wall, He'd have to pass through to get to the city. There was only a single large gate that seemed to be handling all the traffic. It was a major change from what he saw in the previous city, which had multiple gates to handle all the traffic. But he supposed that, with the fact that most traffic came from the water, it wasn't needed as much. This was made obvious when the line to get into the city was much shorter than the one that he'd had to enter at Fordstone. Approximately 30 minutes later, he joined that exact line he'd spotted from the bridge, with the sun overhead hinting that it was getting close to dinner time. He pulled a hunk of bread out of his inventory and tore into it as he waited in the line of about 30 people, which moved fairly quickly.
Hey, Christopher. What guild you in, bro?
Bro? Who is... Thaden turned around a second later, somehow remembering that his name was Christopher again, and saw a pair of burly-looking fighters that were surprisingly level 22 behind him in line. Thankfully, they weren't familiar to him, as he wasn't sure how he would react if one of the murdering contenders had been behind him. So he answered like he thought he should. None, actually. I've come to join a guild before I hit level 21 because I've heard it's a bit hazardous for my health to reach level 21 without one. The one that had asked him the question chuckled and patted him roughly, but good-naturedly, on the back, which got through because he didn't have his fields active right now. The glow of them in their active state would generate too many questions. Thankfully, his physicality was high enough that he didn't even shift at the contact, which was probably a bit of a mistake on his part, but the fighter didn't seem to notice. He looked up to see the man's name tag and had to suppress a groan. Brad Human, level 22. Not Chad, but close enough. Fortunately, Brad seemed to have a better personality than the contender back in Ashcleft. That's for sure, bro. If you're not in a guild, you're a dead man once you walk out of the city. You a healer? Thaden nodded. We could definitely use you in the guild then. Healers are few and far between. When you get a chance, check out the Victory Guild down on Montpierre Street later and tell them Brad sent you. I could definitely use the referral bonus, bro. In fact, I should just bring you there. Thank you for the offer, but I really need to get to the Adventurer Coalition before my quest timer runs out. Speaking of which, do you know where it's located? He asked. This is my first time in the city, if it wasn't obvious. Sure thing, bro. It's straight down the main street just inside, and after about a half mile, just take a turn toward the water and bam! It's right there, bro. Thanks. I really appreciate it. I'll be sure to visit your guild after I'm all done with my business with the Coalition. I can follow you and make sure no one else snatches you up, Brad added. But a shoulder check into his side by his companion stopped him. Connor, the other burly fighter, interrupted. We've got plans, moron. The guild leader is expecting us back yesterday with this information, or have you forgotten? No, I didn't forget. But recruiting another healer should be equally important, Brad grumped. Normally, yes. Recruiting another support class for the guild is extremely important, but we're on a timetable we can't ignore. There was further argument between the two, but Thaden managed to slip away as it was his time to be questioned by the gate guards. Marketh, City Guard. Cherie, level 85. The level of the City Guard was identical to the ones at Fordstone, and other than a slight change in the uniform appeared so similar that it was hard to tell the difference. He walked up to the impatient wave of the guard, pulling out his adventurer badge and palming it in his hand. Business in Rage Harbor? Came the bored question. Just visiting the Adventurer Coalition. Badge. Thaden flashed the silver-ranked badge briefly, before whispering just loud enough that only the guard could hear, I'd prefer to stay anonymous. His words prevented the Cherie from going pale and sputtering, which he was fairly certain was what was about to happen if he hadn't said what he did. As it was, all three of the guard's eyes opened wide before he seemed to collect himself. Very good, contender. You may enter. Thaden thanked him even as he eyed the crowd behind him, looking to see if anyone had noticed the guard's reaction, having learned from his experience with Camille at Fordstone. While he couldn't be 100% certain, he was fairly confident that no one was even paying attention, especially as Brad and Connor were nearly in a shoving match as they argued about Thaden. Unfortunately for them,
The object of their argument speedily rushed away as soon as he was past the Rage Harbor gate guard, quickly ducking down a side street to break line of sight from the gate. He quickly navigated his way through the buildings he passed that seemed to be a mixture of stone from the mountain range and driftwood, which gave the whole aesthetic a solid but aged look that was actually more pleasing than a whole city made of stone. The people that he passed were different, too, as most were dressed in loose clothing or even had outfits that reminded him of sailors and pirates, what with their bandanas and sashes that looked straight out of a pirate movie from the 1960s.
At least he didn't see any eye patches or peg legs, but he had the feeling if he looked hard enough, they would show up somewhere. There weren't any helpful signs along the sides of the buildings like there were in Fordstone, but thankfully finding his destination was as easy as traveling parallel to the main street that led from the gate and following the instructions that Brad had given him. In a little over 10 minutes, he managed to make his way through the crowd to reach what was undeniably the Adventurer Coalition building, which was larger than the one in the previous city, though it wasn't as tall. It simply spread out further and was basically a city block all by itself. Looking around, he saw contenders all around the building, moving in and out with the same hustle and bustle he expected. What was surprising to him, but shouldn't have been, was that their levels were, on average, much higher than what he saw in Fordstone. There were some he saw that were lagging behind in the early teens, but probably 2/3 of those he saw were level 20 or above. He even saw some sort of mage that was already level 25. It had only been a few days since he had inadvertently been the cause that had destroyed a city, but it seemed as though the rest of the region hadn't hesitated to take advantage of the bonus pick they were receiving from the achievement they had all acquired. His level lead on the other contenders was shrinking, though he wasn't too worried. Once he got his so-called evolution assignment done with and was able to choose his next class, he would rocket back up in level, with his pick held in reserve. And it wasn't like he was going to stop earning more pick, as he needed to get strong enough to tackle 2 very special quests that only he could complete before time ran out on them.
He no longer felt too out of place as a level 20 entering the Coalition building, but he was wary as he found himself in a large and grand lobby with thousands of different contenders milling around or lined up to visit the reception desks around the perimeter, just like every other Coalition building he'd ever been inside. As he somewhat expected, a very important-looking Chari emerged from a back office and made a beeline straight toward Thaden from across the entire lobby. Harton, Rage Harbor Adventurer Coalition Vice Leader Chari, level 100. Thaden caught his eye and frowned before shaking his head very deliberately. The Vice Leader stopped in his tracks in surprise and then nodded almost imperceptibly, before spinning on his heel to head back the way he came. The whole thing caused a bit of a commotion in the lobby, as a visit by the Vice Leader was apparently rare, but not a single person looked in the Life Warden's direction, or even seemed to understand that he'd been given a discreet signal not to approach. Either the word had gotten out that Thaden didn't want too much attention paid to him, somehow communicating this fact to all of the other Coalition locations, or the Vice Leader was simply smart enough to understand what was going on. Either way, Christopher breathed a short sigh of relief as he looked around, before moving toward the very distinctive counter that was staffed by the strange beings known as assimilators. As he walked over to them, spotting the support class representative easily enough, he surreptitiously changed his level to 21, as if he had just completed a quest or had been saving a level up until now. Luckily, it didn't seem out of place, as more than a few other contenders were also leveling up, and he wasn't even the only one at the class representatives, though he was the only support class contender there. He had done everything he could to be as normal and inconspicuous as possible up to this point, so now it was time to figure out what his assignment was, complete it as quickly as possible, and then gain his new class. With a furtive look around him to make sure no one was paying undue attention to him,
He looked up into the black, void-like eyes of the assimilator and heard a voice enter his mind. Chapter 32. You have done well for yourself, this one observes, to the detriment of many of your fellow contenders in Fordstone, of course. You know about that? He thought, remembering his first encounter with the support class representative back in Ashcleft that made it so he didn't have to verbally speak. That was a good thing, he supposed, as having a one-sided conversation that anyone could listen to was probably a good way to get oneself into trouble. We see all that is affected by the assimilation system, though after coming to our specific attention at your last class evolution, we have been observing you a little closer than most other contenders. Théoden gulped, his palms suddenly feeling sweaty. Rubbing them on his robe to dry them off, he did his best not to convey the sudden paranoia he was experiencing. But that is not important. What is it that this one can do for you? The rote-sounding question reminded him of his first interaction, and when he added in the fact that the assimilator didn't seem particularly concerned about what Théoden had been up to, he began to relax a little. I've come to evolve my class. There was a moment of hesitation, as if the alien representative was mentally processing his request. Ah, yes. You have achieved the next transitional point in your class evolution. However, it appears as though you have yet to complete your support class evolution assignment. What is that? This is the first time I'm hearing of it. That seems to take the tall being aback, as he could feel a mental shock uncomfortably reverberate through his mind, making him wince a little from the near pain of it. Truly? This one detects no deception in your thoughts. This information will be passed on to the ones in charge of training. Punishment will be administered to those who have failed to properly prepare all contenders for their experience here on Tarth. There's no need for that. As for your support class evolution assignment, the assimilator kept going, ignoring his protest. It should be a relatively simple task for one such as you, or perhaps not so simple now that this one has reviewed your achievements. This one is sending the support class evolution assignment that you should have received during training to you now. Théoden could sense that a new window had opened somewhere in his vision, but he was still focused on looking at the assimilator's eyes and couldn't look away. Once that has been completed, come see any support class representative at any Adventurer Coalition location. If there is nothing else you require, good luck, and don't die, contender. His eye contact with the representative suddenly broke, and Théoden felt a little dizzy as he turned away. Once he felt like he was steady enough, he walked to the nearest wall and leaned against it for support, as he finally looked at the window that had popped up at the right side of his vision. Congratulations on choosing to become a support class. You'll find the experiences as a contender both challenging and rewarding, as you literally hold the difference between life and death in your hands. As a support class, your role in any party is to be, as you no doubt guessed, a supportive influence toward the positive outcome of battle. This can be accomplished through healing and protective spells, as well as granting the ability to boost the fighting capabilities of your party. You might even be able to bring them back from the dead. As a trade-off for having such powerful abilities at your fingertips, your offensive capability has been hindered to almost complete negligibility. No weapons may be wielded for offense, and you are barred from many types of defensive armors, and any competencies based around direct combat are unavailable to be learned or applied to your class. But fear not. It is the role of your fellow party members to protect you, just as you support them, creating a symbiotic relationship that will prove your worth many times over. On your journey to become a powerful support class contender, there are multiple milestones called evolution assignments that you will need to accomplish before you'll be able to evolve your class. These tasks are designed to test your abilities to successfully mesh with your party and show how you have become a successful and valuable contender. While most of these tasks are hidden right now, You will unlock knowledge of a new evolution assignment with each newly evolved class you obtain. Do not worry too much about accomplishing these assignments as you level up, as during your normal development they may end up being naturally or automatically completed. Support Class Evolution Assignments. Level 21. Cast enough spells to restore 50,000 total health and prevent 10,000 damage. Level 63. Complete at least one dungeon on minimal difficulty, at least one dungeon on medial difficulty, and at least one dungeon on maximal difficulty while in a complete 5-member contender party. Level 189. Locked. Thaden slumped against the wall, propping him up, as he read and reread the message in the window. After a few minutes of staring at the assignment for level 63, he wanted to scream out in repressed frustration, but he was still conscious of his location. Doing that in the middle of the coalition lobby he was standing in might subvert all of his careful preparations to making it this far without calling undue attention to himself. Instead of screaming, he settled for punching the wall behind him as he pushed himself away and closed the window displaying his assignment, gritting his teeth in anger. Seriously? I came all this way, and now the system wants me to complete a minimal and medial dungeon with a full party? The only consolation he saw in the whole assignment was that he already had the maximal portion of the requirement done, courtesy of completing the Mausoleum of Despair with Sarah and her party. This isn't going to work. Everyone is too low of a level compared to me, and convincing anyone to dare a higher level, more dangerous dungeon would be equivalent to asking them to kill themselves. Why is this system forcing me to party with other contenders when I've been doing fine on my own? The answer to that was obvious, even if it didn't fit his own situation. Support classes were essentially helpless without someone else to support. He imagined that most support classes would easily complete the assignment before they ever hit level 63, as it would be easy enough for them to join 4 other contenders to make a full party. Healers were uncommon enough that there was a 99.9% probability that any support class would get snatched up and into a party fast enough to make their heads spin. But Thaden wasn't like any other support class. If he had known about the requirements for the evolution assignment earlier, he might have been able to do it with Sarah and her party, but that wasn't really a possibility right now. As he walked around the lobby, the Life Warden contemplated his limited options. First, he could utilize his relatively new emboldened leadership competency, which would temporarily boost the stats of other contenders that he partied with, as well as increase their level, at least on paper, so that they qualified for stronger dungeons, pick, and loot from slain monsters. The problem with that was, while their physicality, celerity, and mentality was boosted, he didn't know how much this boost would be, considering his competency was still only level 1. In addition, even with higher stats, the competency didn't miraculously give them any more spells or skills to use in a dungeon, meaning that they would likely have 30 or 40 plus levels of missing spells or skills that they would have normally had if they had actually leveled up that far. The issue that would bring was that they would have trouble doing enough damage to the monsters to make a difference, and protecting them from death would be a full-time job on his part. Unfortunately, with other people around, Thaden didn't have a way to taunt monsters so that they attacked him alone. He got away with it in the mausoleum because he did so much damage to the undead with his healing spells, but the same wouldn't necessarily apply to almost every other dungeon out there. Of course, this only mattered if they were in a strong dungeon around Thaden's level. If they were in a much weaker dungeon, they would probably be fine, but they would get absolutely no pick or loot from completing it. The second thing Thaden could do was pretend to be a normal level 21 and sneak onto a party doing dungeon delves, and then later act confused about why they weren't getting any pick or loot. Unfortunately, he didn't think that he could maintain the ignorant act for long, because that just wasn't his strong suit, and it was more than likely that the party he joined would suspect what was going on,
especially as it was unlikely that he could turn his emboldened leadership competency on and off. It would be pretty obvious when everyone's stats suddenly jumped up, and while he didn't know how their temporarily inflated levels were represented, he wouldn't be surprised if they could see that too.
The first two options were essentially trying to convince a party to either brave a much harder dungeon than they had any business being around, or going through a weaker dungeon without any benefit to themselves. He was fairly confident he could keep a party alive in a harder dungeon, but even if he was unsuccessful, he always had his resurrection spell. But would a party he didn't know trust him enough to count on him to do that? To convince them that he could easily do it, he'd likely have to reveal at least some of the secrets he'd prefer to keep hidden at the moment. Plus, trust was a two-way street. Would he be able to count on them not to try and stab him in the back? But the second option of a weaker dungeon gave rise to a third option. While the prospect of no pick and no loot was a deal-breaker in most cases, as it would be a waste of time, what if it wasn't? What did Thaden have to offer to a prospective party that could offset this penalty? Lots of gold that he had very little to spend it on, and lots of loot he couldn't use and was planning on selling at some point. He couldn't do anything about the loss of earned pick, but he could certainly make it worth their while with other rewards. In other words, he would hire a party to take him through a minimal and medial difficulty dungeon, sort of like power leveling, but in reverse? He wasn't sure if that was the right analogy, but it was the closest thing he could think of. The more he thought about it, the more he was liking the idea. He wouldn't have to go through a difficult dungeon, where it was likely the party would die multiple times, with the possibility that they were killed in a way that they might not be able to be resurrected, such as falling into a pool of magma or eaten and digested by a monster. And he would even be able to maintain at least a modicum of anonymity. Not completely, of course, because it would be difficult to explain why the party wouldn't receive any pick or loot from going through the dungeon. But he could keep most of his more important secrets to his chest. But first, he needed to figure out where to hire a party for something like this. The answer was fairly simple when he thought about it for a few seconds: the contender market. He would simply hire himself out like he did when he was attempting to infiltrate the Harvest Guild back in Forgestone. But instead of a contract bond to perform a separate service, which would put himself outside of the party, he would design a contract bond that would make him one of their party on trial basis. He had seen some like it before when he was originally looking through the different services, and the whole thing acted like some sort of looking for group application on some of the MMORPGs he'd played in the past. Looking around the lobby, he saw a sign posted above his head that pointed toward a nearby hallway with the words "Contender Market Access" written on it. So he followed the directions. As soon as he got near his destination, however, he slowed down and shook his head. Nope, not going to happen. The hallway led to a large room, not quite as large as the lobby, and it contained 50 separate booths, where Thaden could see someone sitting down at a table with their finger on a glowing blue spot. He couldn't see the market screen, of course, but he recognized it from his room back in the Fordstone Coalition building. The problem was that there were at least 500 people crowded into the room in line to use the contender market. A sign posted above each booth informed everyone that there was a 10-minute limit to market access before they had to let the next in line have a go. A quick calculation based on the number of people he saw put the wait time to a couple of hours. But Thaden didn't want to wait that long. There was a much better solution, even if it wasn't something he had originally been planning on doing quite yet. Unfortunately, his evolution assignment was screwing up his plans already, so he figured he might as well screw it up some more. Time to lean into the whole mysterious stranger routine once again. Leaving the Coalition building, he moved a short distance away into an alleyway and found a secluded spot where he was shielded from prying eyes, before changing into his shadow silk robe and hood of obscurity, and then he boosted his celerity using major mana transformation. Weaving in and out of the contenders outside the building, to their shock and surprise, he sped into the coalition lobby and did his best to avoid the crowd as he shot toward the reception desks. He managed to squeeze through a gap in the contenders standing in line as he moved up to the nearest receptionist. Dropping his voice down low, he said to the woman behind the counter, "I need to see the vice leader," before flashing his silver-ranked badge so that only she could see it.
Hey, get back in line,
the mage-class contender he cut in line started to say, but he immediately stuttered to a stop as Thaden turned his empty-seeming hood toward him and stared him down.
Go right ahead.
Thaden just nodded as the receptionist's eyes widened at the whole scene, though it was most likely due to the rank of his badge than anything else.
Absolutely, sir. Harton is in his office,
she said, pointing toward the door where the life warden had seen the vice leader retreat into earlier. There were some protestations behind him as he nodded toward the receptionist and weaved his way around the desk to get behind her, his speed taking him to the door in less than a second. He nearly smacked into it because his celerity was so high, but all the practice he'd had running across the countryside helped to prevent an embarrassing faceplant in front of the entire lobby of contenders. Thaden quickly knocked, opened the door, and then let himself in before closing it behind him. The same Chari he'd seen earlier heading toward him abruptly stood up from behind his desk, his gaze wary as he looked at Thaden, and he pulled a glowing sword out of a compartment built into the driftwood-crafted piece of furniture.
"Who are you, and what are you doing here?"
Harton, the level 100 vice leader, roughly demanded. Thaden immediately removed his hood of obscurity, revealing his fake name and level, and the Chari quickly relaxed, sliding the sword back into the desk so quickly that the life warden barely saw it. "Sorry about the intrusion, but I need your help."
"Anything for a silver-ranked badge member of the Adventurer Coalition?"
Thaden chuckled.
"You really do get your information quickly, don't you?" "We do. But I'm sure you're not here to talk about that. What can I do for you?"
"First, I want to thank you for being discreet earlier. As you can see, I'm trying to stay incognito at the moment, and I didn't want you blowing my cover. So, I appreciate your quick thinking. Secondly, I need a room here with access to the contender market, like they have, had in Forgestone," he said, stumbling over the tents a little bit in embarrassment and shame.
"Ah, yes. The circumstances in Forgestone were unfortunate, to say the least. But everything is as the assimilation system wills it. I also want to apologize, on behalf of the Adventurer Coalition, for the actions of the former vice leader. While she has already been punished for attacking you with the intent to kill, we want to assure you that such a thing will never happen again."
Well, thank you, but an apology isn't necessary. She was, punished enough, I think. Nevertheless, the whole situation is a stain upon our sacred duties here, and while it would only be a minor recompense for how you were treated, the Coalition would like to extend to you an invitation to stay in any silver-ranked room, free of charge, for as long as you are here on Tarth. That was generous of them, even if it was unnecessary because of his large reserve of funds. That actually brings me to the third thing I need help with. Does that offer extend to gold-ranked rooms? Gold-ranked? Why would... Are you asking for a rank upgrade to your badge? Thaden just nodded. Harton seemed to be at a loss for words for a few seconds. Yes, well, let's see to that right away. And yes, the offer will extend to any higher-ranked rooms you may need in the future. As Thaden sat down across from the vice leader, the Chari still didn't seem to believe that he had achieved gold rank, at least until it began to morph under his hand. After it had transformed to gold, Harton began to move his hand back, but the badge continued to glow. "You have enough rank progress to reach diamond rank?" he asked, practically choking on his words. Pulling up his character report,
He saw that his Adventurer Coalition rank was now Gold, and that he had 630 over 630 toward the next rank. He vaguely remembered that he'd acquired all of it after the tragic events in Forgestone, which he hadn't realized until now were just enough to push him to the next rank. Apparently so. I guess I forgot about those other rewards. You forgot? How? Never mind. It's not important. The Vice Leader moved his hand away before it could transform. Unfortunately, I'm not able to upgrade your badge any further. Only the Coalition Leader for Region 1 is able to progress contenders' rankings to Diamond and then to Platinum.
Where can I find the Coalition Leader? Unfortunately, he hasn't been seen since Forgestone, experienced some difficulties, as that was his settled location. I'm sure he'll eventually turn up, or someone will have replaced him, but for now I wouldn't worry about it. There are only a pair of gold-ranked rooms even available, with nothing of higher rank at the moment. There aren't even any gold-ranked quests yet, though we'll be putting in a request for some immediately. Having a diamond rank won't benefit you right now, even if you're entitled to it, but that will change in the future. Hopefully by that time we'll have the Coalition Leader situation worked out. I see. I guess there's nothing you can do about that. Harton shook his head. Not at the moment, no. Was there anything else you needed help with? Or shall I show you to your room? The Life Warden couldn't think of anything else. I'd love to see my room. Both of them got up a second later as the Vice Leader took them out a different door, which didn't seem to be connected to the lobby, but Thaden slipped his hood of obscurity on over his head anyway. Just in case, he said at Harton's questioning look. The Vice Leader nodded. Very well, if you would kindly follow me. Without another word, Thaden followed the Chari to see what his now free stay in a gold-ranked room would get him.
Chapter 33. If there were such a thing as a penthouse suite in the world of Tarth, the gold-ranked room Thaden was led to would be it. It had all of the amenities of the silver-ranked room back in Forgestone, only more. Bigger bed, bigger bathroom, fancier-looking everything. It had it all. He knew that it was more expensive because of the fact that none of it was constructed of local stone or driftwood, meaning that it had to be shipped in especially for the room, and the accents of real gold worked into the architecture were a nice touch. He was warned not to try and chisel any of the precious metal out, as that would be something he would be charged for. Thaden didn't have any intention of doing so, as he had no need for it right now. Amazing, the Life Warden remarked as soon as he took it all in. The room even had a sunroof. There are a few more things I wanted to ask. First, I don't suppose you have any information regarding the anchoring dungeons and where I could find them. The Vice Leader shook his head, his expression blank. No, sir. I can get you all the information we have available on all the dungeons and maps of the region, but I have no knowledge of specific anchoring locations, I'm sorry to say. Thaden couldn't tell if he was lying or genuinely didn't know, but he knew it was a long shot anyway. That would be wonderful. I've looked at all the information once, but I wanted to see if there was anything I missed. I appreciate whatever help you can provide. Again, we're here to help with anything you need. Within the rules, of course. We don't have any concierges available yet, but I will make sure we have one transferred immediately. What was your other question? Harton asked politely.
Yes, is there a way to make a contract bond for a service in the contender market that would ensure the silence of whoever accepts my service? Meaning, essentially, that they can't talk about what they see or hear while I'm undergoing the service? The Vice Leader nodded, though it wasn't in confirmation. I can understand why you would want such a thing, but unfortunately that isn't something that can be included into a contract bond. Really? Why? It is not a specific service related to class abilities, party management, or finished products that need to be delivered. These types of things are measurable, and therefore enforceable if not provided as part of the service. But the assimilation system cannot monitor thoughts or words, written or vocalized. only specific actions that directly impact another contender. Wouldn't telling someone my secrets directly impact me? Regardless of the finer details, it seemed as though whatever he did wasn't going to be covered by some sort of magical, non-disclosure agreement in the contract bond. Unless there is anything else you need, I will leave you now and ensure your information arrives as soon as possible. Thank you so much, Vice Leader. You've been a big help. Harton affixed a smile to his face and bowed slightly, before turning on his heel and leaving Thaden alone. Thaden wasn't looking forward to digging through all the dungeon information again, but now that he had a purpose for doing so, he was hoping that something would pop out at him. Before he did anything else, he took the time to take a lengthy shower, the first he'd really had a chance to enjoy since he left Forgestone. Afterwards, he felt thoroughly refreshed and put on clean, comfortable clothes from his inventory, before making his way to the table where he could find access to the contender market. As he sat down in an extremely plush chair, he couldn't help but marvel at how much nicer the feel of it was compared to the one in the silver-ranked room he'd had before, something that he didn't think was possible. As he sunk into the comfortable furniture, he felt slightly guilty at enjoying such luxury when it largely came from the destruction of an entire city. But he pushed away those feelings as much as he could because they weren't productive. But he sat up a little straighter and tried not to enjoy it too much. Accessing the market was just as easy as it was before, and he took a few minutes to peruse the listings of items, since it had been nearly a week since he'd checked it out last. Unfortunately, while there were items there that weren't available before, none of them were better than what he already had. He was left thoroughly disappointed, seeing as he had a lot of money to spend. But he was beginning to learn that finding appropriate gear for himself was almost always going to be a challenge, especially at his level. He was better off trying to find it from loot in dungeons, which was where most of it had come from. He resolved to check out the local shops for anything he could use if he found the time. But for now, he had something more important to do. Selecting the services menu, he looked at the postings there and was rewarded with the sight of dozens of people looking for a new party to join, just like he remembered. What he hadn't remembered, or there hadn't been any at the time, were postings where both guilds and entire parties were recruiting new members. It seemed as though they had found a way around the whole contract bond thing to essentially advertise on the market, with the former extolling their benefits and reasons to join a guild, and the latter having a general outline of their existing classes, their accomplishments such as what dungeons they'd already completed, and anything else that might catch the eye of prospective party members. As for what party members they were looking for, 90% of them were looking for a support class, as he could have guessed before even looking at them. The rest were a mixture of other classes, though the majority of them were for a control class, which was the next least popular type of class from what he'd learned. Idly looking through them, thinking about his own service posting he was going to be putting up, one of them caught his eye. Not because of some boast or anything positive like that, but because of the desperate tone that was conveyed despite it being a simple text posting. Service category: Party Management Service. Contract duration: a single delve through Crestline Gorge of up to 12 hours. Temporary or permanent party positions negotiable after service contract is complete. Service description: Look, we've been stuck at level 20 for days now because we're too scared to level up. All the damn guilds demand a fee if we want to join them, and obtaining our next class is too dangerous without a guild to back you up in case you get jumped. The boss from the Crestline Gorge should give us the funds we need, but we can't beat it without a support class. Believe me, we've tried. It's why we're broke, because we spent all our money on health potions, which are a ripoff, as you probably know. Anyway, I hope someone is willing to help us out here, because otherwise, we're screwed. Service location: Rage Harbor. Service provider: Gregory, Scout class, level 20. Service price: 1 copper. Perhaps this is better than doing my own post, he mumbled out loud as he reread the service posting. Thinking about it a little more, If he posted on his own that he was willing to shell out gold and loot for a few delves through a dungeon, he might end up attracting the wrong sort of people, the kind of people who would want to try and extort him for more money. But desperate people who just needed some gold so that they didn't die when they leveled up? That sounded like something he could work with. Sure, that didn't mean they were trustworthy or wouldn't turn on him at some point, but this way he wasn't going into it advertising his wealth to anyone who had access to the contender market, which was pretty much all of them. So he figured that he could at least try it with this party and see what happened. From what he understood, the contract bond would simply incorporate him into the party instead of staying separate like the bond he had created before with Megan. As far as he could tell, it would count as being in a party for his evolution assignment, which was all that mattered. Desperate times and desperate people. What could go wrong? He said to himself, even as he accepted the service contract with Gregory, paying the single copper service price. He was fairly certain that what he paid would go straight to the market as an automatic fee, and that Gregory and his party would have had to pay another fee for posting, so it wasn't like they were making anything from the transaction. He also made sure to change his name back to Angelo and his level to 20, as he didn't want to associate his level 21 Christopher persona with what he was doing. He would have rather left it blank, but that wasn't allowed.
He also considered making another fake name and a higher level, which might explain why he was doing what he was, but decided against it. He would simply retire Angelo after all this was over and done with, discarding the name like a shirt that didn't fit anymore. Thankfully, there was a messaging system in the market that only worked between contract bondholders, though it took about 15 minutes for the impatient life warden to get anything. Wait, seriously? You want to join us for a delve through Crestline Gorge? Thaden responded with, absolutely. When do we leave? There was a short delay before another message came through. Give us 2 hours. I just need to get the party together. Meet us at the North Gate. The delay chafed at him, but he supposed it was too much to ask to leave immediately. I'll be there. That gave him enough time to clean his Angelo clothes, which were still dirty and bloody from his experiences climbing over rubble in Fordstone. Thankfully, magically enchanted clothing seemed to repair itself automatically over time, so it wasn't torn or actually damaged, but it didn't do anything to clean it. Using the extravagant bathtub as a makeshift laundry was probably a sacrilege, but it got the job done, to the point where most of the stains were gone, and a hot air dryer that was normally used to dry the body after getting out of the bath or shower helped to expel all of the water, leaving it almost as white as it should be. Of course, he wasn't going to be leaving the Coalition building in those clothes, as his previous experience with Camille left him paranoid. But as soon as he got somewhere private, wearing his hood of obscurity and shadow silk robe, he would change and meet the party at the North Gate. He was thankful for his boosted celerity, because it took him so much longer to run through the entire city of Rage Harbor than he expected, especially since he was nearest the southern gate where he entered. By the time he got there, he only had a few minutes left before the 2 hours were up, and he quickly hid and changed into his all-white outfit again, complete with the obnoxious wide-brimmed hat. Walking quickly to the gate, he stopped just inside the entrance where a bunch of other people seemed to be waiting for their party, or for some other reason he didn't bother to look into, and he looked around for a level 20 scout class named Gregory. Not seeing anyone, he figured it would be just another few minutes before they arrived, so he stood there and waited. And waited. A little over 30 minutes later, while tapping his foot impatiently and boredly perusing his character report, he finally saw a group of 4 contenders hurrying toward the gate with a leather armor-wearing scout named Gregory at the front. With a full black beard that appeared a bit scraggly covering his face, he looked as if he had just been woken up from a nap, if his slightly disheveled appearance was anything to go by. His party members, 2 other guys and a dark-haired woman who was either the mage or the control class because she was wearing a robe, appeared even worse as they were still arranging their clothes and combing their hair with their fingers.
"I'm so sorry. It took forever to get their lazy asses out of bed," Gregory said as soon as he was close enough. Bed? But the sun is just barely setting. It probably wasn't the smartest thing to be going out at night, but nothing really scared him outside the walls of the city anymore. "Yeah, we're usually out and about at night, as the lines are shorter for the dungeons around here. It's a rare sight for us to see sunlight," the scout explained.
Théden just nodded, starting to understand why they looked the way they did. "Are you sure you're up for this? Or do you need a few minutes to prepare?" The woman, Melindra, was getting a particularly stubborn knot out of her hair as she spoke. "Nah, we're good. It's only an hour or so before we'd normally be up, so it's no problem. We'll be fine by the time we get there anyway." Théden was skeptical, but they apparently knew what they were doing. "If you're sure, then let's get going," the life warden said with a shrug. "I'll have to follow you, though, because I'm new to the city and haven't been to any of the dungeons around here." He knew in general where it was, but that wasn't exactly the same as having been there. He also knew a little more information about it, but he wanted to see what the others would tell him, since it sounded like they'd been in there more than a few times. Gregory raised his eyebrows at that admission, then shook his head. "That's fine. We've been there plenty of times, though I swear the loot drops get worse and worse every time we go." "Why don't you go to another one then?" All four of them chuckled sadly at that. "Guilds, of course. I'm assuming that wherever you came from, the guilds haven't essentially taken over yet?" Even as he spoke, the scout started moving toward the gate with everyone else following behind. "No, I haven't had too much experience with them. Makes sense, I guess. They're only really in the big cities, but I'm sure they'll be everywhere in a month or two," Gregory explained. "Anyway, Crestline Gorge is the only dungeon nearby that isn't controlled by the guilds. Theoretically, they can't actually stop anyone from delving through them, but they'll make your life a living hell by harassing you non-stop afterwards. And you'll be blacklisted from joining any guild from that point on. It's essentially a death sentence once you hit level 21.
Things were starting to come together. And I'm guessing that the loot drops in the gorge are poor to begin with, which is why none of the guilds are controlling it?
Exactly. It's basically only the boss that has a chance to drop anything good, which is the problem because we can't kill it before we're forced to retreat.
I see.
How much is whatever drops from the boss worth? Additional question, how much do the guilds charge in order to join them? Gregory hesitated to answer, but the fighter of the party, Carlos, answered for him. It sells for about 30 gold. If we can find the right buyer, the guilds take 5 gold from us to join them. There was a hint of a Hispanic accent to Carlos's words, which didn't exactly match his appearance as a pale white guy. Or maybe I'm just being racist. He sighed, admonishing himself for getting sidetracked. That's insane. Extortion, even. But not against the rules, Gregory said. As long as they don't start anything in the city, none of the locals care one bit about it. And as soon as you're past those walls, if you're not in a guild past level 21, you're in trouble. It was yet another way that the stupid contender versus contender system could be exploited. So I've heard. And therefore you're trying to make enough to join a guild, but the only place to make that kind of money is in the Crestline Gorge because all the others are controlled by different guilds. But you can't kill the boss that drops the loot because you don't have a support class in your party, which is why you were posting on the contender market. Is that about right? Exactly. And we really appreciate you helping us out here. And I promise to make it worth your while.
We even privately agreed to give all our loot over the next 2 dungeon delves after we join a guild. After the guild taxes, of course, because we're going to need as much of the money we can manage to get from the boss's drop to pay for the guild entrance fees. If it drops, of course, which may mean trying again. If you're able to help us further than that, we'll see if that is necessary. Why did you agree to party with us? The abrupt question came from the last party member who had so far been quiet. The young man appeared to be in his upper teens and had short brown hair and a bowl cut, which didn't look great with his blue robe.
He held a gnarled wooden staff in his hand, but his limbs were scrawny enough that Thaden doubted he had ever used it as an actual weapon, or if he had, it hadn't done much damage. "David, that's not important," Melindra said quickly, giving the kid an irritated glance. "What matters is that he's here, right?" Yeah, I guess so." Despite admonishing the young man, Thaden could tell that everyone was still interested to know why he had joined them, so he answered as best he could without giving anything away quite yet. There were still dozens of other contenders around the outside of the walls, and he didn't want to be overheard. "It's fine, I'll answer. I'm new here, as you know, and don't have an established party of my own." "Yes, but why us?" Carlos asked, only to be shushed by Melindra. "Why you? Why not?" "Because we're not that great," David said, only to be smacked on the head by the woman. While Gregory seemed to be the leader of the party, Melindra appeared to be more than willing to keep the others in line. "What he's trying to say is that—" Gregory began to explain, but Thaden held up his hand to stop him. "I understand. You don't have a guild backing, and many of the others around here are passing you in level, so you're feeling a bit down."
"Well, let's just see if we can fix that, shall we?" he said, strangely looking forward to delving through the dungeon with them. They weren't exactly the best contenders he'd ever seen, but they would serve their purpose. Better yet, he was beginning to like them. "On the way, why don't you tell me more about this dungeon we're going to?" Gregory was silent for a moment before he started to explain what they would be facing inside the dungeon. It generally matched the information he already had on the place, but they had a lot more detail to add on specific areas and traps that they expected to find. While it wasn't groundbreaking information, it got them all talking a bit, and by the time they arrived, about an hour and a half later, Thaden thought he heard a little bit more hope in their voices. Of course, they still had yet to invite him to the party, and once they did, the level 63 Life Warden would have some serious explaining to do.
Chapter 34. There was a line to get into the Crestline Gorge, which was situated inside a pass in the mountain range that surrounded the Ragewater Sea. It actually led into the mountains and was sealed off on the other end, with the entrance having a massive distortion that extended from one side of the gorge to the other, which he recognized from other dungeons, though this was by far the largest he'd ever seen. He stopped Gregory and the party about a quarter-mile away from the line they could see in the distance, which was lit up by magical lights that someone had set up for the contenders waiting for their chance to enter the gorge. It wasn't fully dark yet, though he gauged that it would be in about 30 minutes. With enough light to see around them, he asked them all to step to the side so that he could discuss something with them. "What is it?" Gregory asked, and Thaden could tell that he thought their new temporary support class was starting to get cold feet. "Before you invite me to your party, I just wanted to warn you about something, and to ask you not to share it with anyone else, especially any of the guilds. Do you think you can do that for me?" Gregory folded his arms over his chest and looked at Thaden suspiciously. "I'm not sure we can agree to something like that without knowing what it is. If it's something that could get us into trouble, then we definitely can't. Did you anger a guild and get blacklisted? If so, we can terminate the contract bond now and go our separate ways, because partying with you could land us on that list as well." "No, nothing like that," he said, shaking his head. "It's more of a protection for myself. It shouldn't affect you at all, unless someone talks about it." "Now I'm intrigued," Melindra interrupted, putting her hands on her hips as she stared at him.
"What could it possibly be that makes you so worried?"
"Can I trust you not to say anything to anyone about this? I'm deadly serious here. If some others learn that you know about this, it could end badly for you if they think you might know where I am. If after you learn this knowledge, you decide you can't keep it to yourself, we can dissolve the contract bond and we'll never see each other again. If you do think that you can keep that promise, then I guarantee that you won't regret it." As far as threats went, it was a bit of a weak one, but there really was a danger to them if they shared some of Thaden's secrets. Probably not as big of a danger as he was making it out to be, but he was sure that there were people out there that would do anything to secure his help, or to know where he was so that they could kill him and eliminate him from the rankings. All four of them shuffled around for a few seconds, looking slightly uncomfortable at the conversation. Finally, Gregory spoke. "Fine. I give my temporary promise not to say anything, but I reserve the right to change my mind after you show us whatever this is all about." Melindra was right on the heels of his statement, agreeing as well, followed by Carlos not that long after. David took nearly a minute to finally decide, but he also reluctantly agreed. "Good enough. Go ahead and invite me to your party. Just a word of caution, though. Don't freak out and call attention to us." Gregory sent him the invite to join his party through the party interface window, and just as he accepted, Melindra asked, "Why would we freak out? Holy!" She was left speechless as she was suddenly bent over in pain, accompanied by David, both of them breathing heavily. Gregory looked slightly uncomfortable, while Carlos appeared largely unaffected. "What is going on? What did you do to us?" the party leader asked threateningly.
At least he kept it to a whisper instead of shouting it, for which Thaden was appreciative. "It's an ability of mine which gives you extra stats," the Life Warden said quickly. "Check your character report if you don't believe me. It's affecting Melindra and David a bit more because they've never really had a lot of physicality before." As he looked at each of his new party members, he also saw something about their name tags that was unusual. Gregory Human, level 20, perceived level 43. Thaden instinctively knew that only he and his party could see the perceived level, and it even looked faded and a bit blurry to himself. Level 43, huh? From what he remembered, the perceived level and even the amount of boosted stats were dependent on his emboldened leadership competency, which meant that it would improve over time. But 20 levels less than his own was still quite impressive, especially as it more than doubled their actual level. Of course, it was only relevant for dungeon access and monster loot, but that could still be advantageous in the right situation. For their situation here, at this particular dungeon, their perceived level didn't matter at all, since they wouldn't be getting any pick or loot anyway, with Thaden in their group. "I have 50 extra physicality, celerity, and mentality? How is this possible?" Melindra hissed while she attempted to stand upright, still obviously getting used to her body as it adjusted to the additional physicality. She was already looking better after just a few seconds, but he had probably quadrupled or more that particular stat, and it would take at least a short time to fully adjust, if his own experiences were any indication. "Yes, I think we deserve an explanation, Angelo. And what the heck does this perceived level thing mean? And why do you not seem to have one?" Gregory asked.
"I can't explain anything out here. It will be safer to do it in the dungeon where there is no chance of being overheard," the Life Warden responded. "Now, decision time. Do you think you can handle this much information and not share it? If not, like I said before, I can leave the party and we can dissolve the contract bond, and you'll never see me again." They all stared at him, as Melindra and David seemed to finally adjust to their temporary stat boosts. Of course, once they started walking around, it might take them a little longer until where they weren't falling over themselves, but that would simply come with practice. "There's more? And this isn't some sort of trick and you're a psychopath trying to kill us all in the dungeon?" the party leader asked disbelievingly after nearly half a minute of silence. Thaden chuckled at the question. "No, I'm not trying to kill you all. And yes, there's a bit more. But I need your decision now, as it will be easier to part ways here than after we get into the dungeon." It wasn't the most foolproof or secure of secret-keeping, the promise not to speak about what they were about to see inside the dungeon, but he was fairly certain this was the best scenario he could have asked for. They didn't even know about the money or loot that he was going to offer them for going through with this. Their decision would be entirely based on what they were seeing now,
which was intriguing enough to make them consider going through with everything. Even if they agreed to complete the minimal difficulty of the Crestline Gorge, followed by the medial difficulty, that didn't mean he trusted them not to blab, though he hoped they would keep all of Thaden's secrets they learned about to themselves.
If they did spill the beans, he wasn't planning on sticking around Ragewater for long, as there were no dungeons nearby, from what he remembered, that would qualify for the special quests he was going to be pursuing. It would be nice to be able to work out of the city, since it had many amenities that the towns didn't, but he would be fine even if he never visited it again. Plus, there was a third city out there in the region that he would likely be checking out at some point, if only because there were some prospective dungeons relatively nearby, if not as close as the Magma dungeon had been to Forgestone. "Will all of this help us get into a guild?" Melindra asked. "If what you are needing is the fee to enter the guild, then yes. I 100% guarantee by the time I part ways with you in the future, which I want to be upfront with you will be happening, you will have enough to get into a guild." That seemed to decide it for them. "I'm in then. I promise that I can keep my mouth shut," the dark-haired woman stated formally. Carlos agreed with similar words a few seconds afterward, followed by Gregory. David, just like before, hesitated nearly to the point where Thaden thought he was going to have to start over somewhere new, but he eventually nodded. "If it gets us into a guild where we can finally level up, then I guess I can keep whatever I learn to myself." "Good enough," the Life Warden said, before turning to Gregory. "All right, let's get in line while everyone adjusts to your boosted stats, and I'll go over more when we get inside." As they walked over to the line leading into the gorge, both Melindra and David tripped and fell a single time as they continued to learn what had changed due to their new physicality stat, but they quickly figured out how to walk. By the time they queued up, they were almost back to normal.
If only they didn't look uncomfortable and suspicious, glancing at Thaden out of the corner of their eyes every few seconds, as if their temporary support class was a bomb that could go off at any point. Thankfully, it was still dark out around the area, despite the magical lights set up around the designated line space, and no one seemed to particularly notice. Everyone in his party was silent, unlike some of the other parties in line who were contributing to a general murmur of conversation interspersed with soft laughter. So they stuck out even further. That was perfectly fine with Thaden, though, because he didn't want his party to start talking about things they shouldn't, even if they had given their word that they wouldn't. It took about 30 minutes for them to get to the front of the line, the tense atmosphere between them loosening somewhat as boredom set in after a while, though they still didn't say anything to each other as they waited the 3 minutes from the previous party entering to enter it themselves. While multiple parties could be inside the dungeon simultaneously, there was a short cooldown before they could enter, depending on the dungeon, and this one was apparently only a handful of minutes. As a group, they walked into the Ripple, and there was only a slight hitch as Gregory, as the party leader, chose the minimal difficulty for them to enter. There was no pop-up notification detailing Thaden's ability to choose whatever difficulty he wanted, because he wasn't the party leader, so that was one less thing that he'd have to explain later. You have entered the Crestline Gorge Dungeon, minimal difficulty. Crestline Gorge Dungeon. Current difficulty, minimal. Medial. Maximal. Recommended party size, 5. Recommended party levels, 11 to 21. On the other side of the distortion, Thaden looked behind him to verify they were inside the dungeon, which was confirmed when he didn't see the people waiting in line on the other side. He looked at the information that had been provided to him upon entering, and it took him a moment to figure out why the recommended levels were now 11 to 21 instead of 10 to 20. That moment of thought was all it took for him to remember that Developmental Phase 2 increased the level of monsters in dungeons every 48 hours. But that wasn't the only difference, as instead of it being the dark of nighttime in the gorge like it was in the outside world, the sunlight coming from above the gorge's walls looked to be locked in a perpetual state of dawn, giving them enough light to see by,
but with shadows lurking along the edges of the mountainsides. As for what was in between the two cliff sides on his left and right, there was a lush belt of green vegetation that lined the entire valley, with short, soft grass composing most of the floor and dense trees that formed the walls of different areas within the gorge dungeon. Instead of rooms or caves, the entire dungeon was open to the air, but from what he'd heard Gregory mention on their journey from the city, there was an invisible wall above the trees that prevented someone from simply jumping or somehow flying over the tree walls, and the vegetation was virtually indestructible, so no cutting or burning their way through. The entryway was devoid of monsters or traps, as most dungeons were, but Théoden was sure that just ahead through a narrow pathway between the trees, they would find their first obstacles. "All right, now spill it," Gregory said, lining up with his fellow party members as they faced him with their arms determinedly crossed over their chests. "Yes, what have you gotten us into here?" Carlos asked, which was echoed by the others. Théoden took a deep breath before he said anything. While he'd already rehearsed what he wanted to tell them once it was relatively safe to do so, it wasn't the easiest thing for him to do.
Granted, he wasn't going to be revealing everything, but what he needed to share was nerve-wracking enough that it took him a few seconds to center himself. "Well, first off, there is something that you need to know before we start making our way through the dungeon. You won't be receiving any pick from any of the monsters you kill in here. Nor will you receive any loot. But," he said, holding up his hands to stop their immediate protests, "I'll be providing each of you with a payment that should surpass any loot that you might otherwise miss inside the dungeon. I can't do anything about the lack of pick, unfortunately, but I will provide another small payment to make up for the missed pick." "How much?" Gregory asked immediately at the mention of payment. "How does 15 gold each sound to you?" The four of them looked at each other for a few seconds and then nodded. "More than fair. What's the catch?" "Ah, the catch. Well, aside from not telling anyone about this whole situation, as well as what you might see or experience, I need another favor from you as well." They all stiffened with wariness radiating from their bodies. "What type of favor?" Melindra asked tersely. "Nothing untoward, I assure you. I just need you to run another dungeon after we're done with this one." "There aren't any other dungeons we can safely delve without guild approval, which we don't have yet. I'm not sure we're comfortable going further away from the city." Théoden shook his head. "You won't have to. We'd be delving through this one again." "Why? What purpose would that serve to complete the exact same gorge a second time?" Gregory asked, clearly confused. The Life Warden smiled. "Not the exact same dungeon." "You want us to attempt the medial difficulty, don't you?" Melindra cut him off, figuring it out before any of the others. "You're almost correct. We're not going to just attempt it, but complete it." That's impossible. Even with these miraculous boosts to our stats and your added healing, you do heal, don't you? Théoden nodded. "Of course. And it isn't impossible, especially with what I can bring to the table."
Why should we risk our lives trying to complete the medial difficulty? Even those who've completed the minimal difficulty haven't even attempted it yet, given that its minimum level is 25.
How does another 75 gold and some powerful gear sound? Carlos snorted in disbelief. "Bullshit. There's no way you have that kind of money. Who are you anyway?"
Théoden sighed. He wasn't going to be spilling those kinds of secrets, but he had to convince them that he was serious.
"That isn't something that I can share. But let me prove to you that I can back up what I'm promising."
Taking 200 gold from his inventory, he brought it out in one of the sacks that had been provided with some of the quest's rewards he'd received. It was actually quite heavy, and he tossed it to Carlos, since he had more than enough physicality that it wouldn't knock him over.
"What the?"
the fighter said as he caught it, staggering slightly at the surprising weight.
This? Yes, that's 200 gold in that sack.
And there's more where that came from if you agree to do this. You shouldn't be in any particular danger if you go through with this, as I can most likely keep you all alive without any problems. If we run into surprises, I can resurrect you all and take the lead if I have to. What? You? Are you saying that you don't need us? Then why are we here at all? Gregory asked, staring at the bag of gold that Carlos was still holding like a baby in his arms. The life warden tried to assure him. I do need you, though. I wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't necessary. What sort of sense does that make? I just don't understand. Melindra cut off her party leader as she spoke her thoughts out loud.
He obviously doesn't need us to complete this dungeon, which means he could do it solo. So why us? The only thing that makes sense is that he needs to be in a party to complete a dungeon on minimal and then medial difficulties. Why would that be necessary? If I remember correctly, most of the evolution assignments revolve around party roles, so it's entirely possible that this is one of the requirements for support classes. I never really paid attention to that, because I had no desire to be a healer, but it makes the most sense. But that leads to the question of why now? He would have until level 63 to complete the assignment, so what's the hurry? The only logical conclusion is that he's already progressed as far as he can and has hit a roadblock, meaning that he's already at level 63. But that would be impossible, because there's no way anyone would be anywhere near that level yet. Unless, of course, he was an anomaly, such as that individual from the rankings a few weeks ago. Progressing from level 45 to 63 in that time isn't a stretch, I would assume, so it's entirely possible that Angelo is actually— Please don't finish whatever it was you were about to say. Thaden interrupted sternly. Crap. So, what do you think? Ready to get going and finish this dungeon? I wonder if we can set a record for completion time. He continued lightheartedly, trying to deflect them away from what Melindra was saying, though he knew it was likely useless by this point. A bit of fear flashed over their faces for a moment, as the realization of who he was— even if unconfirmed, they were likely 99% sure of it by this point— hit home. Surprisingly, it was David who spoke first. Screw it. I don't care who you are. If you say you can do all of this, giving us enough gold to not only safely get into a guild, but to provide us with enough to live on for a long time, I'm not going to look a gift horse in the butt. There was silence after his words, before the three others in the original party burst out laughing. It's look a gift horse in the mouth, David, not in the butt, Melindra corrected him, still chuckling. Oh, I guess that makes more sense. Though what exactly a gift horse is or why you would want to look at their butt or mouth is beyond me. After the tension broke, the four of them looked at Thaden for a moment, before Gregory waved toward the pathway that led further into the dungeon. All right, hotshot, let's see what you can do for us. I'm looking forward to seeing what we've been missing all this time without a support class in our party. Since he'd never really had a chance to flex his abilities as an actual healer in a party, Thaden couldn't help but agree. Chapter 35. It felt strange for Thaden to think of someone else for a change, at least in terms of being in a party. He didn't count the experience in the mausoleum with Sarah and the others because they had been essentially bystanders. But in this case, it was Gregory and his original party that were going to be doing the damage and leading things inside the dungeon. That meant that the Life Warden was relegated to simply being a support class and a healer. He found that he didn't mind the notion of it as much as he thought, given how much he enjoyed going solo. It wasn't something that he thought he would do very often unless forced into it, such as this situation with the evolution assignment. But he wasn't going to complain at the moment, because he could finally test out some of his spells that had essentially been sitting on the shelf and collecting dust. Looking at his list of never-before-used spells, he found that there weren't as many as he expected. Lesser Regrowth, channeled. Lesser Mana Rejuvenation, single cast. Major Protective Guards, single cast. Major Dampeners, single cast. Major Protective Barrier, single cast. Major Damage Shield, single cast. Major Absorb Health,
single cast. Major sacrifice, single cast. Major lifelink, reserved. Major ward link, reserved. Théoden was able to eliminate some of his spells from his access slots that he didn't think he was going to need for this dungeon, especially since he wasn't going to be doing it solo. Major wild health leech. Major mana transformation, and both cure afflictions were taken out, as, according to Gregory, there weren't any debilitating afflictions that they had to worry about with the monsters inside the gorge. If he was wrong, it would be easy enough to shift his access slots around and put them back in, but Théoden hoped it wasn't necessary.
That left both his fields, regeneration, and stacking buffers, as the latter was something that he knew worked quite well from personal experience. With 4 of his 9 access slots already filled, he needed to find which of his other spells he might want to try. The first thing he considered were both Major Lifelink and Major Ward Link, and almost immediately discarded them. Combining the health or protection of 2 allies wasn't necessary for someone like him. He could see the benefit of it with a healer who didn't have unlimited mana, as it would help to share the protection and healing benefits with more than one person, but it wasn't exactly useful for Théoden. Next, lesser regrowth was only good for regrowing lost limbs, and while he was sure it was important in some situations, the Life Warden didn't ever plan on things getting to that point. He had more than enough healing and protection spells to prevent the loss of any limbs. Having a channeled spell taking up an access slot all the time was unnecessary. Major sacrifice could be powerful in certain situations, but sacrificing the protection of a party member and making them immune to healing for a short time wasn't what he had in mind right now. In other words, it too wasn't necessary at this time, as fun as it might be to try out. The first spell he added to his slots was Lesser Rejuvenation, as there wasn't too much to consider there. Lesser Rejuvenation, single cast, grants a target a boost to their mana regeneration for a limited time. Mana regeneration rate: 5% of maximum mana every 5 seconds. Duration: 60 seconds. Number of targets: 1. Range: 40 feet. Casting time: instant. Mana cost: 270. It wasn't something that he'd ever need to use on himself, which was why he'd never upgraded it to major strength, but the lesser version was still powerful. 5% of maximum mana replenished every 5 seconds for 60 seconds was impressive. At least he thought so, considering that he didn't really have a frame of reference on normal mana regeneration rates. But he thought it was fairly good, considering that it had a mana cost of 270 for a lesser strength spell. He wanted it in his access slots, because he knew that most of the damage that was inflicted upon monsters wasn't done by the fighter class up front, but from the backline party members that could dish out the damage quickly, as long as they had mana, which was typically the stumbling block for most spellcasting classes like mages. Sure, they could create powerful fireballs or whatnot that could obliterate monsters, but if they couldn't cast a spell like that more than once a minute as they waited for their mana to replenish, their damage per second would fall flat. At least, that's what he assumed was the case. His knowledge came from RPGs and video games back on Earth, so it could be different here. Given how everything else had been fairly accurate to his prior knowledge, he figured it was the case here, too. With 4 access slots left, he began to look at the 5 remaining options on his list of never-used spells. Digging into what they were, he realized that Major Protective Guards and Major Protective Barrier were very similar in what they did, with a few important distinctions. Major Protective Guards, single cast, creates a series of full-body protective barriers around a single target that prevents 5 instances of all types of damage and afflictions from up to level 80 sources. Once damage is prevented, Major Protective Barrier disappears. Cannot target self.
Number of targets: 1. Range: 20 feet.
Duration, 3 minutes. Casting time, 10 seconds. Mana cost, 500. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Major protective barrier, single cast. Creates a full-body protective barrier around a single target that prevents 4 instances of all types of damage and afflictions from up to level 80 sources. Once damage is prevented, major protective barrier disappears. Cannot target self. Number of targets, 1. Range, 50 feet. Duration, 5 minutes. Casting time, 5 seconds. Mana cost, 360. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Both of them prevented all damage or inflictions up to level 80, or level 100 because of his defensive spellcasting competency advancements, but the barrier only prevented 4 instances, while the guards prevented 5 instances. Obviously, this seemed like a no-brainer to Théoden to choose the one that prevented 5 instances, but there were other things to consider. First, guards had a range of only 20 feet compared to 50 feet for barrier, and the casting time for the former was 10 seconds as opposed to 5 seconds for the latter. While mana cost didn't really matter all that much to him, 500 for guards versus 360 for barrier was also a big difference, or at least it would be for most support classes. Lastly, the guards only lasted 3 minutes as opposed to 5 minutes for the barrier, though again, that didn't matter all that much to Théoden because he would be casting it whenever he had the time and if it was off cooldown, regardless of mana cost. With those considerations in mind, he went with the major protective barrier instead of the guards, even with the lower number of preventative instances, because he had no problem casting it again whenever it was necessary. That left Major Dampeners, Damage Shield, and Absorb Health. Major Dampeners was based on the target of the spell losing health, which would then start accumulating damage mitigation effects that could prevent up to a 50% maximum amount of damage to them. Major Absorb Health returned 20% of inflicted damage as health, sort of like a lifesteal effect he'd seen in some games. Both spells were most effective if the target was losing health and either needed it back without additional healing spells cast on them, or to prevent them from dying as quickly. For now, at least in this minimal difficulty dungeon, Théoden didn't think it was going to be necessary. Why? Because of the last spell, Major Damage Shield. At a cost of 270 mana and a casting time of 2 seconds, it provided 500 damage mitigation, and the cooldown was only 1 second thanks to a competency advancement. That meant he could cast another one of these spells every 3 seconds if it was necessary, and 500 damage was a lot to mitigate. His experience with his stacking buffers proved that to be the case. The only downside was that it didn't prevent any afflictions, just damage. But that shouldn't matter too much in this particular dungeon. Regardless, if it was up to him, none of his party members would take even the slightest bit of damage to their health throughout the entire delve. After adding Major Damage Shield, he was left with 2 extra access slots, which he filled with Major Support Sprite and Major Defensive Sprite. If healing was necessary, then he would change out the Support Sprite for Major Healing Burst and do some quick healing with the sprite's bonus. The same could be said for the Defensive Sprite, as he could change it out for anything that might be needed on the fly, such as a sudden affliction that needed to be cured. His goal was to keep both sprites around everyone, as they lasted 10 minutes and would be invaluable, especially the defensive sprite, in preventing any sort of damage that might threaten them. Prepared as he was going to be, Théoden cast Major Support Sprite on each of his party members as they made their way through to the first open-spaced area, followed by Major Defensive Sprite. But he was immediately surprised when each of his defensive sprites was also cast upon a second target. He'd forgotten about his Extended Protection advancement, which extended single-target defensive spells to protect an additional target. He supposed, since it was technically a defensive spell, it still counted, even if the sprite by itself didn't do anything to protect them. "What is this?"
Melindra asked, staring at the glowing balls of light that hovered nearby them all. Just something that boosts protection and healing. Don't worry about it, he assured her and the rest of the party. I'm just getting started. Théoden then cast Major Damage Shield on everyone, which had a 2-second casting time and a 1-second cooldown, followed by Major Stacking Buffers, which had a 10-second casting but no cooldown. He followed that up with Major Protective Barrier, which had a 5-second casting time and a 5-second cooldown. He only had to cast them each twice because he was able to cover all 4 of them with just 2 casts, thanks to extended protection, and he didn't need them on himself at the moment since he had already activated his fields. The damage shield had no duration to it, being a shield that would prevent 750 damage until it was all used up. Stacking Buffers had a 20-minute duration as it accumulated stacks of protective buffers, whereas Protective Barrier had a 10-minute duration and would prevent 6 instances of any damage or afflictions, all thanks to the defensive sprite boosting the effects of each spell. He wasn't sure how they stacked together, or which one would trigger first when someone was attacked, so he would have to see what happened once they found a monster that attacked them.
Lastly, as the pathway through the vegetation seemed to be opening into a larger area, he cast Lesser Rejuvenation on everyone to help replenish their mana for a 60-second duration, which had its 5% of max mana replenished every 5 seconds, boosted to 9% thanks to the support sprite, and also tacked on Major Regeneration as an extra safeguard in case something actually got through the protection to damage them. It only lasted 45 seconds, but he could refresh it at any point if he thought it was necessary. You are all now protected more than an actual tank, have a boost to your mana regeneration, and have enough perpetual healing to handle anything these things can throw at you, he told them as soon as his actions were complete. And they looked at him in a mixture of confusion and astonishment. You will also accumulate stacks of protective buffers when you damage monsters, even if it's only a single point of damage. In other words, go all out, and don't worry about getting hurt, let alone dying. The 4 of them looked at him skeptically, but Carlos just shrugged, lifted a large shield that he'd taken from his inventory on his left arm, and twirled a short sword in his right hand. Fine with me. Anything to get through these trash mobs faster, he said, smiling as he rushed into the clearing. The others followed after him less enthusiastically, and Théoden brought up the rear. A few seconds after Carlos had entered the clearing, he was attacked by what appeared to be a half-dozen large rats that ran out of the vegetation around the perimeter, camouflaged until that moment. Gorge Grat, minimal level 11. The Gorge Grats were as big as a medium-sized dog, with sharp, 6-inch-long incisors that appeared capable of cutting through hard leather with ease. Their claws could also be used as weapons, though it was obvious that 95% or more of their attacks were based around their bites. Not that they had a chance to show that off, as Carlos was already in among them and showing why they considered these things trash mobs. While they were quick, faster than most other monsters that size, they were also 9 levels below the untested Shield Man, a new class that Théoden had just learned about as they were talking about their roles along the way. Normally, such a low-level monster wouldn't attack those of a higher level, but that was only outside of a dungeon. Inside of one, it didn't matter if the monsters were all level 1 and there was a party of level 50 contenders delving through. They would be attacked 100% of the time. Carlos shouted as he used some sort of skill or spell, and a red aura flashed around him, the color clashing with the other spells that Théoden had used to protect him. The Life Warden could sense that it was a taunting type of skill that directed all the attention of the Grots on him, and he went to work blocking and bashing with his shield as he spun around to keep them all at bay, while slicing out with his sword at opportune times. He killed 2 of them with shield bashes, which also glowed with an orange aura when he did it, which he figured was yet another skill he employed. 2 other Grots were killed by a single, deadly sword slice that practically severed the heads from his targets. By the time the rest of the group arrived, there wasn't much to do, but both Melindra and David cast a spell anyway. From David, who was an initiate conjurer, black-colored ropes appeared around one of the remaining grots and started to constrict around it with extreme tension, causing bones to snap as the pressure became too great for the monster to handle. The other grat was impaled by a shard of stone that thrust up from below it, cast by Melindra, the apprentice earth mage, impaling it with enough force and width that it essentially burst apart. "And I'm back to full mana already," the woman said in astonishment, staring at Thaden with wide eyes. "How is that even possible?" "It's just an extra perk of partying with me," the Life Warden said with a shrug, not wanting to go into it too much. "Anyway, enough talking. Let's get a move on." Carlos started to extract the loot from the corpses of the grats, but after the first one gave him nothing, he said, "There's no point in this, is there?" Thaden shook his head. "No. It'll go faster this way, though. No stopping, just move on ahead." Leaving the corpses behind, Carlos just shook his head at the loss of loot, but their new support member could see the smile on his face. He was eager to get through this entire dungeon in record time, which was certainly possible with Thaden's help. "Can't stop, won't stop. Let's go," their fighter said, rushing ahead. "There are still traps, you moron." Gregory made to hurry after Carlos, in order to go first to check for the aforementioned traps, but was stopped by a hand on his arm. "He can tank them with the protections I put on him. Let him have his fun." The rookie infiltrator, a familiar class that Aki had been in the first party he'd been a member of back in the mausoleum, huffed in annoyance. "That's kind of my job, you know." "I know. But for now, join him in slaughtering these things and let him push through all the traps. You mentioned that there aren't any that would kill him in one shot normally, right?" "Yes, but then don't worry about it," Thaden assured him. "Trust me on this. I won't let him die. And we might even have a little fun while we're at it." He pointed ahead, where Melindra and David were already disappearing down the pathway.
Let's use those extra points in celerity you've got to catch up. There's no point in letting them have all the fun now, is there? Gregory sighed, but the Life Warden could see the edges of his mouth twitching at the prospect of being nigh unkillable in the dungeon. Without another word, they ran after the others, even as they heard the unmistakable sounds of fighting coming from up ahead. Chapter 36. The entire dungeon delve turned into a frantic race to the end, reminding Thaden somewhat of his first experience in the magma dungeon, where he gathered up the monsters and brought them to the boss room. In this case, however, instead of dragging them all along, the party annihilated everything in their path. At first, it was ridiculously easy for them to do so, given the fact that all the monsters were much lower level than them. When he added in the increase to their mana regeneration rate, thanks to him keeping lesser rejuvenation going on them all, they barely even slowed down as Carlos tore into the opposition, and the others fell upon the monsters like a pack of starving wolves. There were a few things that he learned from their recklessness, however. First, the order in which he cast the protection spells upon them related directly to how they were consumed, with the last one being used first, as if he was adding layers of protection on top of each other. So, if he cast Damage Shield first, then stacking buffers, and then Protective Barrier, the instances of complete damage immunity from Protective Barrier would be consumed first, then any stacks of buffers, and finally the 750 damage mitigation of Damage Shield. Of course, nothing hurt any of them to the point where they actually used all of their protection, as the monsters died too quickly for them to get that far. He only figured this out because Carlos took his advice and tanked all of the traps that were set up in their way, which ranged from arrows appearing from the close vegetation along the pathways to a spiked wall made of lashed-together wood that would pop up from the dirt, and even a small pit trap with spears that would have hurt immensely on Carlos's feet and legs if it had managed to pierce through his protections.
Thaden also discovered that physical damage resistance, such as what he had on his shadow silk robe, made a huge difference on how much damage was actually imparted upon someone.
For instance, even during those times that Carlos was bitten or scratched by a monster, which was often in their race through the dungeon, the protective buffers he had on him were depleted much more slowly than ones from, for example, Melindra. It appeared that even though he wasn't being hit directly by an attack, the fighter's armor reduced the damage that was actually done and had to be prevented by the protective spells, making them even more effective than Théoden expected. That knowledge didn't really help Théoden when he was solo, as there wasn't too much he could add to his physical damage resistance. But it certainly helped to reassure himself that Carlos, even if he didn't have all of the protective spells on him, wouldn't be going down easy. It also made it clear how a party without a healer could still do well enough to complete dungeons, or at least most of the time. Most of the time, their fighter, or tank, could absorb a lot of damage through the use of a shield and damage resistance, to the point where their natural health regeneration could keep up with the abuse they suffered. It was only when they were confronted with something such as this dungeon's boss that the fighter was unable to overcome the damage being done to them, and had to retreat whenever that occurred, which was exactly what had happened with Gregory's party. The boss of Crestline Gorge's minimal difficulty simply did too much damage to Carlos for them to stay and finish it off without risking one or more of them dying in the process. There was apparently a little more to it than that, but that was the main reason Théoden was given.
So, after fighting through dozens of gorge grats, they encountered buried Gropherum, who were essentially overgrown gophers that initially attacked from below, followed by combinations of both types of monsters. They steadily increased in level as they tore through the clearings, and by the time they started seeing level 17 monsters, a third type of rodent appeared, the squirrel monk magi. These adorable little guys looked like 3-foot-tall squirrels with the features of a chipmunk, complete with stripes down their backs and big bushy tails. Of course, that adorableness disappeared when these monsters started waving their hands in front of themselves, conjuring dozens of fist-sized acorns into the air and having them fall upon the party like a hailstorm. Even worse, upon impact with an object, the large acorn projectiles would explode and send acorn shrapnel out in all directions. Normally, Carlos would initiate the battle against the Magi cautiously, protecting himself first and foremost while gaining all their attention, hunkering down behind his shield while the others took the monsters out. But with Théoden's help, such tactics were unneeded. He tore into them like a berserker, getting right up into their faces and making the acorns explode too close for the Magi to avoid damaging themselves with their own attack, while laying into them with his weapon. David conjured transparent, glowing walls that accomplished an effect similar to that of Carlos's shield, while also making tiny little shackles that appeared upon the squirrel monk Magi's wrists, preventing them from casting their acorn hailstorms. Gregory speedily appeared behind them and eviscerated them with his knives, while Melindra threw boulders and stone spikes around like confetti, obliterating anything in her way. It was a massacre, plain and simple, at least until they arrived at the final area of the dungeon, where the boss was located.
Remember, even if they manage to get through your protections, I won't let you die, Théoden said, though he had severe doubts that such a thing was likely. After refreshing all of their protections, he switched out his sprites for Major Healing Wave and Major Absorb Health, the former of which was a channeled spell that would heal over 600 health a second to allies, and the latter was a way for Carlos to absorb health when he did damage.
I'm beginning to see that. I have a feeling that we won't have any problems here, the fighter class said, grinning like an idiot as he revved himself up to go charging into the boss area. Looking at it from the threshold, it was an area that extended from one side of the mountain walls to the other, encompassing the entire gorge, and it was filled with smaller than usual grots, as in hundreds, perhaps thousands of them. That was all he could actually see without going inside, which he had been informed would change as soon as they stepped over the threshold. "Let's go," Gregory said, motioning for the untested shield man to run inside.
But he'd barely finished his statement before Carlos was sprinting into the room, triggering his taunt skill. The rest of the party followed behind, staying about 20 feet back, as the mass of grots all streamed toward the fighter. Grot Horde, Boss, Minimal Level 24. The grots weren't technically individual monsters, but part of a horde that seems to condense together to create something greater than its parts. They seemed to connect to each other through some magical means, forming a giant, misshapen grot that stood 12 feet tall and half again as long, and it loomed over Carlos as if it was planning on overwhelming the contender with sheer numbers. Normally, the fighter could just barely tank the boss by itself, but it wasn't alone.
From underneath the ground, a dozen buried grofers, a mixture of level 20 and level 21, burst out to start attacking the back line as well as Carlos from underneath. If that wasn't bad enough, a half-dozen level 21 squirrel monk magi bounded out of the trees along the perimeter, where they started bombarding the untested shield man with exploding acorns. One or two of the threats the party could handle, but all three together was normally a death sentence if they didn't retreat. It was this problem that they'd run into in the past, where they couldn't seem to handle all of the different parts without something giving, even with access to health potions to help with healing. But now they had Thaden to help, which made a huge difference. Carlos did nothing but spam his taunting skill over and over, the extra mana regeneration provided by lesser rejuvenation barely keeping him from running out within seconds, which helped to pull every monster's attention to him and off the back line. Meanwhile, both Melindra and David went to town, expending their mana like it was water and they were sprinklers, tossing boulders and tying up individual monsters with constricting ropes like it was going out of style. Gregory was in and out of the chaos, a whirlwind of stabbing knives, and he didn't bother to try and be sneaky, just cutting a swath through the collected enemies without thought to his own safety. Their tank's protection, replaced by Thaden whenever it ran out, prevented even a single point of damage from getting through. It was almost unfair, in fact, because as much as he was attacked during the first few seconds of the fight, none of it managed to overcome even the final layer of defense in the powerful damage shield, which was refreshed every few seconds by Thaden. With Carlos spamming his taunt, none of the monsters more than twitched in Thaden's direction as his spellcasting drew aggro. Nor did they turn toward any of the others.
The poor rodents were essentially stun-locked, trying to nibble on a damage sponge that didn't feel any of it, and they died without a chance. In the end, it took all of 32 seconds for every single monster in the boss area to die. It was over so fast that Thaden could see the looks of disbelief on their faces, which made him chuckle lightly at their astonishment. He had to admit, that was the fastest that he'd ever defeated a boss, though it wasn't like any of it was difficult. "That's it?" Carlos asked, slowly lowering his sword and shield from where they had been braced against the attacks directed his way. "I have to admit, it's a bit of a letdown." "Yeah, it's like we cheated or something," David agreed. The initiate conjurer turned to Thaden. "This wasn't cheating, right?" He shook his head. "Nope, not cheating at all. Just unusual. That's all I'll say about it." "Unusual is an understatement, Angelo." "Regardless, it sure was effective," Gregory noted. Melindra giggled, which sounded strange after all the slaughter they performed upon the poor monsters of the dungeon. "I'd say so. They didn't stand a chance." "Are you all ready for the medial difficulty, then?" Thaden asked lightly. They all froze in place, staring at each other after he asked his question. After a few seconds, they glanced at the remains of the boss scattered all around them. "Are you sure all of this will work in there?" Gregory finally asked. "We knew what we were in for in this difficulty, and besides the boss, we'd been through it multiple times without too much trouble. But you're talking about a difficulty that is all above our levels, not just the boss." "Everything will be just the same," the Life Warden assured them. "If the worst happens, I can draw and keep aggro, and you can waste them from relative safety." That seemed like it was enough to convince them, and they all agreed after a few seconds of contemplation. They'd already seen what he could do for them, and they were trusting that he could continue to provide the protection that would allow them not only to survive the next difficulty, but to complete it without anyone being near at risk of dying. As they made their way toward the end of the dungeon, they parted a section of the vegetation where the treasure area was located. As expected, though, it was empty, giving them nothing as a reward for their deeds. It was at this point that he handed over to them all what he had promised them, and they were ecstatic, to say the least. It only took looking at their faces for a few seconds to see that they were just as excited for the gold as they were for the next stage of this expedition. It was also at this point, before they left the minimal difficulty Crestline Gorge dungeon, that they all checked their notifications, because they had ended up getting something after all. Congratulations for completing the Crestline Gorge dungeon on minimal difficulty. Achievement received. Grats. Bonus reward. 250 pick, plus 500 from achievements. In all, he received a total of 750 pick from completing the entire Crestline Gorge dungeon on minimal difficulty, which was honestly more than expected. He couldn't help but notice that this was the first achievement that he'd received that wasn't a world first. But that was okay. The other members of his temporary party were ecstatic, though, as it was something to add to their comparatively small lists of achievements. As far as any development of his competencies, the only thing that budged a tiny bit was emboldened leadership, which was still at level 1, but it had gone up by 12%. This was definitely not the way to improve his competencies, even if he was to solo a dungeon like this. There was no challenge to it, which meant that there was no real development going on.
The fact that even one of his competencies went up a little was surprising, but he figured it was only because its level was so low. Looking at his evolution assignment given to him by the support class representative, he was pleased to see that the requirement for the minimal difficulty was now crossed out as it was completed, which only left the medial difficulty, which was precisely what was going to happen next, as his party was ready and willing to go do it. Considering that they stood in line longer to get into the dungeon than it took to complete it on minimal difficulty, they were still relatively fresh. They exited the dungeon on the other side of the gorge, meaning that they had to work their way around the mountain and back to the line, which took about 45 minutes because it wasn't exactly a straight shot. They got back to the entrance less than an hour after completing it. Normally, they would have had to wait hours before going back in, because there was a cooldown that prevented parties from chaining delves together one after another. But he knew from experience with the mausoleum that the cooldown didn't come into effect if they chose a different difficulty. He supposed it was the system's way of allowing parties to make the mistake of testing themselves on something they couldn't handle, and if they died, it was their own fault. Their wait in line this time was punctuated by nervousness rather than suspicion towards Thaden on behalf of his fellow party members, as they knew what he could do now. What they didn't know, and no one else did either, as it was still too high of a minimum recommended level, was what they would find inside the medial difficulty version of the gorge. Still, the Life Warden was confident that they would be fine, no matter what they encountered. Their nervousness only increased as they got closer to the front, to the point where they were fidgeting around a bit. Their actions caught the attention of the group behind them when they reached the front of the line, the contenders of which apparently knew the people in Thaden's temporary party. "Melindra, why do you look so nervous? Are you finally going to attempt to beat that blasted horde again?"
"Huh?"
she asked, jumping slightly at being addressed.
"Oh, no, we already did that. We're trying the med—"
she blurted out, her nervousness getting the best of her before she realized what she was saying and shut her mouth with a snap. "Well, that's just great. I can see where this might go. Should I just leave now?" If he did, then he would save his own butt by getting out of town. But what of his party?
Thankfully, Gregory came to the rescue, kind of. It's not funny to joke around like that, Mel. Stop thinking ahead and concentrate on the here and now, which is to kill those damn grats for once and for all. Gotta get that money, right? She chuckled weakly, the transparency in her actions so obvious that Thaden wanted to facepalm in embarrassment. Yeah, you're right. What was I thinking? Dreaming about the day when we can challenge the medial difficulty of this dungeon. That'll be weeks or even months into the future, of course. The rest of the party, who had stopped moving and stared at the apprentice earth mage after she made her verbal gaffe, chuckled along with her, though it all seemed extremely forced. Well, good luck then? Are you sure there's nothing else going on? Who is this guy anyway? Ah, looks like it's our time, the party leader interrupted, pushing the others toward the distortion in the air that marked the entrance to the dungeon.
Don't want to hold up the line any more than we already are, right? They practically stumbled into the dungeon as a party, and it was only when they arrived through the slight hitch in time where Gregory was selecting their difficulty that Thaden realized they were already inside. You have entered the Crestline Gorge Dungeon, medial difficulty. Crestline Gorge Dungeon. Current difficulty, minimal, medial, maximal. Recommended party size, 5. Recommended party levels, 31 to 41. Mel, what the hell was that? Gregory barked out his question, getting right up into the mage's face, anger practically shaking his entire body. She held up her hands as tears threatened to spill from her eyes. I'm sorry. I don't know what I was thinking. No, I wasn't thinking at all, she spluttered, heaving great breaths as it seemed like she was going to hyperventilate. I kept thinking that we're all going to die, despite what we've seen and experienced through the minimal difficulty, and my doubts made me blurt out, That's no excuse, Mel, and you know it. You might have doomed us all, you know that? She nodded, and the other party members looked angry and resigned at the same time. Thaden, on the other hand, was confused. All right. I know that this is not the ideal situation for me, as I don't want attention paid to myself. But why is this going to doom you all? He asked. Because of who that was, Angelo, Gregory said after a few seconds of silence. Dref is one of the biggest loudmouths inside or out of Rage Harbor, and he'll likely be spreading this around as soon as he gets back to the city. Hell, he's probably already spread the rumor that we're attempting the medial difficulty as a lark to everyone in the line to get a laugh, and even if such a thing is ridiculous, it'll start the rumor mill nevertheless. In that case, all the guilds will want to know the truth, which will have them come after us trying to figure out how the rumor started. The party leader turned to Thaden, which will inevitably be turned to you, as you're the only wild card here. Even if we tell them everything, they won't believe us without proof. And if they think we're lying, they might just kill us as soon as we step out of the city after achieving level 21. This is my fault, Thaden said after a moment. I'm sorry that I got you into. No, this isn't all on you. If we had just kept our mouth shut like we said we would, then we wouldn't be in this predicament. We all agreed to this, even as crazy as it is, so it's on us just as much as it's on you. He appreciated the other man volunteering his party to take the blame, even throwing the Lindra under the bus, which was fair as she was the one who screwed the pooch, though none of this would have happened if he hadn't pressed them. Though it wasn't like he was going to give himself up to save them. He had more important responsibilities than getting involved in the contender guilds and what they wanted. As he thought about what they could do, there was only one solution that seemed even somewhat liable to work. In short, they'd have to run for it, just like he had when he'd run from Ashcleft. He would leave them, of course, as being near them would just be inviting trouble, but he would make sure they were properly compensated for their trouble. Shall we just leave then? He offered, knowing that it would probably be better if they got out ahead of the fallout. In other words, make a break and run as far and as fast as they could immediately. Gregory, however, shook his head. No, we're going to see this through, like we promised. Plus, popping up out there right now with the rumors that are probably flying around is a bad idea, even if Dref might have entered the dungeon already.
He nodded, but turned toward David when he heard the initiate conjurer gasp nearby. When he saw the young man looking further into the dungeon, he looked that way as well. He wasn't the only one to also gasp when he saw that the medial difficulty version of the Crestline Gorge dungeon was nothing like the previous one.
Chapter 37. Even with the worry about what happened outside the dungeon on his mind, Théoden couldn't help but be impressed at the differences that the medial difficulty presented. Granted, his experience seeing multiple difficulties in a dungeon was confined to the Mausoleum of Despair, which hadn't really changed its overall look except to perhaps become larger with the harder difficulties. As a result, he was unprepared to see all of the vegetation gone, leaving what appeared to be piles of stone that created walls which would funnel the contenders through its different sections. These stone piles were at least 50 feet tall, making seeing more than a few dozen feet ahead impossible, so they had no idea what was awaiting them ahead. What the? Does it really change this much in between difficulties? David asked, slightly breathless at the sight. Not in my experience, but I'm also not as experienced in testing multiple difficulties in the same dungeon as you might think, Théoden responded when no one else did. He turned back to the party, which tore their focus away from the completely different layout of the dungeon and back to him. Look, it's decision time again. You can still leave right now and take off before the rumors become more than what they currently are. If that's what you want to do, I'll pay you what I agreed to in gold without the extra loot, and we go back out the entrance. If you still decide to go through with this, then we need to complete this dungeon as quickly as possible to get out ahead of this thing. Either way, it's going to require relocating. But this way, you'll have some good loot to go along with the gold so you can restart somewhere else. What will it be? You have to decide quickly because we don't have a lot of time. He hated to rush them, but they were all on a timer now. Théoden would be fine no matter what, he figured, as he could easily outpace anyone trying to hunt him down. And that was only if changing his name and appearance as much as he could didn't work. He still had a few things he needed to do in the city before he left it, such as getting his new class, if the party agreed to delve through the medial difficulty, of course, and getting any information on support-focused dungeons that might be nearby, which he'd put off learning about while he took care of this whole evolution assignment situation. It was only then that he would go searching for the next dungeon from his special quest. But while Théoden would most likely be fine, his current party likely would not, unless they decided to stay at level 20 for an extended period of time to stay relatively safe. While that was still possible, he doubted they wanted to stall their development for any longer, given that they had already been at it for at least a few days and would quickly fall behind everyone else. It didn't take long for them to decide, fortunately, and it was to push through and finish the dungeon as soon as possible. Théoden was somewhat relieved, despite the higher danger to them by waiting to leave the area, but it was their decision in the end. With that settled, he started casting his barrage of protection spells on them again, with sprites, buffers, barriers, shields, and mana rejuvenation, all working together to make them as strong as possible. While they didn't run, they did hurry down the first gap in the stone piles, where they followed a narrow pathway that wound slightly in its route, but they eventually came to an open space. Instead of stronger grats, grofers, or squirrel monks, this difficulty apparently changed up the monster assortment completely. Pebbler, minimal, level 31. A trio of large pebble piles appeared fairly innocent at first glance in the enclosed space, but that was an illusion. As soon as Carlos stepped over the threshold into the roughly circular room, the piles of pebbles shifted, rolling toward the fighter swiftly. The pebbler's individual pebbles, each the size of a pea, stayed largely together, moving like a targeted wave in the ocean as they closed in on the slightly nervous-looking shieldman. "This might not be a good matchup for me, but I'll try," Melindra said.
and Thaden realized as an apprentice earth mage her focus of magic was ill-suited to combating the same type of element. Then again, when she created a boulder and tossed it at the nearest pebbler, the projectile ended up crushing thousands of the pebbles into dust, eliminating a quarter of one in seconds. Unfortunately, swords and knives didn't really do much against what were essentially little stones, as Carlos's and Gregory's weapons basically slid through the pile while scratching some of the pebbles. It was actually David that ended up finding their weakness, as he conjured a flat, transparent wall that he dropped on one of the piles, which squished it just enough that they could see the sight of something in the middle of the pebbles that looked like some sort of throbbing heart. Of course, getting to that was easier said than done. While Carlos and Gregory were ineffectively trying to fight back, even using some skills that they hadn't had to use during the minimal difficulty version, such as power strikes that did more damage, the pebblers were forming multiple strong appendages out of their stones before pounding them into Carlos and even Gregory when he got too close. They also used these appendages to protect themselves once the ooey, gooey, vulnerable center was revealed, deftly deflecting weapon strikes like expert warriors.
The only one having any offensive luck was Melindra, despite her warning that she wouldn't be as useful against these monsters, as she started creating spikes that attempted to pierce through the pebbler's vulnerability. She got lucky once, managing for her spell to come up underneath one of them and hit the heart of one, which managed to kill it, but subsequent attacks were somehow sensed and avoided as the monsters shifted out of the way. On the defensive front, the protections that he'd put in place on Carlos and Gregory were quickly being consumed by the constant and powerful attacks of the two remaining pebblers, though he was constantly replacing them without the fear of them being hurt. What he'd forgotten about was the 50% chance to reflect 5% of the damage on any defensive spells he cast, which applied to protective spells cast on others. As a result, every other hit against their protections caused the few dozen pebbles to suddenly disintegrate as their damage was reflected upon them. But it would likely take at least 10 minutes or more for the reflected damage being done to actually kill them. That wouldn't do, especially as they needed to hurry. "I'm going in and grabbing aggro," Thaden shouted, sprinting forward even as he switched out his major support sprite with major healing wave. He then stood next to the pebblers and channeled the healing spell, which almost immediately tore the attention they were paying to Carlos and Gregory and focused them on his completely protected form. "What are you doing? They're going to kill—" "Oh," Carlos said in shock, seeing that Thaden was perfectly fine. "Yes, now kill them while they're distracted," he shouted, even as multiple pebbly appendages slammed into his major repulsion field. Two things happened when that occurred, one of which he expected, while the other he did not. First, the damage-reflecting effect triggered twice, and he saw a few dozen pebbles on each monster suddenly disintegrate, as he'd seen with Carlos and Gregory. What he wasn't expecting was for the repulsion effect of his physical protection field to send chunks of the pebble-filled appendages flying away like little stone bullets, where they impacted against the nearby wall and shattered into pieces. He could only assume that because each individual pebble didn't weigh a whole lot, the repulsion effect was much more impactful than it was against a larger, heavier monster, where he sometimes didn't see any pushback at all. "Careful! Watch out for the flying shrapnel!" he shouted to be heard over the sound of cracking pebbles and the whiz sound they made when they were launched away from him. With the pebblers essentially whittling themselves away via his repulsion field as well as the reflected damage, the remaining monsters were quickly disappearing, and yet that wasn't fast enough. Thankfully, being distracted by the juicy support class standing helplessly in the middle of the pebbly monsters was enough to allow the rest of the party to attack from behind, where they were able to stab and impale the hearts, or cores, of the enemies attacking Thaden. When they were dead, his party members stared at him for a moment, but he shrugged in response to their disbelief at his abilities. "All right, we're speed running this thing. Get prepared. We're not stopping." Attack from behind when you can, but watch out for the shrapnel, and I'll keep everyone topped up on protections. Ready? Are you sure this is the best idea? Gregory quickly asked. 100% sure? No, but this will get us through faster, and speed is the only thing on our side right now. No one argued with that, as they rapidly agreed with the plan as they followed behind Thaden. As he passed through the pathway leading to the next area, he triggered a rockfall trap that normally would have squished him, but his fields protected him and simply shunted them off to the side, leaving the way open to those who followed behind. During the minimal difficulty delve, he had wanted to experiment with some of his spells that he'd never had a chance to use, while also letting his party adjust to the changes that he brought in terms of protection. It had felt good to sit back and let them do all the hard work for a change, even though they sped through it so quickly that he hadn't even seen any activation of the chance for his defensive spells to reflect damage. Regardless, it had felt good to help them out and let them experience what it could be like with a powerful support class member of their party backing them up. He had planned to do more of the same, and perhaps change up some of the spells he used for some variety inside the medial version of the dungeon, but that went right out the window with the time constraints combined with the nature of the monsters they faced. He was fairly certain that if his party had newly evolved classes, they would be able to do a lot more damage to something like the Pebbler, but right now they weren't capable of doing much to them without some help, which left Thaden, which was perfectly fine with him. He was fairly certain that he could easily solo this entire dungeon difficulty without any problems whatsoever, but he needed his party present to check off the remaining task for his evolution assignment. If that meant carrying the team so that they got through quicker, then that was exactly what he'd do. The next area had a quartet of Pebblers at level 32, and after gathering them up and acquiring their attention with his constant channeling of Major Healing Wave, he kept walking. He only had to periodically look back at his party members as they trailed behind the Pebblers that were constantly trying to hit him with their pebbly appendages, with refreshes to their protections and mana rejuvenation, but otherwise he simply kept to a steady walk. That steady walk increased to a light jog when his party members were able to kill 3 of the 4 Pebblers before he even got to the next open space, as the distraction that Thaden presented was the opening they needed to eliminate them from behind. Only about 5 minutes later, with a half-dozen level 33 Pebblers following him into the next area, they encountered the newest denizens of the medial difficulty dungeon, Hurling Chunkies, minimal level 35. Chunks of stone the size of his torso were hurled at him from 3 different directions as a trio of brown-haired monkeys, approximately 2/3 of his height and covered in sporadic stone plates, which he supposed functioned like armor, ripped out portions of the stone walls like they were made of clay instead of hard rock. A look at the walls after each chunk was thrown at him, only to bounce off when they hit his field, showed that they weren't really depleting the walls, as it never seemed to show where the chunks were taken from. In other words, though it appeared as though the hurling chunkies were taking from the walls, in reality, they were simply materializing their projectiles with magic. "New targets! Take them out while I keep moving up," Thaden told the others in his party, and they took to it immediately. While they had stone armor covering some of their bodies, the chunkies were also flesh and blood, rather than a collection of pebbles, and his party absolutely slaughtered the monsters. It helped that, while they were accurate with their potentially deadly projectiles, any of which could heavily injure or kill one of the casters if they didn't have protection, none of them hesitated to move right up to them and hit them point blank with spells or skills. What was more, the pebbles that were repulsed from Thaden's field were also detrimental to the chunkies. He watched as a repulsion of the small rocks punched into the leg of one of the stone-hurling monsters like a spray of buckshot. Half of it was reflected by a piece of stone armor, but the rest tore through its leg, causing it to collapse to one knee. Somehow he managed to have one basic dungeon monster hurt another,
something he'd never really done before except for that Magma Colossus boss. But he thought that was entirely different. He felt a sense of accomplishment at this that made his smile a bit as he kept moving. Another rockfall trap obliterated one of the trailing pebblers as he moved to the next area, where he picked up 4 chunkies to add to his collection, which simply helped to eliminate them faster because they were now behind him and in the line of fire from the repulsed stones of the pebblers. "I guess we'll just clean up after you," Carlos joked once they caught up to his menagerie of monsters. When he looked back at them, that was exactly what they did, as 2 of the 4 chunkies had been injured but not killed by what was essentially friendly fire courtesy of pebble buckshot. Another pebbler had been wounded, for want of a better word, when a hurled chunk of stone slammed into it, which almost seemed like retaliation for the injuries they were sustaining at the expense of the other monster. The members of his party worked together to eliminate the stragglers, who were totally focused on Thaden, as he pushed ahead, still at a light jog, turning to replenish protections on them whenever he needed to.
They kept moving without a hitch, even as more monsters with higher levels appeared in the next few areas, which was when they encountered yet another new addition to the dungeon. Dusty Condor, minimal level 38. As a pair of the large birds, which didn't appear to have anything but stone dust covering them for protection, swooped down on Thaden, he wasn't sure what to think. It was only when they stopped in unison and flapped their wings to hover about 30 feet away in the air above his head that he got an inkling of what they intended. Quickly switching out Major Defensive Sprite for Major Cure Physical Affliction, it was just in time, as the condor's flapping wings suddenly created a swirling cyclone of air that picked up the dust along the ground, which was quickly pushed toward the Life Warden out front of his collection of trailing monsters. The dust cyclone wasn't stopped by his fields, as it didn't do any damage to him, but was instead intended to do something else: to blind. As he felt the dusty grit fill his eyes as he attempted to blink them away, he was essentially blinded, which was, thankfully, an affliction that he could cure with a spell. Casting the spell, he could feel it magically eliminate all the dust in his eyes, only for them to be filled again a second later. He had to hold his arm over his eyes and keep them close to prevent being blinded again, though that just meant he still couldn't see. This lasted for approximately 5 seconds before the dust cyclone changed, becoming stronger and therefore more damaging. The dust condor's clever ploy of blinding its victims and then scouring them to death with larger dust and stone particles backfired, as Thaden's major absorption field finally kicked in and blocked it, as it was a magical attack that was being produced. With the field now blocking the blinding dust from entering his eyes, he was able to look around, only to see nothing but the dust cyclone for another 10 seconds before it dissipated. Once all but a smattering of dust had settled around him, Thaden was able to look up at the condors, which appeared to be exhausted after the strong use of their magical dust storm. But he sensed that they would be creating another one soon once they rested. He couldn't help but be fairly impressed at the deadliness of all these monsters working together. As the Pebbler was an annoying close-range fighter, the Chunkies were powerful long-range attackers, and the Condors could both blind and deal tremendous amounts of magical damage. It was a good thing for everyone that he was able to counter all of that. A stone spear suddenly shot out from behind him and impaled one of the hovering condors, killing it instantly. It was obvious that the birds were rather weak in the defensive department, as it practically exploded when Melindra's own projectile sheared through it. But the problem was actually hitting it from down below. For parties that didn't have good long-range members, they might struggle, but thankfully their apprentice Earth Mage made up for it. Or at least until the other condor switched from being stationary in the air as it hovered, ready to cast another dust cyclone, to gliding swiftly through the air. Melindra attempted to hit it, but missed 3 times in a row. David attempted to conjure a wall in front of it to slow it down, as well as some ropes to bind its wings, but it was able to maneuver through the air agilely enough to slip through everything sent its way. Annoyed at the delay, as leaving the condor to follow behind would only make moving through the rest of the areas harder when he couldn't see where he was going, Théden switched out Major Cure Physical Affliction for Major Mana Transformation and rapidly boosted his celerity to triple its normal base level. Used to such rapid changes in his body, it only took him a few seconds to adjust as he knelt down, picked up a rock shard that had broken off one of the Chunky's projectiles that was approximately the size of a baseball, and then he chucked it at the flying bird with all his strength. With his boosted celerity, he was able to quickly judge where the condor was going to be when he released his projectile, and the increased stat also helped with his aim, at least to a point. Miraculously, he hit the dusty monster in its right wing, breaking something that caused it to collapse, bringing the bird down to the ground in a bone-crunching, uncontrolled landing. It didn't die, but it was incapable of flight or escape, which was taken advantage of the next moment when Gregory appeared near it and finished it off with his knives. Could be a viable strategy with my stats. Unfortunately, he knew that even with his physicality of 60, which was impressive for a healer, throwing rocks wasn't necessarily a viable method of killing monsters. It worked against the condor because it was relatively weak defensively for a monster nearly at level 40, but against something around or higher than his own level, it would probably be more of an annoyance than anything. If he boosted his physicality through mana transformation, that might make a difference, but he'd have to experiment to see if it would be worth it. Wait a minute. You have a thrown weapons competency too? Gregory asked as they began moving forward again now that the condors were eliminated. What? No, why do you ask? The rookie infiltrator appeared confused, even as he sliced at one of the remaining Chunkies. Then how did you throw that rock so accurately? Unless you have a celerity higher than my own, that just isn't possible. Théden didn't say anything as he shrugged. Wait, you do, don't you? The party leader chuckled. Well, the wonders never cease about you. Too bad you can't make that work to your advantage. Now it was the Life Warden's turn to be confused. What do you mean? Because you don't have a competency for it, obviously. That means you won't be able to do more than a minimum amount of damage with anything you throw like that rock, which will hit a threshold at some point no matter how much physicality you might have to back it up. It's why very few of us chose to become a support class, because they don't get even the most basic of combat competencies to defend themselves. For instance, even if you had 10,000 in physicality and were the strongest person alive, without the competency to back it up, you could punch a monster and only do so much damage to them before you hit the threshold for your level. As a level 20 support class with 1,000 physicality, you could punch a level 1 monster and obliterate it. But against something the same level as them? Unless they were weak to physical damage like that condor, it'd be more annoying to them than harmful. But you should know all of this from training, right? Or... well, there was a lot to learn, so I suppose you may have forgotten. Stupid, blasted training again. Yet another way the system is set up to screw over support classes. At least a lot of things make more sense now. Oh, yeah, that's right. Thank you for reminding me. He was fairly certain that he was being as transparent as Melindra had been outside in line when she denied mentioning that the medial difficulty had been their objective. But Gregory seems to accept it.
It could also be because they had been moving and came upon the next area where there were more condors that were attacking, along with more pebblers and chunkies, which consumed their attention as Théden chucked rocks at them and Melindra impaled another one when it paused to start creating a dust cyclone. The airborne monsters were annoying at first, as they always seemed to get at least one cyclone off. But after a few minutes of consistently encountering them, they got their attack method down to a science. Théden's aim became better with the rocks he threw, which just so happened to prove that Gregory was right about the damage threshold he mentioned. When he hit one in the body, he expected to at least crack some ribs, if not pierce through its feathers to harm it even more, but it simply shifted in the air and seemed slightly slower as it took damage, but it wasn't incapacitated. Only when he hit one of their wings, which had fragile bones inside, was he able to do any lasting damage to it. He also experimented with chucking a rock at one of the chunkies after eliminating his celerity boost and replacing it with physicality, and the results were less than stellar. Even though his throw was fairly accurate against the stationary target, and it even managed to sneak around the stone armor plates on its body, his physicality of just over 200 simply caused it to grunt in pain, likely bruising it badly, but not doing any real significant damage. Deciding not to dwell on yet another avenue of potential damage being closed to him, Théoden concentrated on pushing his way through the dungeon, not stopping for anything but to chuck rocks at condor wings and recast protection spells on his party. Before he knew it, he stopped at the threshold of the boss area, which was at least 3 times the size of the previous one.
As he looked at the boss, he was again reminded of how different this medial difficulty version was from the minimal one, as instead of a horde of monsters, there was only a single one. Stonewinder Serpent, Boss, Medial Level 46. It was a large, segmented snake made of what appeared to be large boulders the size of a mid-sized car, interconnected by the dark brown scaled body of the monster, allowing it to twist and turn, and it stretched at least 150 feet in length. Its head was a mix between flesh and stone, the latter of which seemed to protect its most vital areas, so there wouldn't be any lucky stabs through its skull into its brain, even through its eyes, which appeared to be made of brightly lit red gemstones, like rubies. The others hesitated, but Théoden simply stepped inside. "All right, let's get this over with."
Chapter 38.
"Stay back, it's almost dead," Théoden shouted, though he wasn't sure if anyone heard him. The problem with a massive stone serpent as a boss was that it was huge. When it wanted to surround someone with the intent to constrict around them, all the while biting at them from above, it didn't leave him a lot of room to see his party, who were busy attacking the giant snake from the outside. And since he couldn't see them, he couldn't target them with his spells. Fortunately, because the boss was focused on Théoden, the others were only in danger of being crushed when the serpent moved around to get a better angle on attempting to crush its victim. He was fairly certain that most of their protections were still in place, as he could only really tell for sure if he was looking at them. But if the frantic gyrations that the boss was currently undergoing were any sign of things to come, then it would behoove them to get out of the way. As the Stonewinder serpent dropped below what Théoden thought was 5% of its health, after being struck with reflected damage and whatever wounds the other members of his party could inflict upon it, the writhing snake's stone coverings were cracked and nearly depleted by this point. It was at that point that it shook itself and violently shed the rest of the boulders covering its body in an explosion that sent massive shards of sharp stone rocketing outward. And he could only hope that the others had enough protection to withstand the sudden barrage. The coils that had attempted to grind him into paste loosened with the absence of the big boulders covering its body, but he only had a few seconds of unrestricted movement before they tightened once again. Dark blood started to rain down on him from multiple wounds in the serpent's body, opened from reflected damage and whatever the others were doing to it, until his all-white outfit was completely soaked. There was so much blood, in fact, that it started to fill up the cavity where he was being constricted, and he thought for a moment he might actually drown. Thankfully, only about 30 seconds later, the boss shuddered a few times, and then all the muscles in its body relaxed in death, falling apart as they spread around him in a large spiral that he could actually see over for the first time since the battle started, and he was surrounded by enormous coils. He looked on in relief as he saw all 4 of his party members, each of them appearing exhausted but completely unharmed. And other than Carlos, they were clean, without a speck of blood on them. Even the fighter only had a few streaks of dark blood over his front, but it wasn't his. "Hey, that was fun, right?" "Fun?"
Fun? We had no idea if you were even alive in there, Melindra screeched, pointing an accusatory finger in Thaden's direction. Well, actually, I had a fairly good idea he was, since it didn't attack me. Shut up, Carlos! That was the scariest thing I've ever seen, and it didn't even attack me! The life warden had to look at it from her perspective, and after a moment he could see that it might be scary. With the Stonewinder serpent coiled around him, it towered into the air at least 60 feet as it constricted him. It was definitely not something that most level 20 contenders would see until they were much stronger. Before Thaden did anything else, he checked his evolution assignment and saw that he'd completed the last requirement, lifting a weight off his chest that he hadn't even been aware of until that point. He could now get his newly evolved class from the support class representative and then move on from Rage Harbor once he got the additional information he needed. Although it wasn't needed since he saw his assignment was complete, he checked his notifications and saw that he'd gotten another achievement for completing the Crestline Gorge on medial difficulty. And this time, it was also a world first. Congratulations for completing the Crestline Gorge dungeon on medial difficulty. Achievement received, Engorged Serpent Killer. Bonus reward, 2,500 pick, plus 5,000 from achievements. Contender World First achievement, 10,000 pick, plus 20,000 from achievements. As the party began to discuss the battle, Thaden interrupted them. Good job, everyone. Let me give you what I promised and we'll be on the way. By the way, you all likely got a World First achievement, so congratulations. All four of them appeared flabbergasted at his statement, as it was obvious that none of them had checked their messages yet. They gasped at the incredible bounty of pick, which was good enough for at least 5 levels once they got their new class, which would help them immensely when they got where they were going after all this. Climbing over the now deflated coils of the slain serpent, he met them near the exit in the stone wall surrounding the boss area that was glowing with its secret passage to the treasure room and exit. Pulling out 300 gold from his inventory, he quickly handed over 75 to each of his temporary party members, and then dug through the rest of what he had stored away and started handing things out depending on their class. Anything that wasn't legendary or epic in rarity and above level 30 was basically shoved toward them, knowing that if they couldn't wear them yet, they would be able to soon.
He felt absolutely no loss in seeing them leave his possession, because as much as he liked obtaining all the loot from his delves, most of it he couldn't even use. He could always sell it, but he already had more than he could spend right now, and he had plenty of gear that was most likely worth even more that he could sell later if the need arose. "We can't take this, it's too much," Carlos said as he attempted to give some of what Thaden was shoving in his arms back. "I don't need it, and it's cluttering up my inventory," Thaden responded, pulling even more things out and handing them over. In all, it only took about 30 seconds for him to get it all out, but nearly a minute for the others to put it away because they were staring at everything individually. "Now, do you have a plan for where to go? Once we exit, you're going to want to get wherever you're going as soon as possible, remember. They might not be able to attack you yet, but if they find out where you went and follow you, that could cause some problems." "Yeah, we know," Gregory said, looking at the others. "We'll figure it out on the way, but we're leaving as soon as we get out and heading east, most likely." "Well, I hope you find a safe place to level up, and perhaps you can even recruit another support class to your party at some point. You never know what you might find out there, away from the city and the guilds." While he didn't really understand the situation that the guilds created within Rage Harbor, he had a fairly good overall picture, and getting away from them could only be beneficial in the long run for them. "Again, thank you for your help with all this, and I'm sorry you have to leave." "It's probably a good thing, because I really didn't want to be a part of the predatory practices of the guilds anyway." The deaths of those turning level 21 and not backed by a guild are only what gets the most publicity, but they don't stop there. At some point, I can envision large guild wars between thousands of members, which is not something I want to be part of. Thaden had no desire for something like that either. Though with the way the contender versus contender system prevented someone from attacking lower-level individuals, he wasn't sure how that would even work. "Thank you, Angelo, and good luck with whatever you have got going on," Melindra said with a wink when she said his name. "As much as leaving sucks, we're so much further along than we would be otherwise. So, I guess I have to thank you for everything you've done." The others agreed, before shaking his hand and turning toward the secret wall leading to the treasure room. They walked in together, and none of them were surprised when there was no loot. But considering what they just received from Thaden, none of them complained either. A moment later, they were outside the dungeon, and with a last goodbye, both groups wasted no time in separating. Thaden was removed from the party, and the others took off to the north at first, where they would start heading toward whatever destination they had in mind, preferably as far away from Rage Harbor as possible. As for the Life Warden, since it was still dark, he increased his celerity via mana transformation and took off toward the sea. He stopped near the water in a secluded spot and washed himself, getting all of the nasty snake blood off his body and changing into his dark robe and hood of obscurity. After that, he sped away to the south and the city, only moving slowly in some parts because it was still an hour or so before dawn, and he couldn't see as well as he'd like. It only took him 10 minutes to get back, where he slowed down and changed into Christopher, level 21, because that was what he'd been seen as earlier in the Coalition building, with his blood letters robe and minus the hood to conceal his name tag. With how close he was to the city and while waiting in line, he didn't think he would have any issues with someone randomly trying to murder him. If they did, they would find that he was much harder to kill than they expected, and much faster to boot, so he could easily escape if needed. Just to ensure he wasn't one-shotted, he added a major death ward to himself as an extra precaution. Thankfully, he managed to get inside without any trouble or undue attention, something he was getting good at accomplishing with all his sneaking about. And then he spent another 45 minutes moving back through the city toward the Adventurer Coalition where he had his room. He changed again in a dark alley, wearing his shadow silk robe and hood again, before he opened the secret back door he'd been told about earlier by Harton, and then made his way up to his room. Once inside, he undressed, took a shower to get rid of any blood that had been missed in his impromptu bath in the Ragewater Sea earlier, before flinging himself down on his bed and falling asleep within a minute. As much as he wanted to select his new class, he was tired enough from the previous day and nighttime activities that he didn't think it would be good to make such an important choice when he could barely keep his eyes open. Waking up refreshed and starving, he found a familiar-looking handprint on the wall, hoping that it would call a concierge, even though he told the vice leader not to bother. He waited for about 5 minutes, and was just about to shrug and leave to seek out fresh food on his own, when a knock at the door revealed itself to be the aforementioned vice leader, Harton. "I apologize for the wait, but we're in the middle of training a new concierge to cover the silver and gold-ranked wings," the man said, giving Thaden a short bow. "Not a problem, Vice Leader. I wasn't actually sure it would work, and was about to seek out food and your advice anyway." "I can have something sent up for you to eat. Lunch? Or is it breakfast?" "Must be later than I thought." "Breakfast, if you would, and thank you." Harton nodded. "If I may ask, what advice were you seeking?" "Oh, I was wondering if you knew where I could find any dungeons with predominantly support class equipment as loot." The vice leader thought about it for a moment. "I can send someone up with information on that, though historically such dungeons are few and far between." "Why is that?" He spread his hands in a gesture that said that the answer was obvious. "Because there are fewer support classes.
Ah, I guess that makes sense.
It did, in a way, but it was still annoying. Anything else I can help you with? The Chari asked politely.
No, that's it.
Then I will be on my way, and will send up someone with food and information a little bit later. Starting tomorrow, we should have a concierge available for you.
Thank you. I'll probably eat and then head down to the lobby for a moment before coming back up here. So if that information comes while I'm away, they can leave it outside the door.
Very good. The vice leader bowed slightly again before turning away and swiftly heading down the nearby stairs. Searching through the contender market for anything new that might have appeared over the last 24 hours, he was still searching when the food came 10 minutes later, and continued to look through the listings while he ate. He barely even looked at what he was eating, and was only broken out of his idle browsing when he reached down to his plate and found it empty. Shaking his head, he went back to a couple of listings he had mentally bookmarked and purchased them, and soon enough a light blue robe and matching newsboy-looking cap appeared on the table, which he quickly slipped on.
Both of them only cost him a few silver, as they had nothing but a self-repair and cleanliness enchantment on them, but they were perfect for his new disguise. He couldn't go down to the lobby as a Christopher again, as he'd already been seen as a level 20 turning level 21 and visiting the support class representative to get his new class. If he did it again as Christopher, or even kept his level at 21 and spoke to the representative a second time, that would also raise a few eyebrows. Therefore, he was going to be Brian, level 20, wearing a light blue robe and hopefully appearing slightly different than he had before. Tucking his hair under his cap, he looked like a completely different, okay, not a completely different man, but he'd changed enough that he doubted anyone would recognize him. Plus, with a different name, there should be no reason to connect him with Christopher anyway. Nodding to himself in the mirror in the bathroom, he left his room and headed down the same stairs Harton had taken earlier, and he found himself in the back portion of the building, where he could join the hallway that led to many of the other, lower-ranked rooms available for adventurers. He smoothly transitioned to this hallway and made his way to the lobby, his appearance causing no one to look at him for more than a moment other than a quick glance, as he wasn't the only one wearing bright colors. Of course, many of the others were mismatched in their appearance, as they were wearing equipment that was what they could find or were able to afford, so fashion was the least of their worries. On his way over to the support class representative, he stopped and pretended to level himself up to 21, taking a few seconds as if to confirm everything before walking the last few steps to the assimilator waiting for him. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a few people looking at him with more than a casual glance, but he didn't necessarily feel any threatening vibes from them. Then again, he could be wrong, and they could be waiting to ambush him as soon as he left the city. But for now, he was giving them the benefit of the doubt. He took a deep breath and centered his thoughts. Once he was ready, he raised his head to look into the large black eyes of the freaky alien being. Welcome back, contender. It seems as though you have completed your evolution assignment faster than this one thought was likely. For some reason, Thaden thought the representative was amused. A little more formally, the assimilator continued. What is it that this one can do for you? I would like to evolve my class. There was only a slight pause before it answered. With the recent completion of your evolution assignment, it seems you are ready for a class evolution. Congratulations are in order. It also appears as though you have earned an additional choice from the list of available class evolutions, and this one is compiling your information now. Done. Please select your new class from the available list. Once you have done so, you will find that you will be able to increase your level once again until the next threshold, where you will have to come see this one or another support class representative throughout Tarth to choose your next class evolution. The spiel sounded identical to the first time he had chosen his Life Warden class, which wasn't that surprising since it seemed as though the assimilators were sticklers for consistency.
As a window popped up in front of him with his class evolution choices, he had to steady his breathing as he looked through each one.
Chapter 39. As he took in all the information crowding the window that suddenly popped up in front of him, Thaden noticed that there were still 2 from his previous class choice on the list, Experienced Healer and Deathbane. So he ignored those ones for now, concentrating on the new ones instead. He took his time to read over the details of each one so that he didn't miss anything before evaluating each one. Please select your new support class from the list of following evolutions: Experienced Healer, Uncommon; Protection Specialist, Uncommon; Deathbane, Rare; Elemental Transformer, Rare; Health Weaver, Epic; Veteran Life Warden, Epic; Solitary Shaman, Legendary. Evolutions not selected may or may not be available during your next class evolution. Protection Specialist, Uncommon. A uncommon evolution for a Life Warden, a Protection Specialist prefers preventative measures to mitigate damage rather than focusing on healing. Their defensive spells are much stronger and more diverse than those of a common healer or uncommon experienced healer, while the support spells they retain still provide enough healing to get by in case typical protection measures fail. Can learn new defensive spells at weak, minor, lesser, major, or greater strength. Can learn new support spells at weak, minor, or lesser strength. Automatically upgrades 4 previously learned spells at random to their next strength upon evolution, if possible. Has access to a greater variety of defensive spells. Only the damage reflection bonus trait from Life Warden is maintained. Obtains 3 additional access slots. Rereading each class available 3 times to make sure he understood everything, he immediately discarded Experienced Healer and Deathbane for the same reasons he had during his original class evolution. The former was just a basic healer, which he thought was far beyond that by now, while the latter was still focused on the undead.
Having experienced and learned more about the world, what had at first been a powerful class that could help him keep developing through the means of killing countless undead, had now become almost useless, which brought him to his new class options, starting with Protection Specialist. He could only assume that it was offered to him because he tended to rely on his protective spells, not only for himself, but when he was just recently in a party, overhealing in most cases. That was absolutely true, of course, because he'd rather not be hurt in the first place, but he was fairly sure that specializing in just defensive spells was the way to go for his evolution. What was interesting as he read about the details of the class was that there was a spell strength stronger than Major that was named Greater. He could only assume that it was yet another jump in the cost and efficacy of the spells, and he was looking forward to checking them out. Elemental Transformer, Rare. A rare evolution for a Life Warden, an Elemental Transformer expands their expertise in healing and protection by branching out with methods to combine the two together. Using specialized element-focused spells, they can convert hostile magical spells and effects into healing by transforming the energy into something more useful. As a result of this pursuit toward combining the effects of healing and protection, normal support and defensive spells are marginally weaker. Can learn new support and defensive spells at weak, minor, lesser, and major strength. Can learn new supportive spells as weak, minor, lesser, major, and greater strength. Automatically upgrades 8 previously learned spells at random to their next strength upon evolution, if possible. Has access to a new supportive spellcasting competency, which combines both healing and protection effects. All bonus traits from Life Warden are maintained, though they do not affect the new supportive spells. Obtains 4 additional access slots. Next up was Elemental Transformer, a rare evolution that he was fairly certain he had access to because of all the different dungeons he'd visited, as well as the resistances he'd accumulated along the way.
From the death-like magic in the mausoleum to the fire and heat from the magma dungeon, he'd encountered quite a lot of elements in his time on Tarth, and he'd overcome them all. As for the class, it was interesting that he would acquire a new competency, which seemed to be a combination of support and defensive spellcasting. He was intrigued to see what such a thing could do, as the spells sounded like they could have some sort of heal-over-time effect on the protective spells, which would essentially do two things at once. This class was a possibility, even at its lower rarity, as leveling up a new competency could be advantageous with the number of powerful advancements that it could provide. The drawback to the new type of spellcasting was that the Life Warden bonus traits, which included a chance to double healing spells or reflect damage, wouldn't affect it. Health Weaver, Epic. An epic evolution for a Life Warden, the Health Weaver is a paragon of healing, specializing in support-based spells over protection. A Health Weaver is intimately familiar with what it takes to bring someone back from the brink of death after having experienced it for themselves time and time again, and there is nothing that they cannot overcome with the right, powerful healing spell at the right time. As a result of their focus on healing and support-based spells, their aptitude in defensive-based spells is functionally weaker. Can learn new support spells at weak, minor, lesser, major, or greater strength. Can learn new defensive spells at weak, minor, or lesser strength. Automatically upgrades all previously learned support spells by 2 levels in strength if possible. All support spells are now instant cast with no penalties. If the competency advancement Instant Gratification was previously selected, a new advancement selection will be provided. All support spells now cost 50% less mana. All defensive spells now cost 50% more. Only the support spell double cast bonus trait from Life Warden is maintained. Obtains 5 additional access slots. The Health Weaver originally seemed like the opposite of the Protection Specialist, but given the epic rarity of the class, it was simply more. All support spells would be instant cast, which was something he could already do thanks to an advancement, but there would be no penalty. What was amazing was that picking this class would also refund his selection of Instant Gratification, which would allow him to pick something else. There was also a decrease in mana cost for support spells and an increase for defensive spells, but that didn't really bother him too much. What was more surprising, but not as useful to him, was that all of his spells would increase by 2 levels of strength. Since they would only go up to greater, with almost all of his spells already 1 level of strength below at major, half of that benefit would be wasted on him. What made it a deal-breaker for him was the loss of the damage reflection bonus trait from Life Warden, as that was essential for actually damaging monsters. Sure, he had the whole Wild Health Leech spell he could utilize, but when it was just him against a single monster, it wouldn't work, and he'd be screwed without another way to deal damage. Veteran Life Warden, Epic. A basic yet epic evolution for the Life Warden class, the Veteran Life Warden continues to excel in their support role in a party, using their expertise in both healing and defensive spells to keep their party members alive, while also making many opponents think twice about threatening their charges. Each support spell that a Life Warden casts has a small chance to be cast twice on 2 separate allies, and each defensive spell has a small chance to cause a larger portion of the damage prevented to be reflected upon the aggressor. Can learn new spells at weak, minor, lesser, major, or greater strength. Automatically upgrades all previously learned spells to their next strength upon evolution. Has access to additional powerful healing and defensive spells. Obtains 5 additional access slots. While boring compared to the other types of classes he saw, the Veteran Life Warden was a top contender for his selection. While he couldn't say for sure what was different from his existing class, it seemed as though at least the bonus traits of a double cast of support spells and damage reflection from defensive spells had improved,
the former trait now double-cast on two separate allies, while the latter simply said it reflected a larger portion of the damage that was prevented. Whether that meant 6% or 20% instead of 5%, he didn't have that kind of information, but he suspected that it was likely at least 10% or more. Solitary Shaman, legendary. Never before seen in a developmental world is the legendary evolution of a life warden, Solitary Shaman.
Isolated and alone most of the time, this support class has somehow learned how to take care of themselves without the help of others, leading them to be better off solo when encountering the difficult challenges that await them. With a solid foundation of both the physical healing and protective spells that categorize a supportive role, they have also branched out to the mental and spiritual realms in their pursuit of wanting to fix the world, be it in the form of correcting mental instability or investigating the underlying meaning behind emotional reactions. Solitary shamans are exceptionally rare, even away from developmental worlds, because becoming one takes superior dedication to defying the norms of their class, as foolhardy as that normally would be. However, as a result of their penchant for remaining in charge of their own fate without relying on others to protect them, their entire method of spellcasting has undergone an evolution of its own, which can offer superior benefits and devastating drawbacks. Can learn spells at weak, minor, lesser, major, greater, or superior strength. Automatically upgrades all previously learned spells to their next strength upon evolution. All previously known channeled spells are no longer available, nor will there be any new channeled spells available to a solitary shaman. If the double-team defensive spellcasting competency advancement and/or the support spellcasting competency advancement extracurricular toys were previously selected, a new advancement selection will be provided for each of them. All single-target spells can now target anyone. All spells cast upon self have their efficiency increased by 50%. All spells cast upon allies have their efficiency reduced by 50%. Pick accumulation while in a party is reduced by 90%, including quests completed and achievements earned. Has access to additional spells that can target the mind and spiritual energy of a target. All bonus traits from Life Warden are maintained only when spells are used upon caster. Obtains 6 additional access slots. Lastly, even as his eyes felt like they were going to bug out of his head when he saw that he had access to a legendary class, Thaden was of two minds about the solitary shaman once he read the incredible details. First and foremost, accepting this particular evolved class would eliminate all of his channeled spells. For most of the channeled support spells that were for healing, that wasn't that big of a deal. But both of his super important have been with him since the beginning fields were channeled spells, and losing them would severely hamper his survival ability. Of course, that was offset by the additional caveat that everything within his arsenal of spells would now become usable on himself. He'd already experimented with a few of the defensive spells with his recent delve with a party, so he knew how effective they could be. But would it be enough to replace his bread-and-butter fields that had kept him alive through so much? It helped that his spells were 50% more effective when used upon himself, so all those protection spells would have 50% more charges, or mitigate 50% more damage and last 50% longer. At the same time, those same spells would be 50% less effective when cast on someone else. Added to that, it seemed as if the class had evaluated all of his solo achievements and decided that he was better off alone, as pick accumulation would be cut by a whopping 90% while he was in the party. While he had been leaning toward that direction from the beginning, he had to admit that it had felt good being part of a group that needed him for his abilities and appreciated what he could do for them to keep them alive. The sense of belonging to something greater than just himself
was a draw that he wasn't sure he'd be able to resist in the future, as even those who preferred solitary actions liked to partner with other people every once in a while. Granted, he could still join a party, but he wouldn't benefit from it as much as he would otherwise. Plus, even with the reduction in his spell's effectiveness, he would likely still be multiple times stronger than most other support classes, even if they were the same level. It was a risk, but the more he looked at the details of the solitary shaman class, the more it stood out to him as being more of a benefit than a detriment. First, there was the note that he would have access to additional spells that targeted the mind and spiritual energy, whatever that meant, and he was intrigued to find out exactly what that meant.
But what made him the most excited from the additional information was the fact that he would be able to upgrade his spells to an even higher strength than greater. Superior. Even the sound of that type of strength in his head made him practically salivate at the thought, because it had to be good, right? His spells would all increase automatically by 1 strength level upon selecting the class, which would put all but a handful at greater strength, so he would have to be strategic in what he chose for additional spells in the future, because upgrading a few existing ones might be more important, but he'd have to wait and see what the future brought with it. He looked back at the other classes one last time, double-checking that he hadn't missed anything that would make them the better choice. When he didn't see anything that stood out to him, he turned back to the legendary class and hesitated for a moment before he made his final selection. In for a penny, in for a pound. That's what they say, right? I've got this whole solo thing working for me so far, so I might as well go all in. Bracing himself because he remembered what had happened last time, he selected Solitary Shaman from his options. The window disappeared immediately, and he found himself falling forward, nearly unconscious from pain, as his body seemed to catch fire from the inside, while at the same time it felt like something was being savagely ripped out of his mind. A hollow thud reverberated in his ears, and the sharp pain of his head smacking against the representative's desk was largely ignored, as all he could think about was holding on to the last bit of consciousness that hadn't fled from the unimaginable pain as his body sprawled onto the floor. The agony seemed to last forever, but it suddenly stopped, the lingering traces of the torturous pain fading over about 30 seconds, and he was finally able to groggily pick himself up. It was then that he realized his head felt wet, and he reached up with his hand to feel what could only be blood coming from a cut on his forehead, which was starting to drip into his eye. With a simple major regeneration, actually it was greater regeneration now, he felt soothed by the healing energy as it fixed his head up and got rid of the lingering traces of pain throughout his body. His face, and when he looked down, his robe, were still covered in his own blood, but he was already feeling better than he had in a long time. As he looked back at the support class representative, he heard in his head, "Good luck, and don't die, contender," before the assimilator lifted its eyes from his own. Glancing around, he found that his sudden collapse hadn't gone unnoticed, though from the expressions on their faces they seemed more curious and amused rather than suspicious of him. "Phew, guess I should have eaten something before I did that," he said loudly, chuckling at himself, which elicited a few laughs at his expense. It was a lame excuse, and likely wouldn't fool anyone who dug into him too far, but it was all he could think of to say at the moment. He walked unsteadily toward the hallway leading to his room, despite feeling relatively fine after all that, keeping up appearances, and he spent the time focusing on everyone around him, trying to see if anyone had been paying too much attention to him. He hated having to hide himself from others, and was hopeful that one day he wouldn't have to conceal everything, being able to walk about openly. But he didn't quite feel like it was the time for that. For now, at least until he learned everything he could about his new class and how it operated, he would still be as cautious as he could be so as to reduce the likelihood of trouble. Not that he didn't think he could escape from whatever ambush someone might set up for him, But he just didn't want the attention that his notoriety would bring, good or bad. While there were plenty of people who were looking at him as he escaped to his room, he didn't see anyone following him. He even cast his greater mass healing spell a few times when he wasn't sure if someone was stealthily following him, but it didn't heal anyone hidden from sight as far as he could tell. Of course, as soon as Théoden passed through the doorway leading to the gold-ranked rooms, he didn't have to worry all that much. He made it to his room, closed the door, and pushed his back up against the solid wood, letting out a deep breath. I did it. Now, let's see what this class has given me. Chapter 40. The first thing that Théoden did was check out his character report. But other than his class being changed to Solitary Shaman from Life Warden, the only differences he saw were additions to his bonus traits, reiterating the new spell's targeting functions and the solo and party effects that came with the class. And the changes to his spells and competency advancements, of course. All but Resurrection and Mana Rejuvenation were now at greater strength, with those two at major. To see the difference between the strengths, he looked at the only remaining spell he still had from when he first arrived on Tarth, Regeneration, and mentally compared what he remembered from its major strength and its new greater one. The other two spells, Healing and Repulsion Field, were completely gone, along with all of his other channeled spells. Greater Regeneration, single cast. Grants a target continuous healing energy that replenishes health for a limited time. Healing rate, 5% of maximum health, 27 to plus 5%. Health every 5 seconds. Duration, 45 plus 0 seconds. Number of targets, 1 plus 0. Range, 75 plus 25 feet. Casting time, instant. Mana cost, 360 plus 180. The major difference was a change from a flat number, 27, to a percentage of his maximum health, 5%, along with a doubling of the mana cost. But that was also just the base healing rate. It didn't take into account any modifiers, such as competency advancements, or whether he used it on himself or in a party. If he was by himself outside of a dungeon, wearing nothing that gave him extra physicality, and not engaged in a quest, all of which could modify his stats, he would still receive 10% of his maximum health instead of 5%, which would equate to 60 health every 5 seconds. If he was actively engaged in a quest, had on his best gear, had boosted his physicality via mana transformation, and was soloing a monster inside of a dungeon, his physicality could shoot all the way up to 270, which meant that he'd be gaining 270 health every 5 seconds. When he added in the Afterglow advancement, which equated to an additional 2% of maximum health every 5 seconds from all the bonuses, he would be healing 324 health in that time frame. Needless to say, that was quite the upgrade for him. The percentage change would be less useful for someone who didn't have a lot of health, of course, but if he focused on what it could do for himself while fighting solo, it made a huge difference. He didn't go through all of his spells right then, other than to confirm that on the spells that had previously had the note, "cannot target self," that restriction was now gone. He even cast Greater Damage Shield on himself just to confirm it was accurate, and the spell settled around him immediately without any issues. As he glanced through his spells, the only issue he saw that might arise, especially if he were to upgrade some of the more powerful ones, was that he might not have enough mana to cast them. In fact, if he wasn't wearing any stat-enhancing gear, similarly to how he was dressed at the moment in his disguise, he barely had enough mana with 289 mentality to cast Greater Stacking Buffers with its recent upgrade. Greater Stacking Buffers, single cast. When cast on an ally, they will begin to accumulate stacks of protective buffers for each instance of damage against an enemy. These buffers will be consumed upon taking damage and can negate all damage types up to a set amount. Number of targets, 1, plus 0. Range, 30, plus 10 feet. Duration, 20, plus 10 minutes. Buffer stack limit, 600, plus 300. Buffer damage protection, 18, plus 9. Casting time, 10, plus 0 seconds. Mana cost, 2,400, plus 800. It was a powerful upgrade to the spell, as not only did each buffer mitigate twice the damage, but he could accumulate twice as many in a stack. The doubled duration combined with all of that was likely what pushed the spell to a 2,400 mana cost. Even if the superior strength simply doubled that cost instead of tripling it like it had from major to greater, he would need 480 mentality to cast it. That could be accomplished right now with the aid of his mana transformation spell, but having to do that just to be able to cast something meant he couldn't boost another of his stats instead. But that was for future Théden, as he had to get to that point first. The other difference was that he was now missing 2 of his advancements, Double Team and Extracurricular Toys. Both of them were related to channeling spells, and he had been refunded the selections, one for support spellcasting and one for defensive spellcasting. A quick look at the available advancements showed that there wasn't anything new to replace them, just the ones that were there before. But he held off on selecting a couple of new advancements until he knew what would be most beneficial with his new class. The only other change that he saw didn't necessarily have to do with his character report, but to his access slots. He had thought that he would go from 9 to 11 because his new class had 6 additional slots compared to his previous 4, but that apparently wasn't how it worked. Instead, it added an additional 6 slots to his previous total, bringing his number of access slots up to 15. After getting over the excitement of that spectacular news, Théden finally turned to his accumulated pick. Now that he could level up again, he wanted to see what kinds of spells he could select from. More than that, he wanted to get to the point where he wouldn't be horribly under-leveled for the special quest he was going to tackle next, which meant bringing himself up to at least the minimum recommended level of 70. He could always overshoot it and reach as high of a level as he could, but his latest experience in a weak dungeon left a bad taste in his mouth at that idea. Getting absolutely no pick from the monsters was bad enough, but also not receiving even a single piece of loot from them? That hurt his inner loot goblin something fierce, reminding him of the old days when he didn't know how to extract items from corpses or store anything in his inventory. He never wanted to go back to that kind of thing again, and while his delves with a party through the Crestline Gorge had a separate purpose, it still annoyed him. Pick requirements met. 18,700 over 18,700. Increase personal level? Y/N. Note, this can only be completed while not currently in combat and while not in a dungeon. Level up. You are now a level 64 solitary shaman. As part of the leveling process, you have received the following: Physicality +5, Celerity +5, Mentality +5, Personality -3. Uh-oh. His earlier worries about not having enough mentality for future superior strength spells was becoming a reality. Instead of obtaining +7 mentality and around 5 free stat points like he expected, he instead received +5 in physicality, celerity, and mentality, and -3 in personality. A negative stat from a level up? How is that fair? While the other stats were actually welcome, as he'd been wanting more celerity for speed and physicality for a larger health pool, the detraction from his personality was worrying. He could only assume that it was a result of being a loner, and was one of the devastating drawbacks that had been mentioned in the class's description. It was yet another thing that would work to prevent him from joining up with other people to form a party. Because if the negative personality bonus from leveling up continued, it wouldn't be long until he was back down to 1, and he'd already experienced that enough in Ashcleft while he was wearing some of the items he'd obtained from the mausoleum. If I'd only known this would happen, I'd probably still have picked this class. Who am I kidding? It sucked, but he could only hope that was the last of the unwelcome surprises. He spent another 19,000 of his accumulated pick, which had reached all the way up to just over 390,000 while he was stuck at level 63 to reach level 65, gaining another +5 in the same 3 stats, and miraculously only losing -2 in personality. Rolling the dice again, he used even more of his pick to reach level 66, which afforded him the first opportunity to see his new spells, and there was no reduction in his personality, which was a bonus. Pick requirements met. 19,300 over 19,300. Increase personal level? Y/N. Note, this can only be completed while not currently in combat and while not in a dungeon. Level up. You are now a level 65 solitary shaman. As part of the leveling process, you have received the following: Physicality +5, Celerity +5, Mentality +5. 2. Spell selection choices. With his previous reward of an additional spell selection choice, he now had 3 to choose from the list. Please select 3 spells from the following selections: Greater Resurrection, single cast. Superior Resurrection, single cast. Greater Mana Rejuvenation, single cast. Superior Mana Rejuvenation, single cast. Superior Regeneration, single cast. Superior Mass Healing, single cast. Superior Mass Regeneration, single cast. Superior Protective Guards, single cast. Superior Cure Physical Affliction, single cast. Superior Death Ward, single cast. Superior Cure Mental Affliction, single cast. Superior Support Sprite, single cast. Superior Defensive Sprite, single cast. Superior Health Reduction, single cast. Superior Negation Zone, single cast. Superior Health Augmentation, single cast. Superior Absorb Health, single cast. Superior Dampeners, single cast. Superior Aura of Life, reserved. Superior Protective Barrier, single cast. Superior Damage Shield, single cast. Superior Wild Health Leech, single cast. Superior Sacrifice, single cast. Superior Lifelink, reserved. Superior Ward Link, reserved. Superior Healing Burst, single cast. Superior Stacking Buffers, single cast. Superior Health Transformation, single cast. Superior Mana Transformation, single cast. Weak Overheal. Superior Overheal Weak Affliction Shelter. Superior Affliction Shelter Weak Pacification Aura. Superior Pacification Aura. Spells not selected will be available during your next spell choice selection. Théoden saw listed all of the spells he currently possessed and their next strength upgrades listed first, but he looked past them to see that he had 3 new spells to choose from. The first 2, Overheal and Affliction Shelter, seemed to be similar to the normal support and defensive spells he could choose from, but the third, Pacification Aura, seemed slightly different. When he looked at it closer for more details, he had the impression that it was actually a support-based spell, as it dug into the mental health of the target.
Superior Pacification Aura, reserved. A persistent aura surrounds the caster that can pacify the violent impulses of anyone nearby for a limited time, preventing them from attacking. Duration and effectiveness of the pacification aura is dependent upon level differential and any mental resistances. Any damage inflicted upon pacified targets will break the effect. After breaking free from the pacification effect, all targets cannot be pacified again for a limited time. In addition, there is a small chance of complete pacification through the healing of a target's mind. Pacification duration, 90 seconds. Repacification cooldown, 5 minutes. Complete pacification chance, dependent upon caster's mentality/fortuity, as well as the target's level and mental resistances. Range, 120-foot radius of caster. Casting time, instant. Mana cost, reserved, 30% of mana pool. The new spell was extremely interesting because it seemed more like it should be part of a control class's repertoire of spells, but it made sense because it was designed to heal the mind of a target, at least temporarily. What was even more interesting was the chance for the pacification effect to become permanent, though from what he could tell, as he concentrated on that part, the target would still defend itself, so it wasn't like a monster was going to stand there like a brain-dead vegetable as it was killed. Unfortunately, even though it said the chance of that happening was dependent upon his mentality and fortuity, both of which were fairly high, as well as the target's level and mental resistances, he wasn't sure if that chance was 20%, 2%, or 0.02%. He might not ever know unless he took the spell and tested it out. Not making a decision on that yet, he looked closer at the other new spells.
Superior Overheal, single cast. Any additional healing done to a target over their maximum health is converted to a temporary boost to their maximum health pool at a ratio of 60 health to 1 point added to their maximum health pool. This spell does not affect any other stat, specifically physicality. Overheal ratio, 60 to 1. Boost, duration, 10 minutes. Boost limit, 9 times. Spell duration, 60 minutes. Range, 120 feet. Casting time, 3 seconds. Mana cost, 1,560. Superior Affliction Shelter, single cast. Creates a full-body protective shelter around a single target that restricts movement while preventing all instances of afflictions from up to level 150 sources. Movement-restricted allies cannot move from their current location for the duration of the affliction shelter, but can still attack. Can be cancelled by caster or target at any time. Number of targets, 1. Range, 120 feet. Duration, 60 seconds. Casting time, instant. Mana cost, 1,320. Cooldown, 90 seconds. Both of the spells were amazing, but for different reasons. First, Superior Overheal was something that would allow him to increase his health pool, even if temporarily. Being able to increase it by 9 times its base amount was incredible, as right now that meant his 750 base health could shoot all the way up to 6,750, which would be the equivalent of having 675 in physicality. Of course, that didn't actually mean that his physicality was that high, so he wouldn't be more resistant to being hurt or be strong enough to lift a bus. But the extra health would synergize with some of his other spells and effects, such as Greater Regeneration and Afterglow, which based their healing on a percentage of his maximum health. The possibilities of what he could do with the Overheal spell were mind-boggling. The downside was its cost, as because it was a support spell and had a casting time, his instant gratification advancement went into effect and tripled the cost to make it instant cast. That meant that, even with all his best gear, he'd likely have to boost his mentality using mana transformation to cast it. Still, it would be worth it, and he would likely be increasing his mentality stat in the future, one way or another. The Superior Affliction Shelter, on the other hand, would be incredibly useful for an entirely different reason. Once he lost his channeled field spells, which prevented damage and damaging afflictions, he was more limited in his options for preventing those afflictions. Both Protective Guards and Protective Barrier would do the same thing, of course, but they had a limited number of instances they could block before they were used up. In the middle of a complicated fight, if he was being inflicted with dozens of afflictions simultaneously, something would inevitably get through because of the cooldowns and casting times for each of those spells. With Affliction Shelter, though,
He could essentially maintain his immunity to afflictions again, even ones that weren't damaging. In a way, it was even better, but the drawback was that he couldn't walk with it active. That meant that if he wanted to run through a dungeon again and gather up all the monsters along the way, such as he'd done in the Magma Dungeon, or most recently in the medial difficulty of the Crestline Gorge, he had better make sure they didn't inflict any particularly nasty afflictions upon him. Seeing as he had 3 spell selections, and there were 3 new spells to choose from, it was a bit of a no-brainer to pick up all 3. As much as it might benefit him to upgrade his other spells, he figured it would be better to have something new that he could play with, rather than make something that was already fairly good, especially with most of them being greater in strength now, a little bit better. After making those selections, he got back to leveling up.
Another just under 60,000. Pick was pulled from his accumulated reserves to boost him up to level 69, giving him another plus 15 to physicality, celerity, and mentality, and another -5 to personality. Unfortunately, while he did get another pair of spell selections for reaching level 69, there were no new spells to choose from. Instead, he thought about what he already had that might benefit from increasing in strength, and eventually settled on 2 that he thought would be extremely important going forward, even if it might be considered strange: Support Sprite and Defensive Sprite. He thought about specific spells getting a boost to their effectiveness, but it was only with the sprites that he would be able to boost them all. They'd really shown their worth when he'd been finally using them lately, and they were something he knew he would be using quite frequently in the future because of how versatile they were. Superior Support Sprite, Single Cast. Summons a small, invulnerable support sprite that hovers around a living target. For each single target support spell cast upon the recipient of the support sprite, the effectiveness of that spell is increased by 125%, plus 50%. Range, 150 plus 60 feet. Duration, 15 plus 5 minutes. Casting time, 5 plus 0 seconds. Mana cost, 3,200 plus 2,800. Superior Defensive Sprite, Single Cast. Summons a small, invulnerable defensive sprite that hovers around a living target. For each single target defensive spell cast upon the recipient of the defensive sprite, the duration of that spell triples. Any charges are increased by 6 plus 4, and any damage mitigation is increased by 100%, plus 50%.
Range, 150 plus 60 feet. Duration, 15 plus 5 minutes. Casting time, 5 plus 0 seconds. Mana cost, 3,200 plus 2,800. The 2 spells were extremely expensive at 3,200 mana, just out of his range of casting them by 10 mana at his base. Mentality, in fact, but raising himself up to level 70 alleviated that worry, for the defensive sprite at least. The support sprite, however, fell into the same category as Overheal, because he couldn't cast it with his current mana pool, as its cost jumped all the way up to 9,600 due to the instant gratification advancement. It could still be done, but he'd be straining his mind a little by boosting his mentality up that high with mana transformation. He could always cancel it as soon as he cast whatever spells he needed, at least, so it wouldn't be that bad. Level up. You are now a level 70 solitary shaman. As part of the leveling process, you have received the following: Physicality plus 6, Celerity plus 6, Mentality plus 6, Personality -3. And with that, he stopped, even though he could have kept leveling up, for he estimated another 10 levels or so. As much as he wanted to unlock more spells to utilize, he wanted to see what he could do with what he currently had. And he didn't want to out-level the dungeons he wanted to visit for loot, especially the ones that would have more support class loot than others. The information for that had come the night before, and he'd brought it in with him, though he hadn't yet found a chance to look at it. It was something he'd be doing soon, however, because he was ready and eager to get back out there and work toward completing the special quests. His wanting to evaluate his current spells and how they worked together also made him put off selecting replacement advancements for his two competencies, as it was hard to tell what would be more important right now.
As soon as he got some experience being a solitary shaman under his belt, he was fairly certain that the right answer would be obvious. Coming down from the high of leveling, he calmed himself and spied the pile of books and papers that had been left for him, so he grabbed them and sat down at the table. Within a minute, he was fully engrossed in what would come to be his next objective.
Chapter 41.
Sitting back in the chair and stretching from the hunched-over position he had been in, Théoden could not keep himself from frowning after evaluating all the information he had absorbed. From what the vice leader had given him, which was derived from the dungeon delves of contenders themselves, there were only a few dungeons within 200 miles of the city that had a prevalence to drop support-class gear, either through monster extractions or as final rewards in their treasure rooms, though there were more further afield if he wanted to travel that far. The problem, as far as he could see it, was that within the 200 miles of the city, only a single dungeon on that list was a high enough level to make it worth going. What did that mean? Well, the information that was provided to him was taken from contenders, who had either completed the dungeon or from enough delves through them that a loot table started to take shape from extracted drops. The ones that almost guaranteed that he'd find something to use were from completed dungeons, and those completed dungeons were all at the minimal difficulty, with a recommended level between 5 and 15. What that meant was the medial difficulties of those dungeons, according to the information, were between levels 20 and 35. What was more important was that the maximal difficulty would probably be between levels 40 and 60. It was possible that it might be a little higher on the end of the level range, but it still meant that the majority of the monsters in those dungeons, other than perhaps the mini-bosses and bosses, wouldn't provide any pick, nor, more importantly, any loot, which kind of defeated the purpose of venturing into those dungeons in the first place. Only one dungeon that was anywhere near his current location had a minimal difficulty recommended level of 20 to 30, which was more likely to have a maximal difficulty range that would be suitable to him. The issue was that contenders were only recently exploring the Devil's Nail dungeon, and the collected drops were all over the place, with only a slight edge to the number of support class drops. There were some others that he had information on that were equally as promising as the Devil's Nail, but they would take at least 3 or 4 days of travel, even at his incredible celerity-boosted speed, to reach them. Moreover, they were on opposite sides of the region, so if one didn't work out, he'd have to travel a week or so to reach the other one. Of course, there were other possibilities for support class items dropping from other dungeons that had much higher recommended levels at minimal difficulty, but as no one had even so much as ventured into them, there was no information on what could be extracted from their monsters. Théoden attempted to guess at what a dungeon might provide based on the names of the different dungeons, but it was a crapshoot at best. "Do I really need more gear?" he asked himself, wondering if it was really necessary to search it out. He looked at his character report to see what his stats looked like, without any gear or other bonuses affecting them. Number 3259999-E. Solitary Shaman. Level 70. Progressive Internal Combat Knowledge, PIC, 20,800. Over 20,800. Adventurer Coalition Rank, Gold, 630, over 630. RP Health, 960, over 960. Mana, 3,250, over 3,250. Physicality, 96. Celerity, 125. Mentality, 325. Personality, 13. Fortuity, 126. It was quite impressive, if he did say so,
but it could always be better. When he looked at what his best gear added to it, he could basically add another 131 to mentality, 17 to celerity, and 5 to physicality, with a smattering of special effects such as a 9% decrease in casting time for defensive spells, 100% increase in support spell effectiveness in low-light environments, some additional heat and shadow resistance, and a reduction of 10 in his personality thanks to his casket ring of the undead he still had from the mausoleum. Some of his items were fairly strong, as he'd gotten them recently, and they were designed for someone around his level. Most of what he had to wear, however, was for a much lower-level individual, with some of it even being for a level 10. Theoretically, if he was to bring his level up to 75, he had a new focus stone that he'd received from the den that he could finally use. But while it had a nice boost to his mentality, plus 90 compared to his current focus stone that gave him plus 5, it also had a 10% chance that he would be blinded if he cast a support spell on himself. He could get rid of that with greater cure physical affliction, of course, but was that hassle worth the potential of out-leveling some dungeons by increasing his level? He decided, at least for the moment, that it wasn't. But did he need an upgrade to his gear? No. But he wanted it. He wanted to be able to use the majority of what he picked up from a dungeon, and he had a lot of very subpar items that he needed to replace. He only had as many as he had thanks to people selling them in the contender market, but now he'd basically drained it dry of anything that might be useful to him. He had gold to spend, so it was possible that he might be able to find some locals in Rage Harbor that might have the crafting knowledge to make him something instead of finding it. Or perhaps they were even selling such things right now. Unfortunately, if it was anything like what was available in Forgestone, most things for sale immediately would likely be only 10 or 15 levels above the average level of the local contenders, so he was looking at level 40 or 45 at the highest. It would certainly be an upgrade to some of his gear, but that would only be a temporary measure as he got stronger and quickly outpaced those items. What eventually decided it for him was the need to get out and do something productive toward his development, as he'd been stuck at level 63 without much progress for a while. Now that he could accumulate more pick and actually level up, he'd rather try to find something for himself than wait around the city and see if he could scrounge up something here and there. After he checked out the Devil's Nail, and depending on the outcome of his venture there, he would make the decision to search out for potential gear in the city or to head to the other possible support class geared dungeons on his list. Then, when he was properly equipped, he would start his search for the first dungeon in his special quests, because that was what he'd been working toward all this time. Upon making that decision, Théoden placed all of the books and papers that he had been provided outside of his door for pickup later, and then prepared himself to leave. As he looked out the window, however, he saw that it was nearly evening already, so he decided to wait until the next day to depart the city. He also wanted to stock up on supplies for his journey, which he likely wouldn't be able to do at this point in the evening as stores closed, so it would be better to do that in the morning. He didn't think he was all that tired when he snuggled up in the comfortable bed, but he was out like a light within minutes. When he woke early in the morning later, he took his time getting ready, ordering a breakfast which was delivered promptly by the new concierge that had been recently assigned to the silver and gold-ranked rooms, named Jervin. But he didn't keep the young, nervous-looking Shari standing around, letting him leave almost immediately after asking about quests for the Devil's Nail. By the time he finished eating, he had been assigned a silver-ranked quest to clear the maximal difficulty of the Devil's Nail, essentially completing everything he had to do in the Coalition. He was all set to leave shortly thereafter when a thought occurred to him. Who am I today? His Angelo persona was basically burnt by this point, given that he was seen at the Crestline Gorge with Gregory and his crew supposedly attempting the medial difficulty there. The day before, he had been Brian, and had been visibly seen achieving level 21 in the lobby. so there would most likely be people looking out for him, if not to pay to join a contender guild, then to try and kill him when he left the city. The same went with Christopher, who'd done the same level up to 21 and had talked to the support class representative soon after arriving in the city. It was a chore keeping up with the different names he was using, and who saw him and when, and what he was wearing at the time, and he was getting tired of it. He didn't exactly have a lot of options of what to wear, especially as if he wore anything but a robe it would look out of place, since he was a contender. He was tempted to just wear his shadow silk robe and hood of obscurity and simply leave as quickly as he could. But he also needed to do some shopping to replenish his supplies, and doing that without a name tag would also be out of place. Sighing, he gave in and looked through the contender market again, purchasing a basic green robe that didn't have any stats or anything about it that made it unique. It appeared on the table and he slipped it on, before changing his name to Kevin? Kevin sounded good to him, as he always loved those Home Alone movies, and he made sure his level was reset back down to level 20. There was no point in making it any higher, as that would cause the same problems he would have had as Brian or Christopher, after all. Ready to go, he left from the back entrance and checked as well as he could outside to ensure no one was watching out for him, before setting off into the city. No one seemed to pay him any attention in the early morning sun of the day, and he leisurely moved from store to store, purchasing a few supplies here and there, as he made a circuitous route through the city as he headed for the North Gate, the same one where he had met Gregory. He would have gone through the same one he had entered a couple of days before, but the Devil's Nail was to the north, and he would end up having to cross 2 rivers and sweep around a short mountain range that branched off the one surrounding the Ragewater Sea. It would only save him an hour or so in the end, because it took so long to get through the city, but it was worth it for him to gather up what he needed along the way. Picking up enough food to last him weeks on the road, he took the opportunity to visit a few stores that sold robes and accessories. Amazingly, he did find some support class wearable items, but they were all for level 30 to 35, as everything else was sold out. A few would be a minor upgrade, but he decided to skip paying the exorbitant prices, such as a 100 gold bracelet that was marginally better than his existing one, and wait until he had no other options. Arriving at the North Gate about an hour and a half after he left his room at the Coalition, Faden was about to pass through it when he felt someone invisible pass by him, and he suddenly felt something pressed into his hand. He looked around for whoever it was, but they were apparently sneaky enough that he couldn't see even a trace of them. He couldn't even listen for footsteps or disturbances in the dirt-covered stone of the ground, as it was busy enough around the gate that everything blended together without a trace. Whoever it was, they were good, because they hadn't tried to attack him, which would have cancelled their stealth. At least that's what he'd learned from Gregory, and they were gone in a flash. It was all done so fast that he didn't get a chance to cast an area of effect healing spell, which might have revealed whoever it was, and now they're probably a few blocks away by this point. He looked down at whatever had been shoved into his hand, only to find a beige piece of paper that had been crumpled up into a ball, like a piece of trash. When he opened it fully and read what was written inside, he immediately knew that it was anything but garbage. It was a threat. "We know you has a secret. Come to Bayside Grotto in 2 hours, or your friends are dead." Whoever it was who wrote it didn't know proper grammar, and the writing was sloppy, but he understood it well enough. It also appeared as though they were waiting for him at the gate for a while, because it originally said 3 hours, but that number was crossed off and changed to 2. Who are these friends they're talking about? There were only a few people that he had interacted with in this world that he might consider himself on friendly terms with, and he didn't think it was Sarah and her party from Ashcleft. The travel distance alone would make that unlikely. So, that left Gregory and the others.
but they should have been in the next figurative time zone by that point. The note was obviously a trap. That was simple enough to understand.
As for what they thought they knew, he wasn't quite sure, as all it said was they knew he had a secret. But it didn't appear as if they knew who he really was. It was more likely that they had seen through his disguises, or had somehow witnessed him changing into someone else at some point when he was unaware, and they were convinced he had some powerful item or knowledge of how to power level themselves. That was usually what the mobsters did in the movies and TV shows back on Earth, and the guilds seemed similar enough to the mob than anything else, and he was fairly certain these people were connected to a guild in some shape or fashion. The fact that they wanted to meet by the Bayside Grotto, which was a dungeon controlled by one of the guilds, was a fairly good indication of that. Unfortunately, he couldn't remember Gregory or one of the others telling him which guild it was that was controlling it. Not that it would have mattered, he supposed, because even if he knew which one it was, what could he do? The answer? Not much. What do I do? The smartest and safest answer was to walk away, because nothing good would come from walking into this trap. First, he didn't owe anything else to Gregory and his party, as he'd already paid them for their help and given them enough gear to last them for a while. While they had been party members for a short time, he also wouldn't necessarily call them friends, more like acquaintances than anything. That might be selling short their relationship a little, but for Thaden the whole thing with them had been transactional in nature. Secondly, even if he went to the grotto and they had somehow captured Gregory and his crew, or somehow even Sarah and her party, there was nothing he could do. All of them were going to be a lower level than he was, so it wasn't like he could go in guns blazing when his attacks would do absolutely nothing to them. They would simply laugh at him and kill his acquaintances in front of him when he told them nothing. Because he had no intention of succumbing to their threat, his special quest was too important to endanger in any way, and it would take more lives than just whoever they were threatening to kill to make him give up his secrets. Lastly, even if he was somehow able to extract his friends from the situation, talking with these people would only give them more information about him that he really didn't want to share with anyone. Thaden might not intentionally give something away, but the risk was there regardless. Therefore, he crumpled up the piece of paper again in his hand and was about to throw it on the ground, but he was standing right in front of a gate guard. The last thing he wanted was to be accused of violating some sort of littering law right before he left. Instead, he threw it in his inventory and walked the rest of the way out of the gate, confidently heading north and not to the northeast where he knew the grotto was located. But his decision to abandon whoever it was they had captured and were threatening to kill weighed on him with every step he took. He had traveled approximately a half-mile before he stopped, his hands curled up into fists with his eyes screwed shut as he attempted to clear his thoughts and the guilt that was pressing down on them. After struggling for nearly 5 minutes, he finally screamed loudly in frustration, startling a party of level 20-somethings heading the opposite way. "Screw it! I don't really care anymore." Standing in the middle of the busy road, seething with anger to the point where people were actively avoiding him, he quickly took his recently purchased green robe off, pulled his shadow silk robe of darkness's embrace, hood of obscurity, and all of his other wearable items from his inventory before putting them on. Mutterings from a few contenders along the road wormed their way into his ears, but he ignored them. His anger at being manipulated like this was so great that it was a physical force, and he was blind to the shouts and visible struggles as those too close to him were pushed to the ground, as if a weight was pressing down on them. It didn't hurt them, but it was oppressive enough that they could barely move. Quickly boosting his celerity with mana transformation, which, thanks to his new higher base celerity stat and bonuses from his gear, was nearly 400, Thaden took off to the northeast, tearing across the ground toward the Bayside Grotto dungeon. He left behind nearly 3 dozen contenders,
who hesitated to get back to their feet even after he was gone, and the pressure disappeared completely.
Chapter 42. The landscape flew by the racing solitary shaman, his steps sure as the anger and rage from the whole situation inundated his entire body. He barely even noticed as he flowed around obstacles in his way, be it a rock in the middle of the road or a group of people. They were simply things that he didn't want to run into. Even in his current state, he was conscious enough of needing protection just in case he did run into something, so he had cast Greater Damage Shield on himself and considered that good enough for the moment. When he thought that he was close enough to the grotto, Théoden slowed down and looked around him, taking in the area with a first-hand perspective. Placing where it was located based on a map was quite a bit different than seeing it with his own eyes. All around the Ragewater Sea was the mountain range that basically acted as a boundary, and the inner space in between the range and the sea itself was relatively flat, with a mixture of grassland and forests. In a few places, ancient-looking rock slides created intrusions into this space, but for the most part it was relatively clear of any rocks near the large body of water itself. As for the sea, it was also relatively uniform, with very little variation to its overall ovoid shape, except for his current location. The Bayside Grotto, which was aptly named because it was situated in a shallow bay of water that nearly extended inward all the way up to the mountain range, was essentially a large jumble of stone slabs stacked haphazardly on top of each other near the furthest point the bay traveled inland. A large opening into the stone pile could be found by traveling through the shallow water of the bay, and even from his position a quarter of a mile away, he could just barely make out the distortion over the opening that indicated the entrance to the dungeon. From what he knew of it, the grotto had water-based monsters, though he hadn't looked into it too far. After learning that it was controlled by a guild, it wasn't on his list of places to visit anytime soon. It appeared as though he wasn't going into it today either, as his objective in coming was located outside of the grotto. An extremely large group of contenders was standing around in what looked like smaller parties, though they intermingled as they casually talked with each other. Behind them was what appeared to be a metal cage, something that reminded him of what a zoo would use to transport large animals, and inside the cage were people. At furthest extent of his range, he couldn't see anyone's name tags or levels, but he was able to get a fairly accurate count of what he was up against. Outside the cage, he counted a total of either 89 or 90 contenders. It was difficult to be more accurate than that, because some were moving around or were behind others. But he figured it was probably 90, because there seemed to be full parties of 5 waiting around. As for inside the cage, he couldn't see them clearly, but it was obvious that there were more than just the 4 he expected. Not many more than that, perhaps 7 in total. But they were sitting down and leaning up against the shiny metal bars, which made it difficult to pick them out individually. 7 people? 6? 8? Regardless of how many more than 4 there are, what does that mean? I don't know more than Gregory's party around here. Unless they were Chari, which he highly doubted because he'd only really interacted with the vice leader of the coalition and his new concierge. He hadn't really spoken with anyone else. It only took a few seconds of watching the assembled contenders before they noticed him back. There wasn't really anywhere for him to hide, after all, as it was fairly open around the area, except for right around the grotto. So a lone figure dressed in a black robe and hood kind of stood out, especially as it was nearly midday. The only benefit for him was that there wasn't anywhere for other people to hide in an ambush, unless they were invisible, like whoever had placed the note in his hand. But there wasn't really much he could do about that. When they saw him, they all hurried to assemble in front of the cage, blocking it from his sight for the most part. Appearing to be waiting for him, they didn't move from their position, though he could tell that a few of them appeared to be nervous. Good. They should be nervous, because I'm pissed off. I don't have time to play these stupid games. A little after he arrived, he started to calm down enough to think a little more clearly, especially after assessing who and what was waiting for him. He was well aware that he couldn't actually do anything to these people, as they were all a lower level than him, and any damage would be negated. But he was still angry enough to want to try, as ineffective as it would be. Still, if he was able to free the hostages, whoever they might be, from under their noses and take away any power they thought they might have, he might be satisfied with that. Thaden started to walk forward slowly, preparing himself with everything he could think of. First, he boosted his mentality from 447, which was what it was with his gear on, to 961, giving him just enough mana to cast his superior support sprite instantly, followed by superior overheal on himself. He instantly canceled the boost so that it didn't strain his mind, even though it didn't seem like it was hurting like it used to. He supposed that because he didn't boost it all the way up to its natural limit, it didn't affect him as much. But he still wanted the boost gone because he wanted to be able to pump it into celerity if he needed to run. It was then that he cast greater dampeners, greater damage shield, greater stacking buffers, greater protective barrier, greater protective guards, and greater death ward on himself, while preparing to cast superior affliction shelter if it was necessary. He then cast greater regeneration on himself, followed by chain casting greater mass healing and greater healing burst each time they were off cooldown to start his overheal bonus health going. The light show that he was putting on, even in the brightness of broad daylight, obviously unsettled some of the awaiting contenders as they began to shrink back and shuffle in place as he got closer. Thaden kept his attention on them instead of watching what his health pool was at, but he could sense that it was climbing rapidly. Regeneration and Afterglow, which were based on his maximum health, were increasing in their healing rate by the second as Overheal started adding up. Finally, he passed whatever threshold allowed him to see the name tags of the people waiting for him, and he nearly missed a step when he saw that all of them were level 20, which was a bit of a surprise. But if it were really his friends in the cage, at least Gregory and his party, then if they had leveled to at least 21, which he knew they were planning to do as soon as possible, then being level 20 was what it would require to kill them. Therefore, the threat was real. Again, it depended on exactly who was in the cage. "You came," said what appeared to be a well-equipped fighter out front of the group that seemed to either be the spokesperson or the leader of the contenders facing him. "We had a bet between us that you would chicken out and be a no-show, but I figured you wouldn't be so heartless as to let your friends die. What do you hope to accomplish here?" Thaden growled out, interrupting the one who had spoken, whose name tag said Martin. The man seemed slightly taken aback, even swaying slightly away from the solitary shaman as he approached. The others also shuffled around, and most seemed to want to look away from him for some reason. Unfortunately for the shaman, Martin seems to recover faster than the others. "Accomplish? Why? We want to learn your secrets. For instance, how is it that you've hidden your name tag? Such a power would be powerful for those of us in the Execution Guild, as our targets wouldn't even know we were coming." Thaden stopped approximately 30 feet from the line of contenders and simply stared at the man, the anger beginning to rise up in him again. Execution Guild? Are they a group of contender killers or something? As he glanced around at the others, who had originally appeared slightly scared at his appearance, he could slowly start to see a feral hunger in their gazes as they looked back at him. It was a look that showed that they were excited to kill, to hunt down and execute those who couldn't fight back. The feeling of power over life and death seemed to outweigh the moral implications of what they were doing, and enjoying it at the same time. It made him sick to see it. But it wasn't like there was anything he could do about it. As much as he wouldn't lose sleep over killing these people, who even now were fingering their weapons and appearing ready to attack him,
Nothing he did would hurt them. The sheer lack of any power in this situation simply made him angrier, and he could feel a seething rage start to build back up inside of his body.
More than that, we want to know how you not only lived through a visit to the medial difficulty of the Gorge dungeon, but completed it. Martin continued smugly. Ah, I see that I got your attention, didn't I? Yes, your friends gave you up, though they certainly took some convincing. Unfortunately, they were able to hold on to the secret of how exactly you all managed to do it, but that's what you are going to tell us. Or, the man said, as he moved away from the cage behind him, followed by a dozen other people so that Thaden could see inside, you'll end up just like them. Now that he had a proper look inside the cage, he could see 7 corpses all arranged in a row, propped up so that they looked like they were simply resting. He had been wondering why they hadn't been making any noise, and the fact that they were already dead certainly explained it. All of them appeared to have had their throats slit, and the blood left to cover their entire front side, coating almost every visible inch of their skin and clothing. There was a lot of blood. It also seems to have layers to it, as if all the blood had been spilled once, and then it happened again, at least a few times over. Being a healer, he could only assume that they had been healed in between each throat slitting, or they had actually been killed and then resurrected at least a few times. Seeing that there were nearly 20 support class contenders nearby, they could easily do something like that despite the cooldowns for them. His anger started ramping up yet again, especially as he saw who it was that was inside the cage. Thaden didn't have to see their name tags to recognize Gregory, Carlos, Melindra, and David. But the other 3 required a peek. Caitlin, deceased, 0 minutes remaining. Human level 23, Gabriella, deceased, 0 minutes remaining. Human level 23, Basma, deceased, 0 minutes remaining. Human level 23. Those women I resurrected when I first arrived near Rage Harbor? How? Why? I only met them the one time and had been incognito to boot. But somehow these people connected me with them? How did they find these 3 anyway? In fact, why aren't Gregory and the others miles away by this point? You can try and run, but we'll find you eventually. When we do, and we will, you'll tell us what we want to know, or you'll die even slower and with much more pain than these worthless fools. So why don't you just make it easy on yourself and tell us, Martin said, even as he was suddenly pushed down to his knees, along with everyone else around him. How are you doing this? He struggled to ask, even as he was forced down to his hands and knees. Thaden barely heard him, however, as his anger had hit the fevered pitch that it had when he decided to end this nonsense once and for all. He could sense a physical pressure coming out of him, pushing the contenders down and eventually causing them to collapse completely with cries of shock and exertion, their bodies being pressed against the ground without hope of release. A small, detached part of his mind recognized it as the same level compression that Nehetmo, monarch of the dead, had used upon him and his party mates back in the mausoleum. How exactly he was using it, he didn't know nor particularly care about, only that it was working. But the compression didn't actually hurt them, only kept them trapped in place. He looked again at the corpses in the cage, anger and sorrow for their fate warring with each other, and he was hoping to see if any of them still had anything remaining on their death timers. Unfortunately, they were all at 0-0, which meant that they had been killed hours ago. The major resurrection spell that had just been recently upgraded could now bring someone back from the dead if he got to them within 4 hours instead of 3, as the lesser version did. But it still wasn't enough to save them. As the pressure coming from his level compression continued to increase,
Still, without actually damaging any of the murderous contenders, Théoden couldn't help but reflect on how unfair it all was here on Tarth, and how lately everyone around him seems to wind up dead. As much as he felt guilty and wanted to blame himself for their deaths, the truth of it was that it wasn't him that killed those people back in Fordstone, and it wasn't him that killed Gregory and these others here. While it was these horrible people from the so-called Execution Guild that did the deed here, what was ultimately at fault was none other than the assimilation system. It was its systems that allowed the massacre and destruction of an entire city, and it was what allowed contenders to abuse the rules to kill other contenders in the pursuit of power. None of it made any sense, and fighting against it seemed like a losing proposition every time he turned around. His frustration leaked into his mind as he stared at all the contenders on the ground, facing him like they were supplicating for mercy, and he felt the power of his level compression start to dwindle. As much as it felt good to make them seem to grovel at his feet, he knew that it was ultimately useless and unproductive. Without being able to hurt them, it was an empty gesture of power. The futility of it all eventually broke through his rage, and his level compression snuffed out like a candle.
It only took the contenders a few seconds to recover from the absence of pressure as they angrily got to their feet and stared at Théoden. A few seconds later, Martin seemed to get his wits back as he shouted, "Attack! Kill him quickly! We'll resurrect him in the cage afterwards!" So that's how they did it. I was wondering how they managed to take the others prisoner. They just killed them and then essentially woke them up in a cage. Of course, Théoden wasn't going to have any of it. Even as he was immediately bombarded by more than a dozen spells and other projectiles, all easily blocked by his protections, he cast his superior affliction shelter to avoid some annoying afflictions that might get through them, before getting ready to boost his celerity with mana transformation to run away, leaving all this business behind him. Before he could do that, however, a window suddenly popped up that consumed his entire vision. As he quickly read through it, he closed it and looked at the poleaxed faces of the contenders that had been attacking him just seconds before. The solitary shaman smiled darkly at them, even if they couldn't see it because of his hood of obscurity. "Oh, y'all done fucked up, didn't you?"
Chapter 43.
Théoden continued to smile as he prepared himself by boosting his mentality stat up to its limit, ignoring the strain on his mind as he did so. Just to be sure he was accurate in what he was seeing, he looked over the notification window one last time to confirm. "Attention, contenders! Congratulations go out to those who have survived in your development on Tarth. A full month has passed since you arrived, and now is a perfect time to give you an update on any developments from your fellow contenders, as well as an unacceptable trend that has unexpectedly developed. As of the commencement of this message, a total of 6,945,102 contenders have failed and left the world of Tarth permanently. Of the remaining 25,834,897 contenders, another 215,479 are still at level 1 and are unlikely to progress further than that. If they do not raise their level within the designated time limit, they will be culled automatically. For the rest of you, congratulations on your progress. The average level of all contenders is level 18, which is quite impressive after your first month of development. Keep striving to give it your all and increase your level as soon as possible. As of now, only 2 parties have completed a medial difficulty or harder dungeon, which will become more common as time progresses. Congratulations to those who have towered above the rest. In regional news, Region Number 1 has already entered the next developmental phase. The other regions are going to have to play catch-up from this point on to match the incredible lead they now possess. But all it takes is a little hard work to achieve greatness. Now, on to the unexpected development.
Of the 6,945,102 contenders that have failed and left Tarth permanently, the cause for failure of 1,217,452 individuals was due to the direct intervention of other contenders after they achieved level 21.
This unacceptable statistic is 835% higher than average for a race in the early stages of development. And if the trend continues, as it is now predicted to, the human race will have final contender numbers below the acceptable threshold once the developmental period has concluded. As you know from training, the vulnerability of contenders at level 21 was meant to be a means of motivation to spur their development, as well as to offer an element of danger to the world once they've adapted to the changes brought about by being included in the assimilation system. In past developmental worlds and the races that have participated in them, this has also aided in pinpointing those who are not suitable to be a contender, whether from a mental instability or a personality mismatch with the position, and has naturally eliminated those who are not afraid of eliminating their own kind in their desire for power. In this case, however, humans have apparently lost sight of the ultimate goal behind being a contender, which is to present a strong, united front against the adversary. While being a contender inherently brings with it a sense of competition, which is why there are rankings, and why the stakes, if you do not do well, can be high, these types of motivating factors are simply designed to push yourselves to be the best that you can be. Unfortunately, many contenders from Earth have abandoned any sense of competition, and have taken it upon themselves to slaughter their potential rivals whenever possible. This not only defeats the purpose of the entire developmental project here on Tarth, but weakens the human race as a whole. This can be seen no more clearly in the fact that 4.6% of the entire support class population amongst the Earthen contenders were eliminated by other contenders, as those who we should be protecting the most were slaughtered by their own kind for no other reason than a selfish desire for power. To slow down and potentially eliminate this unacceptable trend from continuing, two significant changes have been implemented immediately. To discourage the wanton elimination of so many potentially powerful contenders by those heavily abusing the rules in their favor, every single contender that has willfully participated in the elimination of a fellow contender up to this point will now be highlighted by a visible black aura that surrounds their name tag. This black aura will last for precisely 72 hours from this point, and will reset if they eliminate another contender. With the black aura active, the contender can be attacked by any other contender, regardless of either their own level or the level of their attacker. Contenders with black auras eliminated in this manner will not cause a black aura to appear on their attacker or attackers. Normal rules about attacking other contenders within inhabited areas still apply. While the rule about attacking a fellow contender beneath your level is still in place, those being attacked will no longer be defenseless. Those who have been willfully attacked by another contender will have the opportunity to defend themselves, though if they end up eliminating instead of simply incapacitating their attacker, they will receive a black aura for 72 hours if the attacker did not already have a black aura. With that addressed, it is time for more pleasant news. The rankings. Individual Performance 1. Number 3259999-E. Support Level 70. Sector 41. City of Rage Harbor. 2. Augustus M. Fighter Level 29. Sector 92. City of Dormir. 3. Jerome L. Fighter Level 29. Sector 1247. City of Austere. Party Performance. Leader. 1. Number 3259999-E. Support Level 70. Sector 41. City of Rage Harbor. 2. Harmon E. Control Level 28. Sector 3542. Town of Crudark. 3. Jerima R.
Scout Level 27, Sector 745, City of Bextros. Achievement Hunter, 1.
Number 3259999-E. Support Level 70. Sector 41, City of Rage Harbor, 2. June D, Scout Level 27. Sector 52, City of Fortrot, 3. Geral F, Scout Level 28, Sector 8703, City of Nemist. Thaden had ignored all the rankings, especially after seeing that he was still at the top of many of them, because the more important information came in the form of the changes to the whole contender versus contender system. Not only did it implement the ability to defend oneself from an attacker who was a lower level than them, but it also introduced a penalty of sorts for killing another contender, the Black Aura. If he understood the notification on the window correctly, that meant that anyone, even Thaden who might be 40 or 50 levels higher than them, could attack and kill someone with a black aura around their name tag without incurring a black aura themselves. As he looked around at the contenders who had been attacking him just moments ago, he certainly saw some black auras. On all of them. He wasn't sure specifically how those auras were earned, but it appeared as though every single living person in front of him had participated in killing another human being since they arrived in Tarth. Whether or not they had all been directly part of killing Gregory and the others was difficult to tell, but they had all actively killed someone, at least. Unfortunately for them, Thaden wasn't planning on giving them any leeway now that they knew they could potentially pay a price for their actions. Just because they now knew they could be punished for killing other people didn't excuse what they did as acceptable, because it most surely was not. It didn't matter if there wasn't a law about murder here on Tarth, or a commandment that said, "Thou shalt not kill." The simple societal norm of not freaking killing other people should have been more than enough. But these people had lost their way, abandoning whatever humanity they had left. And for what? So that they could start eliminating people on the rankings? For the power that killing another human being must have brought them? It really didn't matter, because there was one pissed-off solitary shaman that didn't care. His rage came back with a vengeance as all thoughts of the futility of attacking these people faded away, and he watched the shocked faces with black auras around their name tag slam with significant force back down to the ground. Some hit the ground so hard and so abruptly that they smashed their faces into the dirt, bloodying up their faces and doing a small bit of damage to them in the process. The sight of that was the last confirmation that he was allowed to hurt them now. And hurt them he would. Thankfully, he had inadvertently prepared for this when he was rushing over to this obvious trap, as he had started shoving in potential spells that he might need without really paying attention. One of them just so happened to be something he'd never tried before, but he was eager to see what it would do. After boosting his mentality to his limit, bringing it up to 1097 with his gear bonuses, he cast Greater Stacking Buffers on Martin, who was face down on the ground while suffering the effects of Thaden's level compression. With a mental thought, he somehow made the pressure he was exerting on the man exclude where Martin was located, and the now frightened contender shakily stood up. He looked around him at the other people of his guild, plainly perplexed at why he was suddenly excluded, before he attempted an arrogant expression on his face. "You can't hurt me. You're just a support class after all." He pulled out a sword from his inventory with a smirk on his face, before taking a step toward Thaden. "You're half right," the solitary shaman responded with a shake of his head. Martin stopped, a little more wary now. "You're not a support class?" "Oh, you got that part right. I was talking about your insistence that I couldn't hurt you." "Wait, what?" Martin didn't get a chance to finish the question, as Thaden cast Greater Sacrifice on the man, which sacrificed the Greater Stacking Buffer's protective spell he'd cast on him a moment ago. A split second later,
An explosion that tried to blind Thaden flashed out from the sacrificed protection spell, ripping through every single incapacitated contender still on the ground under the effects of his level compression. Thankfully, the superior affliction shelter helped to prevent that blindness, but he still had a few spots in his eyes that took a few seconds to disappear. When he could see again, all he saw were the burnt corpses of nearly 100 people, as even the bodies of his friends hadn't escaped unscathed. He didn't bother calculating the exact amount of damage that was done to them all, but when the area damage from sacrificing the protective spell did 1,500% of his 1,097 mentality, it certainly added up. The only one still alive was Martin, who had been wholly unaffected by the sacrifice of the buffers Thaden had placed on him. He was glad to see that he hadn't been wrong about the wording of his new class, which allowed his single-cast spells to target anyone, because it had previously only worked on allies. That meant he could cast it on monsters, and conveniently, other contenders not in his party, which was exactly what he did. "What did you do?" Martin screamed in shock. But Thaden was already on the move. He immediately cast Greater Wild Health Leech on himself while he moved closer to the Execution Guild member, his normally high celerity allowing him to move up to the man before he could react.
Reaching out, he grasped Martin's wrist and held on, as over 100 points in physicality was more than enough to not let the man tear himself away without a tremendous struggle. And then he started to heal himself, with every healing spell he had in his arsenal. He needn't have bothered, as all it took was a single Greater Healing Burst spell to kill the man, as his leech spell now leached 20% of his extra healing. When Healing Burst went off, the 450 healing that the Greater version did was increased by 50% from his class, 50% from his stronger healing advancement, and 125% from his superior support sprite. That was then increased by 150% from Greater Wild Health Leech as bonus healing, which a quick calculation equated to just under 2,900 extra healing. The leeching effect then randomly targeted Martin and pulled out 20% of that extra healing, which was a little bit below 580 health. Thaden could only assume that the man had 57 or less physicality. Otherwise, that might not have killed him. Letting the corpse of the guild member fall to the ground, he glanced around and noticed that none of those he'd just killed, other than Martin, were able to be resurrected. Their bodies had been so destroyed that they were entirely unrecoverable. Not that he was going to resurrect them anyway, even if the weight of what he'd just done was starting to crash down on him. Taking a deep breath, which caused him to cough because the smell of burnt flesh assaulted his airways, he turned away and ran, wanting to get as far away from the sight of such destruction as he could. Olivia led her party quickly toward the grotto, fully expecting their meeting to be successful. As the Execution Guild leader, it was her decision to search out whether the rumors behind a certain individual were true, and she had spent considerable resources to ensure that they had everything in place beforehand.
It had taken a bit of effort to track down the 3 women who had somehow managed to survive after they had been killed by her people a few days prior, but at least that fool Gregory and his party had been easier to find. It helped that her guild had branches in over 20 towns already, which allowed the spread of information to flow swiftly, and they were captured shortly after in a town a dozen miles to the northwest. Well, killed and then imprisoned, before being resurrected. The messy interrogation had been a necessary affair, done as quickly as possible to get the information they needed, though it wasn't nearly as much as she hoped they would acquire. When they captured the object of their attention, she would ensure they got the answers she deserved. The monthly update, about 15 minutes ago, was a little worrying, given that she and the rest of her party had this black aura it mentioned. But there weren't many that would try and mess with her. Being level 27 had its perks, including a lethal reputation of retaliation, and there was no way anyone would dare attack her, now or before the whole monthly update.
It was a ridiculous way to try to get them to stop killing other contenders, she thought, though it would require them to be a little more careful in their activities. Anyway, it didn't really matter now that most of the city had already joined one guild or another, and the killings would slow down from that point on, naturally. They wouldn't ever stop, of course, because soon enough she could see the guilds going to war amongst each other, but that would probably be months or even a year into the future. Right now, what they allowed to happen was let those in charge of the guilds shoot up in the rankings while holding most of the others back, ensuring that they had a better chance of achieving the top spot.
If a couple thousand people had to die to achieve that, it was a sacrifice she, like the other guild leaders, was willing to make. As they got closer to the grotto, a sixth sense that she'd begun to rely on told her that something was wrong. Only seconds later, she stopped herself and the rest of the party as she looked ahead, able to see the spot where her guild's level 20s were supposed to conduct business. It was too quiet. It didn't take eagle eyes to see the cage in the distance, but instead of her people clustered around it, there were only motionless forms on the ground. The hair along the back of her neck started to rise as she took in the scene, and she cautioned the others to take care as they slowly approached. They were dead. Every single one of them. And they had been nearly obliterated so badly that they were barely recognizable as bodies. It looked as if a single spell had done it, but she'd never heard of anything that powerful before. Even prisoners in the cage had been annihilated, though they had been dead before.
It's Martin. I can still resurrect him, Geneva shouted, the support class rushing forward near a corpse that was relatively intact. In fact, when she arrived and rolled him over, he didn't look like he had a scratch on him. His face, though, was frozen in an expression of fear that made Olivia rear back involuntarily. A minute later, she watched as Martin suddenly moved with life, though he was still nearly dead. Geneva slapped a weak regeneration on him to start the healing process, but the guild leader didn't want to wait. Martin's eyes were haunted as they took in his environment, and they kept darting around as if he feared to see something that might still be nearby. As he sat up cautiously, she snapped her fingers in front of his face, getting his attention quickly. Martin, what the fuck?
Handand, the recently resurrected level 20, who she observed still had a black aura around his name tag, shook his head and said something too low for her to catch. Speak up. What happened? It was him. He's some sort of demon in disguise. She slapped him, noting that she actually did some damage to him despite him being a lower level. Huh. Maybe the black aura isn't so bad. You're talking nonsense. Now, what happened? And none of this demon business. I don't know. One second we were attacking him, and the next second he blew them all up. When he grabbed my wrist, I tried to get away, but he was too strong. And then I don't remember anymore. What was it, Martin? Was it a monster? No, he whispered, low enough that she had to lean in to hear him. He wasn't a monster. He was much more powerful than any monster I've seen. Who was it then? I already told you. It was him. Olivia was confused about what he was talking about before it hit her. Him? As in, she prompted, already knowing what he was about to say. Yes, the one at the top of the rankings. She froze, disbelief flowing over her for a moment, before the sound of footsteps behind her party had her whipping around to see a dark figure standing approximately 40 feet behind them. No, spare me, Martin shouted in fear from the ground, seeing the figure the same time Olivia and her party did. He was cut off when a gruff voice said, I realized I forgot to check on something while I was here. I guess it's a good thing I came back. Olivia and her party began to move, but it was already too late. She saw the figure casting a spell targeting Martin,
and a split second later, her world exploded into darkness.
Chapter 44. As he picked through the remains of the newest contenders that had shown up at some point after he'd originally left, Théoden looked closer at Martin's body. He'd ended up killing the level 20 again, using his Wild Health Leech spell again, though it took him 2 spells this time as he tried out a couple of other ones besides Healing Burst, just to see the difference in the amount of health that was leeched. The fighter had pleaded for his life even as Théoden killed him, which made the shaman feel like some sort of masked villain from a movie, as he ignored all the entreaties for mercy. He still felt justified in his actions, even if they were taken during a moment of extreme anger, but he couldn't help but feel the slightest bit bad about killing the man again. Thoughts of resurrecting him again floated through his head, not to kill him a 3rd time, but to have the man send a warning to his guild, and probably all the other guilds, not to mess with him anymore. But that just sounded like a surefire way to make them target him even further. In addition, anyone he came into contact with from this point on would be in danger, as although there were some penalties for killing other contenders now, they weren't so extreme that he thought it would stop all of them. All it would take was a way to hide out for 72 hours for the black aura to disappear, and then they'd be able to go out and kill again. Still, it was progress, and he no longer feared that he might be caught somewhere without a way to fight back. This demonstration of his new power as a solitary shaman was proof enough of that. But the same couldn't be said for those unlucky enough to be acquainted with him. Gregory and the others in the cage nearby were evidence that some people would do anything to get the so-called secrets that they thought Théoden could give them. Little did they know that there wasn't anything he could tell them. Extort him for gold or gear, maybe, but as far as any secret information, there really wasn't much that would benefit them. The solution, as horrible as it might be, was for Théoden to avoid people for the time being and concentrate on his own problems. Any thought of trying to join a party was gone, and not only because his new class seemed to encourage him to go it alone. There was just too much danger in getting close to anyone, even if he wasn't intentionally trying to be friends. Like what happened with Gregory and the others. Heck, even Caitlin and the other 2 women he'd resurrected and didn't even speak to suffered from interacting with him. He could only assume they had been tracked down and made to reveal who it was that brought them back. How they connected Théoden to a figure dressed all in black with no name tag, he had no idea. Nor did he know how everyone had been tracked down in the first place, but he guessed it didn't really matter all that much. In the end, he decided to just leave the guild man as a corpse instead of bringing him back, as he thought it would probably be better to have all these deaths stay as a mystery instead of connecting them to him. Shaking his head to clear it of those thoughts, he got back to what he had come back to the site for. There was something that he'd unconsciously noticed about all the corpses before he left, but he'd been in such a confused state of mind when he had left that it hadn't really coalesced into a full realization until he'd been running for about 20 minutes. Sure enough, when he looked at all the bodies of those he'd killed, there was an odd feeling of incompleteness about them, as if he had forgotten to do something. Kneeling next to a corpse that was completely unrecognizable as a person, as it was missing a head and 2 of its limbs, he gingerly reached out his hand and touched it, before saying, "Extract." Théoden fully expected nothing to happen, as it was common knowledge, so common that even the solitary shaman knew about it, that killing another person didn't give the killer any pick, and that anything the dead had on them was unlootable. Even the weapons and armor they were carrying were unable to be picked up, even if they were lying on the ground. So there was no benefit to killing other people other than as a means of eliminating them from the rankings. Therefore, Théoden was shocked when he felt the extraction complete, and the body quickly broke down and disappeared, just as if it was a monster he'd killed and looted. Extraction complete. Loot obtained.
52 silver, 18 copper coins, 4 weak health potions, 2 weak mana potions. The extraction of loot from a dead contender took him aback, and he tried to figure out what was going on. After about a minute of thinking about it, he could only assume that what he had taken had been what was in their inventory when they died. It was much less than what was in his own, but he supposed it made sense for them not to carry around piles of crafting materials and extra gear when all they were doing was threatening some mysterious person to learn their secrets. He could only assume that, as a guild, they probably pooled their crafting resources together, or they simply sold them to some of the Chari merchants immediately upon returning to the city. As for why he didn't get any of the contenders' armor or weapons they were equipped with, that seemed obvious enough. Those had been destroyed, along with their bodies. There wasn't anything left to loot. I guess I did go a little overboard here. If this ever happens again, which I hope it doesn't, I should probably be a little less destructive. Shrugging, since there wasn't much he could do about it now, he went around and extracted the loot from all the rest of the mangled and destroyed bodies, all of which were too far gone to be resurrected by him. He found that to be an important distinction, as when he attempted to loot Martin, nothing happened. Since the man still had a timer within which he could be brought back to life, he assumed that looting would only work on someone that was well and truly dead. Thaden also found, after a brief bout of indecision to even try, that he couldn't extract anything from Gregory and the others. If it was truly the fact that only contenders with black auras could be looted, then this made sense because none of them had killed others, or so he assumed. They never actually told him that they hadn't killed any other contenders, but given their background, he figured that they hadn't. In all, he accumulated enough coinage from the bodies to give him over 900 gold, with over half of it coming from the higher-level party that had resurrected Martin and was asking him questions. From the authoritative tone the woman had used on the lower-level guild member, it was more than likely that she and her party were leaders of some kind in the guild. If they were charging new members so much to join, and likely taxing some of the loot that was acquired by those members, it made sense that they had so much money on them. There were also a few random crafting resources mixed into the loot, all common in rarity, along with hundreds of health and mana potions. He wasn't sure what he'd do with all of them, as he didn't need mana potions at all, and he was a good enough of a healer that he doubted he'd ever need a health potion. But they fit into his inventory easily enough, since they didn't take much room. It was a bit of a macabre process looting the dead like he did, but he figured they wouldn't need it anymore, so he might as well take it. Thankfully, his utter annihilation of them destroyed heads and faces to the point where there was no chance that he'd recognize any of them. So by the end of his looting spree, they were more just hunks of unappetizing meat than anything else. He wasn't sure how he felt about that. Rather than wait around for the timer on Martin to expire, or blow him up with another use of sacrifice once the cooldown was up by sacrificing his own protections, which was something he'd rather avoid since it meant that he couldn't heal or protect himself for 10 minutes, Thaden left again, debating in his head about where to go. After such an ordeal, he was tempted to go back to Rage Harbor to relax in his room one more time, and to see what kind of chaos had erupted after the announcement of the Black Auras occurred. He felt like he was in less danger now than ever before if people decided to attack him, and there weren't any others, besides than the Chari that he'd interacted with in the city, that he would have to worry about being used to lure him into a trap. More than that, he even planned to wear what he was currently wearing, because he didn't care all that much who saw him with his face and name tag hidden. The time for extreme caution about his identity had passed, though that didn't mean he wanted to announce himself to the world. He just wasn't going to let something like what Camille tried to do in Forgestone stop him from doing what he needed to do. After some contemplation, he decided to forego heading back to Rage Harbor at the moment, as the anger that he'd felt from the whole situation with the guild and his dead acquaintances still simmered underneath the surface of his emotions. He
He wasn't sure how he'd react if he saw dozens or hundreds of contenders with black auras, as the temptation to kill them might be too much to resist.
While he wouldn't hesitate to kill someone who was attacking him or who had wronged someone he knew, he didn't have the energy or desire to go into the city and start slaughtering people left and right. Plus, it was against the rules to harm another contender in the city, so he'd end up clashing with the Chari if he tried it. When he considered what would happen when the word got out that those with black auras could be extracted for loot once they were dead, which he believed was likely to happen sooner rather than later, he figured that many of those with the black aura would likely be hunted down anyway. There was no need for Théoden to get involved at this time. And if he was being honest with himself, the deaths of the contenders that he'd killed already weighed on him. Taking another person's life, even if they more than deserved it for killing innocent people and attacking him with the same intent to kill, wasn't something that he could or should take lightly. He didn't believe that he'd be torturing himself with their deaths by seeing visions of them every night when he tried to fall asleep, but it wasn't something he wanted to repeat if he could help it. Killing monsters, even those that were humanoid in appearance, was just different from killing his fellow contenders. He didn't want to get in the habit of it, or else he might just be one of the psychopathic individuals that the system was designed to identify and eliminate in the first place. So, with his decision not to return to Rage Harbor, Théoden resumed his journey toward the Devil's Nail to the north. Although the detour that led to him killing nearly 100 contenders had temporarily delayed him, his overall objective hadn't changed. Ever since the disaster at Forgestone, he'd had a tenuous goal to complete the special quests so that more people didn't die. Just after he left the demolished city, it had seemed like an extremely difficult, near impossible goal, mainly due to the fact that he wasn't told where it was he needed to go. At first, he'd thought that he was completely unprepared for what it would take to find the next anchoring dungeon. But the time since then had quickly proven him wrong. Not only had he managed to get to level 63, finished a surprise evolution assignment, and obtained a new class, but he'd also acquired nearly everything he needed to challenge the anchoring dungeons and save many more innocent people from dying when the next disaster struck. Of course, it hadn't all been smooth sailing, as evidenced by the piles of bodies he was leaving behind him, but there wasn't anything he could do to change what had happened. Would he have done something differently if he had known what would happen? Of course. Would he adjust the way he interacted with people in the future to prevent that from happening again? Absolutely. He was already planning on doing everything he could to avoid people, so as not to risk anyone being captured or killed just because they talked to him or simply saw him one time, or some other such ridiculous reason. Théoden hoped that the new black aura that indicated who were contender killers would help to alleviate a lot of that. Unfortunately, he knew that something like that wouldn't stop everyone. Besides, he'd seen enough movies, read enough books, and played enough games in his life that he was well aware that human nature could think of many different things that didn't include killing someone in order to get what they wanted. If what he'd heard from Martin was accurate, there were contenders already torturing people to get what they wanted, and he doubted that it would stop now. What could he do to ensure that it didn't happen to people he knew, or worse, himself? By simply not allowing there to be a chance for someone to be taken advantage of. Théoden was a solitary shaman after all. He'd already had practice staying away from people, but now he'd have to do it for more reasons than just anonymity. Solo good, people bad. He felt like some sort of caveman hermit now, but if that was the only way to avoid running into the situations he seemed to find himself in, then he was going to have to embrace that kind of life and that kind of thinking. As he ran to the north with his boosted celerity, eventually passing through the mountain range that surrounded the Ragewater Sea,
He discovered that he had to journey through another forest in order to get closer to his destination. The myriad of tree trunks slowed him down enough that he had to camp in a tree when it got dark, which wasn't all that comfortable after having slept in the gold-ranked room at the Coalition building. Maybe some people good? He had to admit he liked the luxury of sleeping in a bed, a nice, soft bed, and being waited on hand and foot by a personal concierge. It was something he never had in his old life back on Earth, and though it wasn't something he'd ever strived to achieve, the fact of the matter was that he enjoyed the prestige and power that having a high badge ranking provided. It was that thought that soured the idea of luxury that the Coalition promised.
Hadn't he just been complaining that some contenders were committing heinous crimes against humanity just for the sake of power? Granted, his form of power was different, as it didn't come at the expense of other people. Or did it? He couldn't deny that the bulk of his rank progress came from completing special quests. While the first hadn't been at the expense of other contenders from Earth, instead being the Chari adventurers who had attempted to complete the mausoleum and failed, there had been many deaths because of what had happened in Fordstone. Logically, Thaden knew that he wasn't 100% responsible for the deaths, as it was mostly due to the assimilation system and its next development phase being triggered early. But that also didn't mean he was blameless, especially as it had been him that inadvertently triggered it. On the other hand, he had earned his current badge rank, so why not enjoy it when he could? As long as he didn't go out and try to obtain his power just for power's sake, or at the deliberate expense of others, then hopefully he wouldn't fall into the same trap that powerful people seem to succumb to, especially back on Earth. All these thoughts filtered through his mind as he struggled to sleep, the horrific events of the day overcoming his need for rest. It took him hours to work through what he'd done to all those people, pushing away and accepting mental justifications for his actions one after another, while also confirming what he knew had to be his plan going forward. Go to the Devil's Nail or another dungeon with potential for support class gear. Search out potential dungeons to find the next anchoring one, and then deal with the fallout that it will inevitably cause. Don't be afraid to enjoy the luxury that the Coalition provides, but don't seek out personal power when it could end up hurting or killing innocent people. Tailor my development over the coming months and years to become the best support class the assimilation system has ever seen, allowing me to stay at the top of the rankings so that I can finally get the answers I deserve. And above all else, avoid every other contender like the plague. Waking up late in the morning, having slept in because he got to sleep so late the night before, these few plans cemented themselves in his mind. However, as he started to untie his hammock-like bed made of rope from the tree branches, he realized that there was one thing that he forgot to add to the list. Thaden pulled up the message window that the support class representative had sent him when he had first attempted to evolve his class. Adding whatever the evolution assignment was for level 189, which was still such a distance away that it almost didn't feel like a real level, to his plans was important. He didn't want to end up achieving such a vaunted level only to realize he could have done something dozens of times during his development, but was harder to do at that stage or something. Support Class Evolution Assignments. Level 21. Cast enough spells to restore 50,000 total health and prevent 10,000 damage. Level 63. Complete at least one dungeon on minimal difficulty, at least one dungeon on medial difficulty, and at least one dungeon on maximal difficulty while in a complete 5-member contender party. Level 189. Participate in a raid party with a minimum of 100 contenders and complete the minimal difficulty of an intermediate dungeon, level 160 plus, without a single casualty. Level 567. Locked. Thaden could only stare at the evolution assignment requirements as he tried to comprehend what it was saying. An intermediate dungeon is level 160? Does that mean all the dungeons I've been doing up until now are, what, beginner dungeons? And level 567? How long will it take to achieve something like that? What was more important about the assignment was the first part of his requirements to evolve his class at level 189. Participate in a minimum 100 contender raid party. Well, there goes my plan to avoid every contender like the plague.